right, good morning and welcome to day 6. We are here at the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro and Live Like Zander Junior Pro, being brought to you right here from Super in Bathsheba, Barbados. We're going to kick things off today with our specialty event with 14 and unders. We're going to have 4 exciting heats coming up for you. And immediately following that, we're going to go into the Live Like Zander Junior Men's. We're entering the quarterfinal rounds of all these divisions, so that will be the junior men's quarterfinal. Then we're going to step into the junior women's quarterfinal. Then we're going into the men's QS 6,000, and then we'll round things out today with the women's QS 6,000. We're going to get things started in about 5 minutes, so stick around. We got some good, exciting surfing coming up for you today. Currently in the water, we still have a decent sized swell. I would say anywhere in the 3 to 5 foot range, possibly 6 foot sets. It is predominantly out of the east-northeast. We have a rising tide. High tide will come up about 1:30 this afternoon. And as we've been seeing all week, as the tide starts to push in, the waves do clean up a little bit and we get a little pause. So stick around. We got some exciting surfing coming up. Stay tuned. All right, free surfers, you got about 2 minutes to start. Free surfers, you got about 2 minutes to start. So these surfers.
Day 5 here at Super Bowl in Bathsheba, and the conditions are still delivering. After yesterday's all-time show, the ocean hasn't let up. Clean lines are wrapping into the bowl. The swell is holding strong, and there's plenty of power on tap. Barbados' own Josh Burke and Chelsea Clapp are advancing through the rounds, making a strong statement in solid Super Bowl conditions. Limbad has officially been confirmed on the Challenger Series qualifications. With the swell lining up, wind howling, and the pressure continuing to build, the stage is set for another epic day of performances. Competition runs through March 1st. Catch all the action at worldsurfleague.com. Watch that highlight reel. So free surfers, you guys can come in, make your way in. All right, free server. Once King gets out there, we're going to start this. All right, 30 seconds to start.
Yeah, looks like we've got the lineup cleared, Lou. Looks like King's making his way into the zone here, so kids having a blessed opportunity to have the bowl to themselves this morning. All right.
Here we go. We're going to count this one in. 10 seconds. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, we are underway here in this Live Like Zander 14 and under division. This is a specialty division. We put this on every year. Always started off as a 12 and under, but there are not that many left in the draw, 12 and under anymore, so we've moved it up to 14 and under just to give them a chance to showcase their skills. So I'm joined here in the booth with Bill Seitz. He is the head judge of this very event. So
yeah, it's fun for me, Lou, just to step away from the tower. We've got Gordon Lawson here running the show. He's one of our regional head judges from the East Coast, knows these kids well, and we have an outstanding panel this week. So these kids are really lucky to get this opportunity, and thanks to you for putting on this platform for the youngsters.
Yeah, it really means a lot to me, and I know it means a lot to these kids. It's kind of like I don't even know, it's just a boost in confidence to win this. And let me tell you, Christian Stout won it, Dan Banfield's won it twice. You know, a few other kids.
Zion last year?
Who?
Zion
won it last year. That was a battle. That went right down to the horn. I remember that well. Getting the score right on the buzzer. Dan dropping a 9.2 or something the year before. But, you know, one of the best things about it, too, is, Bill, is that, you know, you have accolades of a head judge for decades. And, you know, you've been on the CT. You've been at the CT level. And when you commentate the waves and you break down the waves for the kids, they all go back and they watch it on YouTube later on, and it's a great coaching aspect of it. So it gives them a lot of confidence to know that, to hear you speaking about them surfing the way that you do. And, you know, like I said, surfing's all about confidence, having the confidence, getting the right waves, surfing the right waves that you can. So just want to say thank you for all the years that you've been doing this with me. I appreciate all the judges, Gordon and Jeremy. They have been coming to this event from the start. And we also got Asher Nolan up here. He used to take part in this event for years, and Asher is actually the first backside surfer ever to win at Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Asher, what year was that? No.
All right, so here we
2009.
go, up and riding. This is White. This looks like Amari with a quick one there. That one just kind of fizzles out on the shoulder there, so she'll get back out quickly. Just a quick little up and down, get her feet wet. Looks like a little more maybe trade wind swell today, Lou?
Yeah, right now it's kind of a little wonky. They got a rip that's running down through Super Bowl, and that generally tends to happen when waves are out of the east-northeast, and the waves break. They usually break out of your screen to the right, up at where we call High Rock, and the water builds up on the inside, and it can't get out, so it has to work its way out through the rip, creating a rip right through Super Bowl. Doesn't last long. It's just annoying. As we're watching red, this is Story Martinez.
Yeah, a couple nice smooth wraps here. She's kind of waiting for the wave to stand back up. Let's see if it does here on the inside, but that one kind of goes into deeper water, so it looks like it is tricky. It looks like you got to pick just the right ones that stand up and run through to the inside. And the judges are looking for that first major impactful maneuver to set the stage for the rest of the wave.
Yeah, we've been seeing that happen all week long. You know, that first big outside turn as we watch King Nickel up and riding.
Oh, big wrap there for King. See if he gets another one off. And a nice snap there. So a 1-2 combination. The inside stands up again and another snap. So really well done here. Open King's account. King's been coming up fast on our regional USA surfing circuit. I think he had 210s 2 weeks ago in Huntington Beach.
Wow, that's in a heat, perfect heat?
It was 2 different heats, but he had a 10 in both heats.
Wow, it's pretty incredible. Very talented youngster. He's going to have a bright future ahead of him. As we wait for King to drop, it's going to be a good one, I'm sure.
Yeah, so the judges are just going to start setting their scale here. We've got a couple small scores for Amari and Story. Quick, a couple little small wraps on their waves. And then they're going to separate here with King's wave with a beautiful opening wrap into a couple nice snaps.
So we'll look to see if we can get that last replay of Blue. There we go. This is the replay of King. Why don't you break it down for us there, Bill?
Yeah, as you see him go off the bottom, opens his shoulders and pulls it back right to the energy of the whitewash there, straight back up into a combination, and even finds a third moment, maybe even a little bit stronger on that third snap, and then gets just a little fill-in on the back end, and he knows he's on a great wave and kicks out.
All right, first of Blue, 7.83 for Blue. First of Red, 3.0. Previous of White, 2.17. Last of White, 1.17. So 9 minutes, 10 seconds remaining. These 15-minute heats go by real quick. It usually takes about 3 to 4 minutes to paddle out. So you only got about 3 or 4 opportunities.
Yeah, at your local association, are you guys running 20-minute heats or 15-minute heats, or what's your format here on the island?
Yeah, we do 20-minute heats, priority. We do everything but announce, because we have massive speakers and massive amps to do this. So the announcing is a little bit difficult, but a lot of the kids, they appreciate the priority. It kind of brings everything in, and our local association actually runs. The events run well. They're, complimented with judges and head judge and everything. So it is good. It's just that we don't have, the cream always rises to the top, and the ones that don't rise always chase the better surfers. So without good surfers surfing your event, you're kind of going to just reach a plateau and then you stop. So that's where our, kind of falters a little bit. But our kids, look at what they're growing up with. Most of the events are here or the South Coast. And it's just, the South Coast is mainly rights and lefts, but Brandon's is mainly a left. So and then this, and believe it or not, a lot of our better surfers on the island are goofy footers because they surf out here, so they have a really good backhand, really vertical backhand attack. But, Brandon's is a world-class wave. If Brandon's barreled like here does, I actually think Brandon's would rival this wave.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, I haven't seen it on a barreling day, but I have seen it on a very good day, and that is an amazing setup.
It is an amazing setup. I mean, a couple of years ago, we started the event there, and I remember Keanu was saying won an event, and he had a 10 and like a 9.7. I mean, it was like both servers were over 18 points. Right?
Those are the good ones.
Yeah. It was like I enjoyed calling that heat so much.
I think one of the first years we had an event at Brandon's, I think that was when Caroline Marks won.
Yeah. It was trying to remember who the Australian.
I think it was Holly Wan.
He surfed against Keanu. I can't remember, but it was just.
Well, those are the early years.
Those are the early years, the first years that we did it was a 3,000 back then. Claire Bravalacqua won down there one year. I think she beat Leilani.
All right, so just under 7 minutes, guys. We have 6 minutes, 20 seconds. Opening scores, Story, you have a 3.0. King, 7.83. And Amari, you have a 2.17 and a 1.17. So Story, you're looking just for a very, very small score to jump into second place. You need a .34. 6 minutes.
So coming up next, we're going to see Auburn Hilly, Ryan Parkinson, Cian Brits, and Zeke Egan from Ireland. So you boys should be, and girls should be checked in, ready to go. They're going to be able to paddle out in about 45 seconds.
How are the tides looking today, Lou?
The incoming tide about 1:30 this afternoon. So I guess low tide would have probably just passed. Let me pull it up here. Right, so low tide was 7:20 and exactly spot on 1:30. I guess that I got it right. Yeah, so we're just past the low tide right now, so the waves should start to get a little bit more lined up as we watch King Nickel up and riding.
Yeah, King just looking for a little mini back up there. Wasn't much on that one, so he's kicking out. And here goes Amari on this little double up. Jams it back into the whitewater. This thing's going to stand up again as it comes onto that north section and smashes the oncoming. So nice wave for Amari. And she might even get a little fill in here on the back end of this wave. Coming to the inside, a couple little more snaps and finishes. So nice wave for Amari Moore.
Yeah, that was a good surf wave. She read that north section, hit it, and she was able to get out in front of that whitewater before she got knocked off. So that's going to leave surfer in red, Story Martinez, on the outside, holding priority.
Yeah, that's gonna. You know, the judges are deliberating. They're gonna, maybe watch a replay or two. But that's definitely gonna be the second best of the heat. King's Wave's gonna be still the top wave clearly, but this is gonna be a nice mid-range score for her.
Yeah, as we watch this replay, she's just setting up this inside. She's eyeing up that north section. She sees it already because it's breaking. And you see how she gets back out in front of that piece coming behind her. That's usually what knocks everybody off. But she read it well. Stays on her feet, works it all the way to the inside. So 6.17 white, 6.17. So you go to first, but we're waiting for a score for blue to drop. He's sitting on a 7.83. That's going to leave surfer in red. Martinez, she's on the outside, holding that priority.
Yeah, so just that small score for King's second wave just came in at a 1.77. That with the 7.83, that puts King out into the lead with 9.6 points. Amari with 8.34, and Story looking for a 5.35. We've got 3 minutes on the clock.
All right, servers in the next heat, you're free to paddle out. You are free to paddle out. Just please stay down in the channel. I will guide you and pull you out of the current. All right, just coming up on that 2-minute mark, 2 minutes and 15 seconds. We're looking at blue first, white second. So red requiring a 5.35.
It's like you said, Lou, these 15-minute heats, and they move quick.
We're going to watch red. She's going to roll into this one.
Oh, yeah, this one's got a nice little wall here. Story wraps it back. But this one looks like it's going to fizzle out as well. So she's got 2 minutes to get that 5.34 or 5.35 as we just get under 1 minute, 35 seconds remaining.
All right, coming up in this next heat, Aubrey Hilly, Ryan Parkinson, Kean Britz, and Zeke Egan from Ireland. He's a little charger. They spent a lot of time here in Barbados, between here and Ireland. One minute remaining. So the priority is going to go with blue and then red.
It looks like King pulling the trigger here. quick jam up into the lip there, wraps it back as this thing starts to double up a little bit here. See if he can, it's gonna kind of piggyback this other little piece in front of it, so nice little snap there. So this will improve his total as he gets his back up and probably gonna be into his heat as we are at 30 seconds. Let's see if Story can get one more opportunity as she is out the back with 25 seconds. Score's already in, 4.5 for Kings. That puts him on 12.33 as we are approaching 10 seconds, Lou.
Yeah, we're going to close this one out. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So that ends heat number 1. So taking the win in blue, King Nickel, and holding down that second position, Amari Moore. So those two surfers will be advancing as we watch this replay of King.
Yeah, really impressed with King's technique. He is a phenomenal young surfer at only 13 or 14 years of age, and he's been kind of blowing our minds at the USA surfing level.
All right, surfers in the next heat. We're going to count this one in 10 seconds. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So we are underway in this heat number 2, 14 and under, Live Like Zander. Coming up in this heat, we have red, Auburn Hilly, in blue, Ryan Parkinson, in white, Kian Brits, and in green, Zeke Egan. So got a little set approaching the lineup. We're going to see where this is going to pull up to as we're going to watch blue giving it a look, and he decides no. So there are going to be some of those little runners that are going to sneak up under and hit the reef because there still is that small little underlying north swell. It's when those waves join up with the east-northeast that we get some fireworks going as we watch red. And Zeke, he's going to pull for it. Here we go, Zeke Egan up and riding in green, coming out onto the open face. And he just goes down as we watch blue, and he goes up and out. So Kian Brits is a local. They came here. We have what we call a welcome stamp. So they have been here for 5 or 6 years. Came here during COVID, I believe. But they,
okay, here goes Auburn. Quick cutty back to the energy. Let's see if this thing stands up on the inside. Now at the back, we've got white, Kian Brits. Big snap there. Oh, just can't hang on. As Auburn just fills in on the end. Here's Ryan with a big hook there. Beautiful carve. Comes off the bottom, smashes the lip again. That's a top quality combo there as he kicks out, and that'll be a great score, Lou.
Yeah, he really hooked that right in the critical section. And we're going to watch white. This is Kian up and riding.
Yeah, just a little cut back there. He sees this thing's going to stand back up on the inside. He's building his board speed up and gets a little top turn there. And let's see if he gets one more push off the end section. And he does. So that may have been a smart move because he fell on his first turn just to get that kind of backup score before he makes it back out. With 12 minutes, 15 seconds on the clock, I'm really interested to see this score for Ryan Parkinson. Judges are keeping scale. They're going to think about King's Wave at the 783, and they're going to kind of use that as the benchmark.
All right, set coming, guys, so keep your eyes on the water. Another couple of waves behind guys and girls, I just want to let you, for safety reasons, I will call it, especially for the younger ones out there. I don't want anybody to get surprised. All right, we're going to send it down to King Nickel. He's standing by with Amaya. He was the winner of the last heat. Take it away, Amaya.
Hello, good morning, everybody. I'm here for the first interview of the day with King Nicole from San Clemente, who just won the first quarterfinals in this special division under 14 in the Live Like Zander Junior Pro. How were the waves today?
Horrible. Literally impossible to catch a wave out there.
A little dramatic, but I mean, you scored a really decent wave over there, so it couldn't be that horrible, right?
I mean, it was pretty fun. I got 2 fun ones, so I'm still happy.
Well, made it through the quarters, on to the semis. You must be excited for tomorrow, another heat under your belt. Another beautiful day in Barbados. What are you going to do for the rest of the day?
Hopefully make my junior seat. I have a pretty stacked junior seat, so hopefully I make that.
Well, hopefully, for sure. So can't wait to see that. Maybe I'll see you by the glass again. Congratulations, and keep shredding. You want to say there's something, friends and family? That is here, but anybody else?
Nope.
Well, that was the blue jersey from the first heat, so thank you so much. Congratulations, and good luck on to the next one.
Thank you.
Last of white, 3.5. So blue first, white second, red is third. Red, you require just a .80. And green, Zeke Egan, you require a 3.87.
Yeah, so what do you anticipate for tomorrow, Lou? You think it's going to be pretty similar, or is it going to, we have anything else coming in from the north, or is it going to be primarily the east trade swell?
It's going to pretty much be the same as it's been today and tomorrow. This little northeast swell. Forecast to have a little bit heavier wind tomorrow, and that kind of does play a little bit toll on the waves, kind of shifts the waves around. If the wind blows all night at a steady direction, it'll keep the waves lined up. But as you can see, some of these waves are breaking in two. That's what happens when the wind first starts to push the swell around. As we watch Zeke Egan, he's not going to get into that one. So he will remain, he will move to the fourth priority.
Yeah, it seems like as the morning goes into the late morning, early afternoon, the wind switches a little more further side shore, cleans it up a little bit, and it's not quite as on, straight on.
Yeah, it's due to the fact that the island heats up and cools down. So when it cools down and it becomes the same temperature as the ocean, it kind of pulls the wind down, and that's why sometimes at night the wind will kind of die down a little bit. As we watch Zeke Egan, no, he can't get into that one either. But yeah, so I mean, this is just my theory. And Zeke Egan, he's up and riding. He's working his way out to that north section. He's going to manage to hang on. He's got some wave to work with on the inside. There's a little top turn. And he is going to work it all the way to the rip, trying to maximize that scoring potential.
Yeah, good job for Zeke. That'll be his best wave. As we have Auburn on the outside, directing back to the energy, waiting for this wave to stand up. Jams it back to the energy there as well. This thing might have a little inside bonus section. Nice snap there. And a little tap, and she can finish, and she does. So nice second wave for Auburn. outside blue. This is Ryan on a nugget, listening, standing up. Big hammer right in the lip on the button. Beautiful carve again. And a third, and just get squeezed together on that north section.
Wow, if we can cue up that replay of blue. This is Ryan Parkinson. Who is this? What technique this youngster has is, look at this. Drives off the bottom, goes vertical up in the lip, right in the critical section. Nice big rail gouge, wrapping cutback, and just kind of gets unstuck on that last maneuver. 9.33 for blue. And he fell on the finishing turn.
Yeah, imagine if he pulls that last turn off.
Yeah.
I mean, he picked a gem of a wave, and you know, we talk about the judges' notes, and we put out kind of what we're looking for the day and the conditions in the week, and we talk about major maneuvers. That first turn was a major impactful maneuver. The timing was perfect. It's a beautiful executed turn straight into the next one. And so that's a combination of major maneuvers, and that's exactly what the judges are looking for, and you can see that in the score with a 9.33.
Yeah, definitely. It wasn't like, it doesn't need to be a long wave. It doesn't just need to hit the right where it's critical. So catching this one up. So last of blue, 9.33. Blue is in first. White, you are in second. Red, you are in third. You have a wave coming. So red, you now move to second. White, you drop to third. You require a 5.1. And green, you are in fourth. Your last wave was a 2.27. You require a 6.4.
Yeah, as we've just got under 5 minutes. We're at 4 minutes, 35 seconds. So Ken and Zeke are looking for some modest scores here to get back into advancing position as we're out looking out the back, Lou.
Yeah, this is White. He's scratching to get into that. So a little bit of a priority blender. So he's going to hand priority over to Surfer in blue. So blue goes to first priority and White goes to second. He was pulling hard, but he just couldn't get into that. So 3 minutes, 55 seconds remaining. As we watch blue on a big wave.
Taking off deep on the bowl, blows the fins out. Why not? You're sitting on 17 points, might as well, right?
Yeah. As we watch White, this is Kean Brits.
Oh, and he just gets chewed up on that cutback. That whitewash just kind of bucked him off his board. But he's got time. He's still got just over 3 minutes. Kean looking for a 5.17. Just by the way he's surfing, I can tell he can do it.
All right, so priority goes to red. So priority is red, green, blue.
So Lou, are you guys running basically the ISA divisions here locally on your associations for the amateur stuff? Are you kind of keeping it kind of the 14, 16, 18, or how do you guys do the age groups here on the island?
Yeah, we stick with the ISA, and our local events are qualifying events for the national team. So, you know, we'll definitely do the 16 and under, 18 and under, open divisions. But then, depending on what kind of entries we're getting, you know, sometimes we put in the longboard and, you know, masters and senior men's and under 14, under 12. It all depends on what we're going to get. As we watch the water, we're watching Auburn Hilly.
Two nice turns for Auburn. Gets the third bonus floater over that section, and she's going to come in and probably get a little extra bonus on the inside as well. This is going to be her best wave as Ryan out the back hammers the north section, just gets blown apart, and Auburn finishes. So great wave for Auburn. That's going to be her best wave, no doubt.
All right, boys, on the outside, there is a set coming, so just be aware. As we watch this replay of red.
Yeah, solid size wave. Those first 2 turns and even the third up into the floating section was nice. She goes 1, 2, 3 across the outside section and then kind of buttons it up here with a couple small turns. So great overall wave. Nice connectivity, nice speed through the inside, and she's going to be loving that wave.
Yeah, that wave earning her a 7.0.
And this looks like Kean on the inside. Gets a couple cutties, nice structure. This wave, just not a ton on the inside, but you tell he's got a nice little style. I bet he's a ripper.
So 30 seconds remaining. As we watch this replay of White, Kean Brits, he's a local transplant to Barbados. Nice little top turn. So that should be his best. Kind of looking for that little barrel. Another wrapping cutback.
Yeah, you see how his front hand is actually touching the water when he's doing those cutbacks?
Yeah.
Great technique. You know, it wasn't the best wave, but he could really showcase his technique there.
So up and riding.
Sorry, fellas, for that countdown. A little rusty. Jeremy's giving me a hard time up here.
All right, so that ends heat number 2. So taking the win, moving on to the semifinals is Ryan Parkinson in blue, followed closely by red, Auburn Hilly. So those 2 surfers will be advancing. Surfing finals day tomorrow. So coming up in the next heat, we're going to see Patty Kenworthy, Trent Corbin, and Koa Egan, older brother of Zeke. All right, counting this one in. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
This looks like another doozy here, Lou. We've got Peta Kenworthy. She's one of our up-and-coming stars here in California. We've got Trent Corbin and Koa Egan. Was that the Egan brothers? They brothers?
Yep. He is the older brother of Zeke. Zeke making his way to the beach.
Looks just like a quick win there for Trent. He'll want to get back out there quickly. And Peta, one of the Kenworthy clan. I think there's 5 of them, all shredders, different stages of their career, with Bella being on the CT and some of our other siblings on their way up on the rise. So this should be an exciting heat with Trent and Koa locals.
So White, Koa Egan from Ireland up and riding. Working out onto that north section, cutting back, sticking with the power source.
Yeah, just pushes him out there, so that will be a completion, but probably a smaller score. Wave just kind of lost its energy.
So coming up in the next heat, we have Zoe Panettiere and the reigning champion Zion Walla paired up with Asher Eastwood. So that's going to be an exciting heat. I've been following Zion on Instagram, and this boy is fearless. Absolutely fearless.
I think that big tone was at Pasquale's.
That was crazy.
Yeah, it's hard to tell how big it is because Zion's so small, but that was an incredible clip.
Incredible, yeah.
That went viral in about 30 minutes.
But the technique was like world class, you know, like I just don't get it, you know, like when. So we're watching red.
This is
Peta Kenworthy.
Peta, nice
Peta.
snap there. Yeah,
Kenworthy.
that's Peta. She's trying to get her way to the inside here. Quick snap and a couple little small turns behind it, so get her first wave on the board there.
So first of blue, 283, first of white, 167. And now we'll wait for that last of red, and then we'll let you know where the surfers sit. So 12 minutes remaining. Priority is on the outside with the surfer in blue.
All right, Peter, your first score, 3.27. That puts you into the lead for the moment, 3.27. Trent, you have a 2.83, and Koa 167. Once we get our second scores on the board, we'll give you guys a complete situation as we're approaching 11 minutes, 30 seconds.
Okay, so with that 327, red, you go to first. Blue, you are in second. You require a 0.45, and white, you are third. You require a 1.1. So the wind is trying its best to just kind of shift around to the right out of the east. As you can see, some of the waves being blown off to the side. It just can move over 10 more degrees. It'll help hold the lip up.
Well, let's watch here. This might have a little double up on this one. This looks like Trent taking off on a nugget. Look at this first section. Nice snap there. Gets a little bit caught, but does well to get back underneath. Another little carve as he's going to come the inside section and finish it off. Bang. There's a better turn there, so there you go.
Yeah, Trent, he's a local. He's been surfing out here since he was 7 or 8 years old. You know, as we're going to watch white, here we go. Koa Egan, is he going to get into this? Yes, he is. Up and riding. Trying to get out onto the open face. He's going to get there, and he goes down.
Yeah, that one just had that little north chunk of white water. So hard to get around it, huh?
Yeah, that whole set was all north. As we watch blue, Trent. This wave earned him a 5.33. So blue goes to first. All right. Well, we have a little break in the action. We're going to send it down to Ryan Parkinson. He's standing by with Amaya. Take it away, Amaya.
Well, coming back, Ryan Parkinson for Puerto Rico, who just won the second heat in the quarterfinals in this special division under 14 in the Live Like Zander Junior Pro. So, quite fun conditions for you over there. You loved it, right?
No, yeah, it was amazing. This wave's so sick. It's so powerful, and there's so many good sections, and it teaches you to, like, just pick better ones and go all out on them.
You did go all out for sure. I mean, you were on a tier over there. Excellent heat total, a 9-point and an 8-point. I mean, what a great little warm-up for this afternoon, huh?
No, yeah, it was good to go out there and pick a bunch of good waves because the heats before I've been kind of like messing up on priority and stuff. But, yeah, it was good to have a super fun heat.
Well, fun heat, smartly surfed, and great surfing showcase. So congratulations, what a talented young man. You want to say a little something, friends and family, hopefully people watching you back at home?
Yeah, I'd like to give a huge shout out to like everyone in Puerto Rico and to my family, and gracias por todo el apoyo, and yeah, huepa.
You get there. Thank you so much. Good luck.
All right. That is the winner of the last heat, Ryan Parkinson, holding down a 17.52 wave heat total.
All right, so that score for Trent came in at a 5.33. That coupled up with his 2.83, that takes Trent to the lead. So Peta's looking for a 4.9 to go into the first position, and Koa's looking for a 1.61 to get into advancing position. Still 7.5 minutes remaining on the clock. And here goes White on the inside. Koa just quick up and down.
All right, so immediately following the next heat, we're going to be moving right in to the Live Like Zander Junior Men's. This is our little specialty division. All right, so priority change. Priority goes to blue and then red. 7 minutes remaining.
Just looking at the draw here, Lou, for that quarterfinals coming up. We've got some absolute amazing surfers coming up, and both King Nickel and Ryan Parkinson are still in the draw for as the youngsters in the Pro Junior. So
Going to be fireworks.
we've also got PETA still in the draw, and Auburn Hilly still in the draw. So a lot of these youngsters that you've got in your U14 are actually still in the Pro Junior side of things. Oh, look at this nugget. Blue taking off, kind of little airdrop there, comes around the corner, big slice, and another wrap. So nice two-turn combo there for Trent as he comes into the inside and finishes with a little throw tail. So it's probably safe to say that's going to be his best wave, Lou.
Yeah, I would think so. He really surfed that wave well. White, I'm just waiting on a score for blue, but you require right now a 1.61 as blue is in first. So you require a 1.61 to move into that advancing position with 4 minutes and 50 seconds remaining as we watch this finishing maneuver of blue just pushing out the fins. So Trent Corbin vying for his spot on finals day. He is currently in first position. We're going to watch White, Koa Egan. He's going to get around this little north section. So still waiting for that last of blue. Last of blue, 7.83 blue, 7.83. So that extends your lead in first. Red, you're going to require a 9.8 to move into first. And white, you require a 1.61. Your last wave coming in at a 1.23, so that's not enough. You still require that 1.61.
Yeah, that was a great score for Trent. Nice opening turn right into the second wrap and the little blowtail on the finish. So showing a little variety, showing some power. Judges like to see that variety. It's in the notes. And as an overall complete wave, that was a great score. And you can see this trade wind swell kind of pushes everyone kind of off the bowl. And see some of these kids kind of get pushed into the channel. And if you take off too far over there, Lou, it just seems like you just don't get the opportunity. The wave just kind of goes into a deeper water and just fills up, and you don't get those steep sections.
Yeah, that's correct. It's, like I said, this is an east-northeast swell, so pretty much coming almost just off to the right a little bit. And the reef actually faces north. So when you get those little east-northeast sets that come in, sometimes they just brush the reef. It's deceiving because the line comes in right across the reef, but then when it brushes off the reef, it goes into that deep spot, and the wave just disappears. When you got that north swell full on north, it just hits that reef square. So it is kind of tricky. It's been like that for a couple of days, and today there's not as much north as we watch red. She's trying to extend her lead onto that third place finish.
Yeah, a couple nice little cutties there, a couple snaps. Another one there. So Peta getting her second score on the board. And this is going to put her in a nice solid position for second as we have White looking out the back, Lou.
Yeah, White, he's pulling hard to get in. Koa up and riding. Eyeing up this first section. He's going to get back down onto the open face. He's looking for that one last maneuver. Throws it up in the lip. That was a little more quality of a turn. So we'll see where the judges are going to go with this red and then White.
Yeah, once we see what Peta got on her second score, we'll see what White's going to need on his last wave to potentially advance.
As we watch this replay, he just eyes up this north section. Doesn't really have a ton of speed, so kind of gets hung up a little bit. A little wrapping cut back, and he's going to look at this last maneuver. So it was a little late getting started, but nonetheless, he is going to get a score for that as we watch red. It's a very similar wave, but she was able to stick in the power source, keeping up her board speed.
Yeah, Peta's wave wasn't the biggest wave, but you can see just the technique, and she's just got, you know, turn to turn and keeping the speed and the board moving. You know, she does a good job with a smaller, lesser wave.
So last of red, 383. So last of white, 310. So White with 30 seconds remaining. You require a 3.7.
$20 seconds. Looks like a pretty good size set here, Lou.
Yeah, Trent's putting himself in position as red. As with 7 seconds, Blue's gonna turn on this one and he goes under it.
Oh, he was just a little too far inside, and that was the countdown. 3, 2, 1, Jeremy.
All right, so that ends heat number 3. So that ends heat number 3. So servers in the next heat, please stand by. We're on a short hold. So rounding out that top 2 of heat number 3 and first, moving on into finals day, Trent Corbin, followed closely by the surfer in red, Peta Kenworthy. So we're gonna So we are back to live action as you see that lovely ad showcasing our beautiful island of Barbados. Want to thank out our main sponsor, the BTMI. They're responsible for bringing this event to you along with Diamonds International, Infra Rentals, and Barbados Surf Promotions Barbados. We are in our specialty division, our 14 and unders. Moving after this heat, we're going straight into junior men. Live Like Zander junior men. Coming up in that first heat is going to be Teo Granny, Rex Hennings, Enzo Ackerman, and Kos Stoyanov. So you got about 13 minutes, boys, before you showcase your talents.
All right, Zoe pulling the trigger, just puts it up there, but just can't put that inside rail down and gets kind of bucked off her board, but she's right back out there, so no harm taking chance there. And looks like out the back, blue taking a look at that one. Now white's looking. And those guys can't get into it. Kind of slid underneath them. But I like where they're sitting. They're sitting deeper on the reef. When they get the opportunity, they're going to potentially get a really good opportunity. So just a short, small score for Zoe. 1.17 for that incomplete maneuver. Early days here with 12 minutes, 30 seconds.
So we're about an hour and a half past the low tide, and it looks like we're starting to get a little bit of a pulse. Morning sickness seems to be going away. Get a little bit more water on the reef will help control that rip that every once in a while starts to run down through Soup Bowl. Okay, coming up in the next heats, all of the Live Like Zander junior men, junior women, QS men, QS women, all those heats will be 25 minutes. So surfers are permitted to paddle out at that 5-minute mark, but we do ask that you just remain in the channel.
So Lou, you've been doing the Live Like Zander Junior Pro for many, many years now. And now you've incorporated this younger division into the event. How many years have we been doing the U14 now?
So how it all started was we used to do a pro division, not with the WSL, just a November pro, and we always brought in the under 12s, under 14s, under 16s. Just kind of added some body to the event, and then once we moved it into the junior pro, we kept the under 12s there. This was kind of the brainchild of Zander. As we're gonna get back to that story, but watching blue.
Yeah, here's Zion, quick in and out. White kind of just stood up as well, but I doubt there'll be any hindrance there. We'll let the judges take a look at that, but typically if there's no scoring hindrance, that wave was kind of getting fat and moving out to sea, so I doubt there'll be anything called there, but we'll see what the judges do. Judges these days do have the discretion to analyze the section. They have the discretion to determine whether or not there was a real scoring opportunity or there was something, there. They don't actually have to always call an interference, but and they're just taking a double check of this now. Interview.
All right, we are going to send it down to the glass with Trent Corbin. He's the winner of the last seat. He is standing by with Amaya. Take it away, Amaya.
I'm very excited to be standing here at the glass with our young local hero, Trent Corbin, who just qualified for the semifinals in the special under 14 division of the Live Like Zander Junior Pro. So, not quite your first rodeo at the bowl. How are the conditions today?
They're actually pretty difficult, especially with the switch of swells coming from it was north before and now it's east swell, so it's really sideways. Yeah, it's definitely really difficult, and also the waves. Some of my waves, the faces of them weren't the cleanest, so pretty hard to manage, but still managed to get a couple, so happy.
Yeah, I mean, you did find a solid 7-point over there, showcase some good rail work, and yeah, got the job done. Are you excited for the next round tomorrow?
Yeah, really excited. I can't wait to see what I have next.
Well, I hope you do some airs or maybe find a barrel that nobody has found yet tomorrow, right?
Yeah, that would be pretty sick.
Showcase some good local knowledge. I mean, I know I see you surfing all the time. You're shredding, so stoked for you. Can't wait to see you on to the next round. You want to tell us something, friends and family? Maybe your sisters are watching?
Yeah, I want to say shout out to my mom who's watching at home, and also my baby sister who just had her birthday. So, and also my sister Grace. And I also want to shout out to Uncle Lewis for holding this event. It's always really fun, so thanks.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Good luck onto the next round.
It's absolutely my pleasure putting on this event. Good luck tomorrow as you made it to finals day. So while we were on that short break, some scores dropped in, just some small scores, but I will catch you up. Red 117, so red is in first. In blue, a 1.1, and in white, 8.20. So that was the last of red coming in at a 4.0.
Yeah, and for those surfers in the Pro Junior coming up in the next heat, they are 25-minute heats. Just want to make sure everyone's aware. 25-minute heats. That is for quarterfinals. So plan accordingly. And really like that interview with Trent Corbin there, Lou.
Yeah.
Well-spoken young man. He even recognized the change in the conditions, and it's the east swell, and even said it's a little difficult out there.
Yeah, like I said, he's probably been surfing out here since he was 6 or 7. You know, in the summertime, we get very light winds, not much swell in the water unless there's a hurricane, and Super Bowl never goes flat, ever. It'll always be, you know, a minimum of waist high, and all the groms are out there, and it's no wind, so it's not dangerous, it's not powerful. I mean, the worst part about it is walking out through the urchins sometimes, but these boys, they recognize where the swell's coming from, when it's north, when it's east, and Trent hit it right on the head. You know, the swell is a little bit more to the east than it was yesterday, and some of the waves are just bending out to sea. They look like they're going to line up and form up, but they're bending out to sea. It was good that he recognizes that at such a young age.
Well, there's so many amazing surfers that come off this island and know how to surf this wave. It's just, you know, a couple times a year, the Instagram feed will just get blown up with clips from this wave. And, you know, half the guys I might not even know, but I know Gordon knows them all. And, you know, the guys that have been coming down here for years knows them all. But the surfing is about as good as you're going to get. And the tube riding is just expert level stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. As we watch White, and he opts out. So let's see what happens here. Priority change. Priority goes blue, then white.
Yeah, look at this wave on the outside. I'm not sure anyone's home, but this one may be going a little too sideways. Let's see.
So White's trying to roll into that one. Can't quite manage it. That was one of those waves that just don't hit the reef the right way. As surfer in blue, Zion, he is the reigning champion on the outside.
Yeah, we're just approaching 5 minutes, Lou, and we don't have a lot of scores here. We got Zoe with a 4.0 taking the lead, and here goes White on his backhand. Nice bottom turn, gets up underneath it, hangs on as he moves over into that deep channel. So that's probably a good call just to get that quick score on the board. Out the back, here we go. Zion Walla taking off deep on the bowl. Airdrops, comes around the corner. Nice slash there. He's going to have some fill, and he's going to go low road here. This thing might double up a little bit. Another little cutty. Out the back, we've got Zoe, and she just kind of gets bowled over by that north peak. So this situations are going to change here with about 4 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, that was a well-surfed wave by Zion. Actually, free fall on the takeoff, so judges will take note of that. A lot of people don't realize that a drop-in is actually a maneuver. So the more critical the drop-in, that sets the wave up for a bigger score. So coming up next, we're going into the junior men's. We're going to be seeing Teo Granny, Rex Hennings, Enzo Ackerman, and Ko Stoyanov as they paddle out. Just a reminder, guys, stay in the channel, please. Last of blue, 5, 6, 7. So blue goes to first. Red, you are currently in second. Last of white, 283. So white, you require a 2.35 with 3 minutes and 15 seconds remaining.
3 minutes, 3 minutes. So Asher not needing much, 2.35 to get into advancing position, and Zoe only needing a 2.78 to take the first position. So let's see if we can get another exchange with these surfers. This is a pretty nice little heat because everyone's sitting on a score. Oh, look at this wave here. Look at Zoe on a critical takeoff. Comes into the section, hammers that thing. Can she ride out? Oh, what an attempt there, Lou. That was a major section.
Yeah, that was. That takeoff was crazy.
Love that critical element. It's exactly what the judges want to see. Take risk. You're going to get a big number if you can ride out of that thing.
Risk equals reward. So last of red coming in at a 2.0.
Yeah, so even though Zoe didn't complete that turn, judges still giving a little bit of credit for that, and rightfully so. I mean, to commit to that section is, you've got to go all in.
Yeah, you can't hold back at all. And like, Super Bowl is a very powerful wave, and the first couple of times you get ragdoll, you think twice about attacking that north section, right? That is where two waves just converge on each other.
And if the timing's not perfect, you're just not going to win.
You're just not going to win. It just takes the board right out from underneath you. There's so much water moving around underneath you that it's so hard to stay on your board. You really have to be out in front of it, and you have to be coming down the face faster than the lip.
Right, you got to get out in front of it.
You got to get out in front of it, and I don't care who you are. It's very difficult to make that. If you're on the whitewater, 99 times out of 100, you're coming off. Servers in the next seat, just hold your positions there, guys, please. Thank you.
Yeah, just hang tight. We'll give you plenty of time to get into the lineup. We just want to get the U14s out of your way as we get the junior pro underway.
We're going to count this one in. 5 seconds.
4, 3, 2, and 1.
All right. So surfers in the next heat, please stand by. We're on a short hold. So taking out this heat in blue, Zion Walla, followed closely by surfer in red. So you two will be advancing into the finals day tomorrow.
Thank you, Lou, for having me. Always enjoy talking surfing and talking story with you and enjoying these little guys that are smashing it. So back to my regular job here.
Yep, thanks very much, Bill, for joining me. It's been a pleasure, as usual. All right, so surfers in the water, just give us a minute. We are going to change around the clock. We're going to give you 25 minutes to showcase your skills. We are moving into the Live Like Zander Pro Junior. Venezia. All right, we're going to get this heat started momentarily. I just want to say a big thank you to all of the judges that judged that specialty division for me. Much appreciated. Bill, for joining me in the booth. Also much appreciated. All right, 30 seconds to start. We're moving into the Live Like Zander junior men. All right, counting this one in, 10 seconds. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we are underway as blue wastes no time. Rex Hennings going up vertical in the lip, coming down. And on the outside is white, Enzo Ackerman. Big wrapping cutback, working it out to the open face. Hits the oncoming section, gets out in front, and he kicks out. So two surfers making quick work of these waves within the first 30 seconds as we watch this replay of blue. Rex Hennings' big top turn. All right, so you are tuned into the BTMI Live Like Zander Pro Junior. My name is Zander Venezia. I am here paired up with Paul Irie Wilson. He's
Morning, guys. Glad to be here again. Looks like a beautiful day one more time, so let's keep it going.
So there is no block on green. There is no priority between red and green. Surfer closest to the curl will have right of way.
Yeah, that was a good first exchange. First two waves ridden. They're just going to wait for their scores, see where that puts them on the table. Get their campaign started. Good waves on top today. One more time, a little bit of wind chop, but hey, do what you got to do.
All right, still waiting on some scores. First of blue, 4.0. First of white, 4.83. All right, we have a little break in the action. We're going to send it down to Amaya. She's standing by with Zion Waller. He was the winner of the last heat. Take it away, Amaya.
I'm here with Zion Waller from San Clemente, defending champ of this under 14 division of the Live Like Zander Junior Pro. So, how were the waves this morning?
It's really fun. It's kind of tricky, but I managed to get through, so I'm happy.
Yeah, you had a decent score and then didn't quite get a chance to back it up, but at least the ocean stayed on your side and you managed to keep that first position and by the glass with me. So kind of stoked, right?
Yeah, I'm so stoked.
I mean, you're a little ripper for sure. I follow you on social media. You're shredding and so excited to see you on to the next round. Are you excited for tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm so excited. Hopefully we can do a little better than we did today, but yeah.
Yeah, I could just reset and, build on top of that, get that back up and put excellent heat total maybe tomorrow.
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's do it. All right, congratulations. And you want to say something, friends and family? I know your parents are here, but for anybody else watching you back at home.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to all my sponsors and my grandparents tuning in.
Thank you so much. Love it. Good luck on to the next round, man.
All right, back to live action. Blue, your first wave was a 4.0. White, your first wave was a 4.83. 20 minutes, 20 seconds remaining.
As we're looking forward to another good day of surprises, a lot of upsets yesterday. Still a lot of good people going through to the next rounds. They'll be looking forward to serve tomorrow. So welcome to the beach. Bring your coolers down, umbrellas, have a good time. So again, thanks for Surf Promotions for having me here to bring you some scores, some chatter. Just keep you guys informed. Lots of entertainment coming on in the back end today as well. And we'll keep you updated on that. Lots of waves out there, a lot of wind chops on the outside. But normally when there's a good swell, the wind doesn't really affect it too much. So these guys gonna still get some pretty good waves. And they might got some action in the back. Let's see if it's gonna get to the beach. So welcome again all the competitors, all the visitors, all the locals on the beach today. May got some paddling going on.
And here we go, green, up and riding. Kostayanov going up in the lip, working it all the way to the inside, sticking with it. Going up vertical once again, finishing strong. So that will hand priority over to red. White, your first wave was a 4.83. Blue, your first wave was a 4.0.
Here we got a replay of white. Good first turn, just to set it turns. A little bit of white water to navigate with to the inside section. He's gonna see if he can make it all the way inside. Probably sign out on that turn right there, and that was a good turn. And he's out the back.
First of green, 5.83. So green first, white second, blue third. Red, you require a 5.33. Blue, you require a 1.3. 18 minutes remaining.
So I didn't get to see the premiere last night of the Burks movies. Did anyone go? Hope you guys went. I know those boys had some really good clips and good sessions. Did you make it, Lou? He didn't make it, so we're gonna have to hear stories about that one.
I've had 5 long days.
I can imagine.
Yeah.
You need a premiere.
Yeah.
Don't worry, it's coming. We're just gonna wait and see if somebody's gonna paddle into this one. Everybody's kind of sitting a little bit on the inside. Just maybe waiting to find out Jacob Burke special wave. But that thing might be long gone. I think every day looking at the swell, it was different conditions. It still had good size, but the boys let that one go. These guys just got under 16:38 on the clock. Still a lot of time to get some stuff done.
Priority change. White, red, white second, red third. So blue, holding priority, up and riding. Rex Hennings coming out onto that north section, throwing it up. Completes the maneuver. He's looking for one more finishing turn. And he finishes that wave strong. So as Rex Hennings currently in third position, that's going to shake things up a little bit here. Red, just a quick up and out. As we watch this replay of blue. Nice little cutty, getting back to the power source. Throws it up, a little bit more of a quality maneuver on that north section. Gets back out onto the open face. and finishes strong.
Yeah, that'll make it definitely a good backup for him. He needs a good score. They all need good scores. And that's what they're aiming for. Putting good scores on the board, surfing the wave to its maximum potential, making the judges go, wow, that was something different. Welcome all you guys coming into the beach, getting your chairs set up, getting your spots all handled. It's going to be a long, fun day. Surfing, beach culture, a little bit of everything. While you're on the beach, you see any trash, do a good deed, put it in the garbage. Like Lou would always say, just leave footprints and memories. A little bit of moss on the beach today, but that's normal these days. So you guys got 14, 16 on the clock.
All right, last of blue. 5, 4, 3. Blue goes to first. Green drops to second. White, you are third. You require a 1.01. And red, you are fourth. You require a 4.84. 13 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. Is red up and riding? Oh, he was stalling for it. I don't know why he kept going. That wave lifted up right on that north section.
Yeah, he was behind the barrel.
He was thinking about it, but he just went around it. I don't know why, but
he think too much.
Now, as we watch this, you can see this wave just lifts up. He would have been really deep.
Yeah, that's that Josh Jacob Burt wave.
All right, 2.0 red, 2.0. So you still require that 3.8. White, you require a 1.01. Priority white, green, blue.
Good surfing by Blue that way, put him straight in the first place. But he can't sit too comfortable. These guys will be on his heels. And any wave can do it. A lot of potential at Super Bowl on any given day. You can surf here every day. So you got Green up and riding.
On his backhand.
Shows it on that one. Slowing around, good turn. Now he's going to bring it all the way to the inside. Let's see how he finishes on this one. A good wrapping turn. He's going to get one more tap out, and he does. But that was a good one by Green. He made sure he capitalized on that one. And he's going to hustle 12 minutes. 12 minutes left in this heat. We watch a replay here. Comes off the bottom, screens off the top. Good roundhouse back to the white water. Navigate a little bit of bump. Setup turn here, and he's going to try to finish it out with this one. There he goes. He's got to like that one. Back to live action. Got to give it up for Chris Clark as well. He's going to slide on in. Keeping these contests alive, making it happen, organizing, lifting, interviews, you know. It's pretty hard on the body.
Beach marshal, cooking, cleaning.
Full-time job he has. But it's all rewarding, you know, at the end of the day, you look back, it's like, it's all over, you know, these guys had a good trip. Someone made a tour, and you probably changed their life, you know.
Sure, once everyone's enjoying themselves. So Green, your last ride was a 5.23. You are in first now. You have a 5.23 and a 5.83. So Blue, you've dropped to second. To go into first place, you need a 5.64. White, you are in third. You need a 4.61 to go into second place. And red, you are in fourth. You need a 7.43. We have 10 minutes remaining on the clock. Priority is first with white, second with blue, third with red.
Here we go, red up and riding. Teo Granny banging it off the white water. Going up vertical. It's going to get back out onto the open face. Turned on the afterburners and finishes strong. He just gives a little look back just to make sure we saw it.
Here we go. Replay of red. Comes around to this white water section, bangs that one, setup turn here. This is where he's going to get the points. Good turn. Comes around.
Green, your last wave was a 5.23. You are currently in first. All right, green, you're first. You have a 5.8 and a 5.2. Blue is second. You have a 5.4 and a 4.0. You will require a 5.6 to regain the lead. White, you are third. And red, you are fourth. Red, you have a wave coming. Once I get that wave, I will update the situation. White, holding priority. Rolling in, going vertical, up in the lip. Checks turns off of that north section, working his way to the inside. And pushing out the fins. So, server in white and red with third and fourth, both having waves to come as we watch this replay.
Yeah, this is a sick one by Enzo. Very critical for a stern. Then that rebound section. Still gets his inside section, brings it back to the white water, setting up for the inside, finishes it on his feet. He likes that one. He looked back.
So waiting on these scores for white. Last of red, you drop a 5.83. So let me wait for the last of white, and I will update the situation. Last of white, 7.33. White goes to first. Green goes to second. Blue, you are third. You require a 5.6. And red, you are fourth. You require a 5.2.
White waited really long for that one wave, and he chose a really good one. That one was steep, had a lot of wall, a lot of workable face, and he definitely capitalized on that wave.
All right, surfers coming up in the next heat. King Nicole, Will Dean, Kai Kushner, and Cannon Carr. You should be checked in, ready to go. You're able to paddle out in about another minute and a half as we have 6 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. That will be heat number 2 of the Live Like Zander Pro Junior presented by Diamonds International.
Yeah, I guess I could lift off some sponsors as well. You got Infra Rentals, Chickmont Foods, Carry Beer, Flow, the Zander Venezia Trust, Container Services, Garbage Master, and there's a couple more, Be Social, Creative Junction, Last Resort, DJ Red Pineapple, and the Nation News, and also Events Unusual. So there you go. That's the people that are making it happen for you guys over these last couple of days, so give it up for them. Everyone involved. It's a little bit dead after that set, so we're going to have to wait. Not sure how long, but these guys got to wait as well, too. So White's making his way past everybody. He's going to look for that same kind of wave again. Keep him in that top spot. Got Green closely behind. You guys got 4 minutes, 52 on the clock. This is when things get a little bit dicey. You got to choose your waves carefully, where you sit, how to use your priority. A lot of mind games, a lot of mind games. Here we go, replay. White, sick first turn, comes around this section, hits it off that white water section. Then he gets a bonus one on the inside after setting up this white water basher. And there you go, Enzo, and he's out. That's the wave that got him that high score. So he's in the top spot. So like I say.
All right, surfers in the next heat, you're free to paddle out. Just please stay down in the channel. White, your last wave was a 7.33. You are in first position. 3 minutes, 45 seconds remaining. Green, your last two waves, a 5.83 and a 5.23. You are in second. Blue is in third, requiring a 5.6. Priority change between white and red. So white goes to third priority, red goes to fourth.
So like I said, the guys just waiting for some waves to come.
So red on the inside. He is the current ratings leader, Tail Granny. So white, he's going to go up and out, and on the outside, blue, Rex Hennings, he's currently in that third position. Cut that first turn a little short, bangs the oncoming section and goes down as green on the outside going up vertical in the lip. Another vertical snap in the lip, so that's two vertical snaps, major maneuvers. He's going to finish this off in the rip with a third vertical snap.
That was definitely a great exchange. That's definitely going to shake things up. 1:45 on the clock. That's definitely going to create some movement in the placings of the standings here. So let's see how those waves come in.
All right, so we have waves dropping for all four surfers. As you see this replay of red on your screen. I'm waiting on scores, guys. So last of green, 8, 6, 7. Green goes to first. However, I have a wave coming for white. So last of white, 213. Last of blue, 3.6. Last of red, 2.07. Green first. White second. Blue third. Blue, you require a 6.7. And red fourth, you require a 6.3. 25 seconds remaining. Servers in the next heat, hold your positions. Servers in the next heat, hold your position. 10 seconds remaining. In 3, 2, 1.
Well, that was a flurry of action in the back end of that heat. That definitely shook some things up.
All right, so just waiting on the last of red. It's going to be insignificant. So that heat's going to close out with green first, white second. So those two servers will be moving on tomorrow into finals day.
Good luck to those boys and congrats on that heat. In the channel, they're dabbing up each other to come in ashore. So they'll be heading on to enjoy another day of relaxing. Next heat about to start.
All right, we are back to live action. Coming up in this heat in red, King Nicole. In blue, Will Dean. In white, Kai Kushner. And in green, Cannon Carr. So this is a fully stacked heat.
It is for sure. You're going to definitely want to keep your eyes on the beach for this one. These judges' eyes will be pretty glued on everything. They're going to take note of every little detail. Speed, flow, everything critical. So we got some waves coming. Who's going to be the first? Green is up, coming from deep. He's going to get on this section. Yes, he does. Setup turn here for the first. He's just going to stick with this one. Another setup turn. Is he going to get some open face to the inside? He thinks so. He's still going, just setting up. He's going to stick with this one, try to close it out. Is he going to get a tag? Little round house. He's going to get in front of it. And there he goes. He taps out and he's gone. So that's first a green. You can bring this one in, Lou.
I said, watching this replay of green, a little bit better of a rail turn on that second one. But the wave really not offering that much scoring potential till he got down to the inside. So that score is going to stay down a little bit. Didn't do any major maneuvers on the outside. Just that finishing maneuver. As we watch white live action going up in the lip, Kai Kushner.
He took that one all the way to the inside.
A little more aggression, a little more energy with that wave as we watch red. King Nickel goes out the back, so that will give priority to the surfer in blue. He is the reigning champion, Will Dean, scratching to get into this one. Tucks under the hood, comes out clean. Nice wrapping cutback. Throwing it up vertical. Getting back out onto the open face and finishing strong. Will Dean from North Carolina. So as we watch this replay, he saw it as soon as he stood up, dragged his hand, fully disappears, comes out, big rail turn, sets up the north section, and then he's looking to finish strong, pushes out the fins, So that is going to go high, sky high. Here we go. Scores dropping. 9.6 for Blue.
Wow. His fans like it more than him. I can tell you that.
110 on the board. 198 and 395s.
Yep. That's the only time I would like to be a judge because he checked all the boxes for me. And the one thing he kept his speed up, flowed through all his turns, and then finished out with a bang.
Yep, there's still plenty of scoring potential in the water. Just have to pick the right one. Waves get a little wonky sometimes, and depending on where you are on the reef. So the tide is coming in now. Low tide was at 7:30, so about 2 hours ago. High tide is coming up right around 1:30 this afternoon. So this surfing, all quarterfinal action today. We are in quarterfinal number 2 of the Live Like Zander Pro Junior in memory of Zander Venezia, presented by Diamonds International.
Coming on down, in for rentals, Chickmont Foods, Carry Beer, Flow, Zander Venezia Trust, Container Services, Garbage Master, Be Social, Creative Junction, Last Resort, DJ Right Pineapple, Nation News, and Events Unusual. Welcome all the Bathsheba locals to the beach as well. Just saw a local legend just pulled up, but he's in hiding with the other locals. Good job, Playella, holding it down. Don't see him surfing, but when the waves get up, he'll definitely be pulling in.
Green, you are currently in 3rd position. Your first wave was a 3.5. You require 8.68. White, you are currently in 2nd. Your first wave was a 4.17. So priority red, green, white. Blue, your score was a 9.6. 9.6 blue. All right, we're going to send it down to Amaya. She's standing by with Cole Stoyanov. He was the winner of the last heat. Take it away, Amaya.
And we're here at the glass with Cole Stoyanov from Virginia Beach, who just won heat number 1 in these quarterfinals of the Live Like Zander Junior Pro presented by Diamonds International. So, found a little diamond in the rough over there?
Yeah, I'm so stoked right now. That wave just came, and I was like, oh my gosh, it's going to be a gym. So, super blessed.
Solid 8-point ride over there. What can you ask more to start the weekend? You know, finals day tomorrow. Are you excited? Best result so far in the juniors, right?
Yeah, my first finals day tomorrow, so super excited for that. Been definitely working hard to get here, so yeah.
Well, super stoked for you. It's showing you're working really hard for sure, and you deserve it. You know, congratulations. And you want to say a little something, friends and family, hopefully watching you right now?
Yeah. Shout out to my mom and dad for always supporting me. I know they're definitely watching right now, and my whole family at home. There's a bunch of little groms on the TV watching probably. And thanks to all my sponsors and everybody. And my huge support crowd over here always helping me out. Yeah. And Daniel Parrish, he's probably watching. And Morgan, and yeah.
Great, congratulations once again, and good luck on to the next round, man. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
All right, congratulations, Coz. Good luck tomorrow. So this last of blue, 3.67. So blue is in first, white is in second, green is in third, requiring a 1.6 as we watch red. King Nickel, he's gonna roll in. Nice little top turn. Floats the section. Plenty of speed out onto the open face. Wrapping cutback, eyeing up this inside. And he goes out the back. So 17 minutes, 10 seconds remaining. Coming up in the next heat, you're going to see Lucas Cassidy, Victor Camarina, Luke Weiler, and Ryan Parkinson as we watch this replay.
That was a good one.
All right, last of red, 457 red, 4.57. You are in third. You require a .60.
Wave's definitely looking a little different. Check this one out.
So green, Cannon Carr using his priority, going up vertical in the lip. Coming out onto the open face. Waiting for this wave to reform and stand up for him. Throws it up, finishing strong. He is currently in that fourth position, but he doesn't need a big requirement.
That one would definitely change for him too. So that's going to move him up maybe. I'm not too sure. I'm not a judge. But he tried his best. But Lou, I definitely think the way face has changed a bit. It's looking a little bit more soupy, more chances of barrels, I think. But those open face turns as well. So like you said, if you sit in the right spot, you wait long enough, you're going to definitely get your opportunity to put some good scores up.
All right, last of green, 6.33 green, 6.33. You go to second. White, you drop to third. White, you require a 5.6. And red, your last wave was a 4.57. You are in fourth. You require a 5.27.
Those scores are definitely achievable today. What the kind of waves that we have in front of us right now, definitely needed. So Green is going to make his way back out. Try to sit on these guys, wait for another wave to come in and try to up the score. Here we go, replay. Blue, this is the barrel. He pulls in, shoots out, exit section. Big round holster, sets up for this inside, bangs that whitewater section, holds on, good core, and then finishes on his feet. He likes that one.
Yeah, Paul, that was a full, complete wave. He held nothing back. Every single turn was a major maneuver.
That's why he got that score, because he checked all the boxes.
Yep, pushed every maneuver to the limit. So even after he came out of the barrel, he was still surfing that wave strong. He is the reigning Live Like Zander champion, taking the win last year.
It's funny because I think sometimes these guys see the wave and then they say, hey, this looks like a 9.
Currently sitting in that third spot on the rankings in junior.
I know these athletes put in a lot of training, a lot of dedication. And not just surfing, they're doing mental training, physical training. They're on their feet. So give it up for these boys. And then coming to surf suit board and having to surf multiple heats during the day, it could take a lot on you. So out the back, these boys are just playing dodgeball. Suit boarders just testing their skills of how good you can duck dive. I think White just got a little bit pushed back on that set. He's trying to get in front.
So green, Cannon Carr rolling into this one. So he is currently in that second position.
Not really a safe space to be in still. It's a good spot, but if all these guys are surfing, it could be anybody's game. And that one just missing everybody. Everybody just kind of a little bit out. Well, like today, you know, you just got to find your spot. Maybe put a landmark. But these boys got it under control. That's why they're in the water and I'm here. You know, sometimes it's easy to say, hey, he could have done that or he could have done this, but so much going on in the water. Every little second counts. So these boys got 11:24 on the clock. Still a bit of time to get the job done. And everybody wants to go home with the title today. Well, tomorrow. But you got to get through today. Good waves on top. You're going to get good waves into the afternoon and then waves tomorrow as well. I think for every competitor that came this year, they got waves every day, whether it's on the east, the west, or the south. So you guys got it really, really good. And then hear of any injuries, no one got hurt. Maybe some feelings, but that's okay. So this one is a little bit slow, Lou.
Yeah, just has that little bit of a rip running down through the lineup again.
So
Still
these
plenty
boys
of
gonna
time,
sit
10
it out.
minutes, 15 seconds remaining. Green, you're in second. You have a 3 and a 6.3. You have a 3.5 and a 6.3. White third, white requires that 5.6. Green, if you want to go to first, you need a 6.9.
Yep, these boys need as much information as fast as possible. It could definitely help their thought process of what they need to do, what kind of surfing they need to do. And they got to try to impress the judges as much as possible. But these judges are solid. No bias. Just let your surfing do the talking. So coming on this back end is definitely a little bit slow. We had a flurry in the beginning of the heat. We got that high scoring wave from Enzo, but everything's gone a little bit slow. Just playing cat and mouse. They're like left and right. Maybe the next heat will have a flurry of waves in the beginning, or maybe all through the heat. We're just going to wait and see if anything is going to come in the next 8:53. Priority sitting with white, blue, red, green. So again, thanks to all the organizers, everybody involved, beach cleanup, whatever it is. You guys doing a good job. Takes a lot of work, you know. So here we go. Seeing some waves in the back. Still no takers. I think after white first wave, these boys definitely know what kind of wave they need to get on because they know they need a good high score, so the wave has to have that potential.
So blue's going to take off on this one. Looking to put a backup score on the board. A massive first wave of a 9.6. In fine form, Will Dean. So he is the current heat leader. He's going to extend his lead with that effort as we watch the replay. Smaller wave, but stays busy on it. Executing those top turns right in the critical spot. And finishing strong. White is up and right, and that's his first turn. This is Kai Kushner. A little bit of a check turn. Eyeing up this last section. going up vertical and cannot right out of it. So he just pushed the board out the back of the wave. So we got a couple of scores to drop. So one for blue, one for white. Last of white, 3-7-3. So white, you are still requiring that 5.6.
Here we go. Here's a replay. Set up turn. Nice off the top. Just getting stuck here a little bit in the white water. He's just making his way in the inside and just tags it. He's going to make his way back out. 6:10 on the clock. Here we go. Red is up and riding. Set up turn back to the white water. A little bit of open face. Clocks that first section. Gets another tag here, a little bit held up, but he's going to try to make his way back out because it doesn't really reform on the inside. So he was on a good score.
So green, cannon car, throwing up the straight air and not being able to ride out of it. So last of blue, 4-6-7. Last of white, 3-7-3. Last of green, 1.0. So blue first, green second. Red third. Red, you require a 5.2. White, you are fourth. You require a 5.6.
So is it right to say Will is from North Carolina, right? I think he is. So if he's from North Carolina.
Blue, yeah. Will Dean.
Big shout out to all those boys in NC. Surf City. Wrightsville Beach boys. Ben Bourgeois. So give it up. Big shout out to those boys. Harry P, you know what is up. So again, welcome all you local boys on the front. Hope you boys having a good day watching all the action.
Green, you are currently in second. To go to first, you need a 7.95.
So that's your update. Next heat is about to paddle out. Here we go. 3:52 on the clock. These boys trying to get the last shot.
All right, blue. He is the heat leader, Will Dean. Big slashing down carve. Nice wrapping cut back. Vertical top turn. Another wrapping cut back. He is in form, this youngster, Will Dean. He is currently sitting number 3 on the rankings. He liked that one.
Yeah, he definitely liked that one. He gave a fist pump and all. Yeah, he's definitely on. Really good style. Maybe that's from all the beach breaks these boys get up there. One thing that's kind of missing in Barbados, we got a few beach breaks, but so here we go. So replay. First turn is amazing. Comes over this section, setup turn. He's gonna make his way to the inside. Eyeballs this section, good off the lip. Wrong host all the way back to the white water. He said, I still want some more. Let's take it all the way inside. Let's see what the inside after all a bunch of setup turns, and then he just kicks out with a fist pump. Back to live action.
All right, last of blue, 6-8-3. So blue, you have the field comboed. Green, you are second. Red is third, requiring a 5.2, and white is fourth, requiring a 5.6. 2 minutes, 10 seconds remaining. Priority order, green, red, white. So white, looking at that left, hoping for an air section.
He might have put himself in a position for some licks. On a bigger day, that's definitely not something you want to do. Go left and then cut short.
I never go left out here. Every time I go left, I get smashed. I don't care. It could be 3 feet. If I go left, the biggest set of the day is going to come in.
That's the price you pay.
Yeah.
I remember hearing Buju see the set coming and say, "Oh, Lord, the sweeper coming." And you know what I was? A beating. Searching for urchin, as they would say, too.
So 1 minute, 15 seconds remaining.
Yep, these boys are going to look to close it out, but Blue seems to be in a definitely commanding lead. But he's still trying to make his way back out. Maybe he just wants a victory lap. But that's just the competitive side of these boys.
All right, just coming up on that 30-second mark. A surfer in red and white searching for something. They are currently sitting in that second and third priority order. With 20 seconds remaining, they may get another opportunity, might not get here in time. 10 seconds. Gonna count this one in 5, 4, and 2, 1. So surfers in the next heat. Please stand by, we are on a quick hold. So rounding out the top 2, surfer in blue taking the win, moving on into the semifinals, and going with him will be the surfer in green, Cannon Carr. So they will be surfing again tomorrow. All right, counting this one in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Be Social, Creative Junction, Last Resort. Don't forget the DJ Red Pineapple, Nation News and Events Unusual.
All right, we are back to live action coming up in this heat. In red, Lucas Cassidy. In blue, Victor Camarina. In white, Luke Weiler. And in green, Ryan Parkinson.
This is definitely a stock heat as well. These boys aren't going to be playing. They might be friends on the sand, but in the water's a different story. That's where the competitive side takes over. But I guarantee after that last horn blows, they'll be back to normal. So waves just slipping on in on the inside. These guys are going to sit it out, and they watched the waves from the last heat, so they're going to try to see if they can catch something just like the 9. Give it up for Will Dean. Again, welcome everybody to the beach. It's a nice sunny day. Loads of action going on all throughout the day. A lot of food, entertainment. We're going to give you an update on some entertainment that's going to be going on later on the main stage. Just going to keep you a little bit surprised for now, but you probably know what's up. It's going to be a kind of a reggae kind of vibe. Get Irie. Wow, look at this wave, Lou. Is he going to go? Wow, he airdrops. Kind of missed the bar, but look what he gets here. Is he going to hold on? Wow, good core. Red is up. A little bit of white water charter. Navigates that first section with a turn straight up. Little bonus. He's going to pull out. He's going to try to get out before green.
Well, that wave of green, he could have been so pitted. He thought about it for a second. Look how long that barrel stayed open.
So I guess he writes for Barrel Dodgers. New company. Looking for sponsors. So here's Red's replay. He's just going to decide to pull out and, like I said, head right back out. So, yeah, seeing a little bit of waves open up. A little bit of local knowledge is going to help you to navigate in and out of that barrel. But, hey, you got a lot of time to practice.
All right, so waiting for a score for red and green. So the score is starting to trickle in for both surfers. Last of red, 3.5. Last of green, 4.0. 21 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. So this is quarterfinal number 3 of the Live Like Zander Junior Men, Pro Junior, presented by Diamonds International. Coming up next, Logan Rad, Laird Lavick, Ellie Temperi, and Warren Povey.
Yep. Local boy in that next heat is going to try to keep the flag alive and well. So if you're locally on the beach, let him hear it. Here we go. Blue is up. Little check turn, the first setting up. Got a good face here, bangs it off the top. Trying a little bit of white water. A lot of setup turns, a little white water chatter in front. He's going to tap out on this one, brings it all the way to the inside. There he goes. And he's out. Sweet. So we're going to cut to the interview, go to the glass with Amaya.
I'm finally here at the glass with Will Dean, our defending champ in this Live Like Zander Junior Pro presented by Diamonds International. So please, let me hear, where did you find this barrel over there?
Yeah, I don't know. It didn't seem like there was that many out there. I actually got one in my free surf this morning. I'm kind of surprised. And then everyone went on the first couple waves, and that wave came right to me. And yeah, I'm so stoked for sure.
I mean, that was so sick. It came out of nowhere. Everything is crumbling. And obviously, Subal is really delivering for you because you said you caught one on your free serve. So congratulations on to the next round. Sami, so how are we going to get ready for tomorrow?
Yeah, I actually been sick the last couple of days, so I'll just rest the rest of the day, drink a lot of water, and reset, even though I had a good heat. And yeah, just do the same thing tomorrow.
Well, hopefully you feel better, and maybe 2 9s tomorrow. That will be sick.
Save that for the final, yeah.
She. All right, thank you so much. Congratulations. You want to say something for the rest of the family and friends who are not here watching you, but maybe watching you from home?
Yeah, of course. Thank you to my parents and all my sponsors and all my family and friends watching back home on the East Coast. And yeah, so thank you.
You get it. Thank you so much. Good luck.
All right, we're back to live action. So we're waiting on 2 big scores to drop. Lucas Cassidy and Luke Weiler, both having 2 good waves. As we watch this replay of white, Luke Weiler throwing up the first turn, eyeing up the north section. Nice little lip line re-entry. And some air under his board, and then he finishes strong on the inside. And then this is the red as he comes off the bottom and goes right up in the power source and backs it up with another major maneuver. And he goes down, but let me tell you, all the work was done in those 2 turns. So last of red, 7.0. Last of white, 7.27. So red first, white second, blue is third. You require a 2.2. And green is fourth. You require a 3.2. 17 minutes, 30 seconds remaining.
That was definitely one of the better exchanges of the morning. Both waves were fierce. I don't know if they said something to each other, but scores coming in pretty close. But yeah, everything there was really tight in the pocket for both waves. So
Yeah, they were both bigger waves as well, so judges took that into consideration along those score lines. So with 17 minutes remaining, servers in the next heat should be checked in and ready to go.
those boys are seeing.
Blue, your last wave was a 5.0. You are in third position. You require a 2.2. 16 minutes, 40 seconds remaining.
So again, like I said, these boys need as much information as possible to keep them in the loop of things. They can probably sit on somebody, line up a bigger wave. You know, they just know they got to go for it in the end. So no holds barred sometimes. And in these rounds, you got to go for the gusto. Definitely can't hold back. So if there's an opportunity, you got to take it. So red is up, a little bit late, a little bit soft range, but he goes straight up vertical. Comes around the roundhouse, back to the white water. Is he going to get a bonus section on the inside? Yes, he does, and he sends it straight up and down. And that's it. Red's out the back. Good wave by Red. Morning time, if you got a replay from Red again, straight up vertical, like Bodie was said, 12 o'clock. Sets up this turn in the white water, and then he gets a bonus section just on the inside. Close that one out. He likes it. Back to live action. Blue is up. Smaller wave on the inside, setup turn. He gets a rebound section off the white water, smacks that one pretty hard. Good core to come out of one on his feet, so he's going to like that as well.
All right, so waiting for Red as we watch this replay of Blue. Little wrapping cut back as we cut to live action. This is Green, Ryan Parkinson from Puerto Rico, and he goes up and out the back as White getting in the mix. So he's going to kick out and hold on to first priority as Red and Green battling for that second priority. So last of Red coming in at 5.83 as we cut back to this replay of Blue. So hits that oncoming section, stays low and gets out in front of that white water to complete that maneuver. So waiting on scores for Green, Blue, and White. So last of Red, 5.83. Last of Blue, 6.90. Last of Green and White are not going to factor in. So Red first, Blue second, White third, and Green fourth. White, you require a 4.6, and Green, you require a 1.4. 13 minutes, 30 seconds remaining.
So this heat has definitely been pretty exciting so far. A lot of good exchanges. Utilizing every part of the wave to score or put a point further toward the end game. So they're going to make the wave back out, hope they get another opportunity, which I think because they have a lot of time. You got 13 minutes on the clock. And you can see some waves out the back. A lot of white water moving. That's the broom. That's going to sweep all the dust under the rug. As you can see, all these boys doing is just testing their lungs as another broom comes through. That's just going to clean up everything, hopefully.
Green, your priority has been suspended.
All right, Lou, for some of us that doesn't know what that means, could you explain what it means that blue is suspended?
Okay, priority order, white, red, green, blue. White, red, green, blue. 11 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. White, you are currently in third position. You require a 4.6. Green, you are in fourth position. You require a 7.9.
So all achievable scores just depend on that one wave. That one wave could definitely make a big difference. The ocean has gone silent after that set came through and just swept it. So these boys can just recalibrate, play cat and mouse with green. It's like follow the leader here sometimes. And what happens is one person will go deep and his friend will go the other direction and they will split the peak. But today there's no split peaks. So coming up on 10:53, priority sits with white, red, green, blue. Lots of time on the back end of this heat. A lot of waves gonna come still. Like I said, the boys are just going left and right, trying to put themselves in the right position for that next set to come through. Here we go. No takers. Just a smaller inside one. The entire wave just broke all the way across, so they didn't see any opportunity on that one to go, so they left it. Want to welcome in Simon Coles to the booth. He's going to be in shortly. Dragon Slayer. Want to welcome all the spectators today. Look at this wave coming all the way from High Rock, all the way across. That would have been a good one if someone was sitting really high up in the point. So again, you guys, 9:22 on the clock, guys. Still a lot of time. A lot of opportunity out there today. So these boys playing definitely cat and mouse for sure. No one wants to make a bad decision, lose priority. Welcome all visitors, all the locals. Welcome to sunny Bathsheba Soup Bowl. One of the best places to be, at least for me. You look left and right, you got a lot of scenery. And this place seems to be like how it was from the beginning, with just a few buildings.
Red, you are currently in first position. You have a 7 and a 5.8. Blue is in second position. Blue requires a 5.9 to regain the lead. As we're watching white, surfer currently in third position. Coming out onto the open face. Slashing top turn. Slashes it again. Two major maneuvers. Going up vertical for the finishing move. So that is your surfer in white, Luke Weiler. He is currently in third position. He's sitting on a 7.2 and just a 0.5, so this score will definitely go in his score line. Only requires a small score.
Yep, that's definitely going to shake things around. Let's see if it helps his campaign solidify his spot. Just waiting for scores to come in.
So Green up and right, and Ryan Parkinson banging it vertical. A little bit of a smaller wave, but he is going to get busy on this inside. Going up, pushing out the fins, and riding out cleanly. And Blue, he's going to get in the mix. He's trying to answer back. Little lip line floater, and he goes down. So that's going to be a small and insignificant number. He is sitting on a 5 and a 6.9.
But that wave looked really, really good, Lou. He was on to a good score.
So we watch this of White as he comes around the first section. Nice slashing turn and hits the oncoming north section. Is waiting for this reform and finishes it strong. So waiting for that score of White and also one for Green as we watch this replay of Green. A smaller wave, but critical top turn there. Not really managing to hang on to all of that rhythm, but does push out the fins and rides out with control. So Red, I'm waiting for scores. So last of White, 6.8. White goes to first. Last of Green, 4.33. So White first, Red second. Red, you require a 7.0 to go to first. Blue is third. Blue, you require a 5.9. And Green, you are fourth. You require an 8.5. 4 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. 4 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. You are in second. Blue is in third. Blue requires a 5.9.
And that's the situation, guys. Back end in the heat is where it all starts to get pretty dicey. And they're seeing a flurry of waves coming in. Let's see if these boys can read this and get out to it. This one is coming all the way from High Rock. Look at that beast. And she falls over on herself. Look at this one. Imagine on the bigger, cleaner days, that wave comes all the way through from High Rock and would still be breaking. You guys got 3:35 on the clock. Next heat is on their way out. These guys are going to paddle out and just kind of sit on his shoulder. Yeah, they're good. And look to the left, you see some waves coming in at the monster slab. So if you want to test your skills and do a big air revo, that's where you go. I think just the other day somebody posted a highlight reel. Look at this one on the inside. I think the inside waves of the last couple of days were the ones that were definitely showing more shit. More technical.
All right, Green giving this one a look.
He was in fourth priority. I don't know why he didn't go. Nobody else could have caught that.
Yeah. That's a little mistake on his part.
Priority order is red, white, green, blue. Red, white, green, blue.
So there you go. Just inside 2 minutes. So that's your 2-minute mark. Again, this one it gets dicey. Cat and mouse begins right now. Still a lot of water moving when these sets come through, so that's going to be a good sign for later. Tide still needs to go low. Maybe the wind just chills a little bit during the middle of the day. And then we straight goes in the afternoon. And look at High Rock one more time. The wave just swinging really, really wide. Maybe that's what Green is seeing. And here it comes again. So is Green going to pull the trigger here, Lou? No, he leaves it.
All right, next heat. Next heat, hold your positions. Thank you.
Inside a minute, 53.
$43 seconds.
And counting. Doesn't look promising, but hey, I'm not in the water. She got 22 seconds.
Next heat, hold your positions. 15 seconds. Gonna count this one in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So that ends this quarterfinal heat number 3. Servers in the next heat, hold your positions. We are on a short hold. Moving on into the finals day will be white, Luke Weiler, and red, Lucas Cassidy. So surfer in white and red advancing into tomorrow's
Red, wanna hear about this new super feed stain?
From the fields where hard work meets hope. Born from the heartbeat of every farmer. Forged in dedication, strengthened by purpose, and fueled by the power of superior nutrition. It's a bird! It's a grain! No! It's super feed! Superior.
While we were on that short commercial break, Warren Povey from Barbados catching a wave as we were watching blue going up into the lip. This is Laird Lavick. Also coming up in this heat in red, Logan Rad. In blue, Laird Lavick. In white, Ellie Temperi. And in green, Warren Povey. All right, so a couple scores dropping in. So first of green, 5-3-3. First of red, 0.3. So just wait on this last of blue. Blue, last of blue, 3.5. So green getting the better of this exchange as we bring this replay to you. So this first turn, he goes up in the lip, completes the maneuver, waiting on the reform. He's going to get a little busy and working it to the inside, and then he just manages this finishing maneuver, pushes out the fins, and he's going to feel good about that, putting down a 5.33. So that is the single highest wave so far of the heat. As we watch blue, that effort earning him a 3.5. So pretty much just a quick turn and then a kick out. So priority is going to line up with white first, red second.
So local boy Warren Povey, he's sitting in first place. At least for now. And bring it up. And second is blue. But that's only a few minutes into this first heat, so a lot of surfing to be done. A lot of waves to be ridden. A lot of things to think about. A little bit of CMOS coming in to watch the action here today. They heard international surfers were going to be ripping it up. It's a little bit of annoyance, but hey, that's nature these days. It's been around for a while and it's all through the Caribbean, but it's not stopping waves from coming. No matter what, we still got blue ocean, clear waters, and a healthy dose of sunshine. So while you're here, take as much in, because some places are really cold right now. We feel your pain, but we surf your waves. So that's how it goes. So Lou, how did the kids surf this morning? They kind of missed those heats.
It was really good. The waves were lining up nice for them. And we'll see them coming up tomorrow, finals day as well. So some good surfing going down. So this is the fourth and final heat of this Live Like Zander Pro Junior. Coming up next, we're going to be going into the junior women's. So we're going to be seeing Linnea Mons, Peter Kenworthy, Talia Swindell, and Avery McDonald. Now that will be quarterfinal number 1 coming up in about 20 minutes.
I missed a couple girls' heat. Did Leilani make it in any heats, or is she gone? I think she's gone, he said.
I will have to check the draw.
She usually comes here and she does pretty good. She's been coming for a long time.
Yeah, very long time.
Her and her brother, remember her and her brother being here at one trip? That was really, really good.
Yeah, no, she's out.
Yeah, unfortunately, she's going to have to sit and cheer for her friends, but
so White up and right in Eli. Temperi out onto the open face, going up vertical. And blue having a big top turn, series of major maneuvers on the outside. That's Laird Lavick.
yeah, that first turn was definitely explosive. Little drop wallet S turn. A lot of core strength for those moves. So here we go, replay on, bangs that first turn, navigates through the white water, comes on this section straight up, little drift tail. Sets to this inside section, just a check turn into the white water. Gets hung up a little bit and he pulls out.
This is the wave here though, Paul, right up in that pocket. And he comes around the section. Another wrapping cutback. Looking to finish this off strong. So we got 2 decent scores
to drop one blue and white. All right, so while we wait on those scores, we're going to send it down to Amaya. She's standing by with Luke Weiler. He was the winner of the last heat. Take it away, Amaya.
I'm standing here with Luke Weiler from San Clemente, who won the third quarterfinals here at the Live Like Zander Junior Pro. So, tell me more. How are the waves over there?
Yeah, the waves were a little bit all over the place, but there's a couple nice waves every heat. So I just put in the time watching and identified the waves I want to go on, and yeah, they came to me, so everything worked out. So I'm stoked to be back here on the mic.
Yeah, for sure. You opened up with a solid 7, and then kind of played patient and got your back up towards the end of the heat. Did you feel a little stressed waiting for the second wave?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, there's always you always want to get your 2 scores as quick as you can. You don't want to leave it down to the last minute or whatever. But I trust my surfing, and I knew it was probably smarter since I had gone up in the rotation and priority. So I had first prio. So I was like, it's a long heat, 25 minutes. So it'll probably be another wave. So yeah, I think you got it worked out.
Well, it all lined up for you. The Super Bowl delivered, and on to the next round. Excited for the semis. Best result for you so far in this contest, right?
Yeah, I've been coming here for a couple years now, and I don't know. I feel like I'm just starting to learn the wave. It's a great wave, but if you know how to surf it, so yeah, I'm just glad it's paying off, and I'm able to make a couple heats. So I'm excited for tomorrow.
Yay! Excited for tomorrow. Congratulations once again. You want to say a little something, friends and family, besides Big Hammer right there?
Of course, shout out Big 20 Hammer. Shout out Matt Myers and the whole crew, and mom, dad, sister, grandparents. Love all you guys.
All right, thank you so much, and good luck onto the next round, man.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, that was Luke Weiler. Congratulations and good luck tomorrow. So while we were on that break, we had the surfer in blue drop an 817. So blue, you go to first. Green, you remain in second. Last of white was a 5.0. You are in third. You require a 0.34. And red, you are fourth. Your last was a 4.73. You require a 0.61. 15 minutes, 45 seconds remaining.
Yeah, seeing a lot of lower scores needed. So I guess these boys just need to get another backup wave, and that whole situation would change, make things a little bit topsy-turvy. But that's the nature of this game. It's like playing chess. Chess is a very technical game. But today is all gladiatorship, so you're battling the tide, the elements, the wind, and just trying to do your best. Local boy, Warren Povey out there still repping the blue, yellow, blue. I know his fans are in the tents just waiting to see what happens after this. And that one slides on through. A little bit of a weird angle.
Priority order, green, blue, red, white. So white and fourth priority for white as we watch this replay of blue. This is the 817. Well-deserved score. 2 major maneuvers on the outside and a strong finish. So that puts him in first position. He's followed closely by local boy Warren Povey. Green sitting with priority on the outside. He's followed by blue, red, and white.
Yeah, blue definitely ripped that one apart. White definitely deciding to go a little bit deeper. I think he saw a few of those bombs coming from high rock. Let's see if he's onto something. He might have been listening to me. Not sure if that's a good thing. But he decides to separate himself from the pack. So 13 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, Paul, that's a good strategy, kind of moving away from the pack. He's sitting with fourth priority, just needing a really small score. But the further away he goes, he puts himself into his own priority. He could surf that wave from there all the way to where the surfers are right now. And once he doesn't interfere with the other scoring potential, he will get scored on that wave.
Yeah.
As we watched Green, he's gonna roll in on this one. He has priority. And here we go, Green up and riding. Out onto the open face. Little wrapping cut back. He's gonna stick with it. It's gonna give him some more on the inside. That's a good wave he picked, so he's working it, lining up that end section. Throws it up, he's gonna get one more maneuver, throws up the second one, and he's gonna go out the back. As we watch White, he's up and riding under everyone's priority, throwing up the first turn, pushing out the fins. A little wrapping cut back. And Blue, he is the heat leader as he comes up and riding, going up vertical. Lip line reentry on that north section. The wave's gonna run away from him and he goes down.
I definitely like the combination of from Blue just now. That was pretty quick. Straight up in the first turn and then straight into the nether. So that was pretty sick.
As we watch this replay of Blue, just going up vertical and hitting that north section oncoming. So that's a good backup score for him. He's currently sitting on that 817 and just a small 3.5. So that will definitely go into his score line. So waiting on Blue, Green, and White. So that leaves Logan Rad on the outside, holding priority as we watch this last of Green. So first turn, nice turn, right in the pocket. Sticking with this one, waiting for it to reform. And then just gets two turns on the inside. So Red up and riding, and he goes up and out the back.
That's quite unfortunate for Red, so no scoring opportunity on that wave. He's going to make his way back out. Should get himself in a good priority position at least. That might be an antic to use later on somebody from catching a better wave or maybe having a lower score. So that's how it goes. That's the tactics that goes on out here. A lot of mind games sometimes. So we're coming up on 9:45.
So last of Green, 367. Last of White, 4.53. So White goes to second. Green drops to third. Red, you are in fourth. So Green, you require a 4.2. And Red, you require a 4.8. So Blue is in first and has a wave coming. And it's going to be a 7.9. So Blue first, White second, Green third, Green needing a 4.2, and Red fourth needing a 4.8. 8 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. Blue, your last wave is a 7.9. You have the field comboed.
So Lou, that was pretty smart for White. He paddled all the way into the point. Kind of got a wave on the inside. Got a backup score and went straight back out. And I think he's into priority right now. So that was a very smart move by White. And he's going to sit on those guys for a while, just use that priority to his advantage. So like I said, something is all about using strategies and then use your surfing. A lot of coaching goes on in surfing these days. Before, there weren't any coaches in skateboarding or surfing, but now with the Olympics and other high-level events, you know, you kind of got to have your head on.
We watched this 7.9 of blue. So 2 major maneuvers coming in just under an excellent range, but he does have the field combo sitting with a 16.072 wave heat total with 7 minutes and 35 seconds remaining.
I think the girls are getting ready for their heat. That's going to be pretty exciting as well. They're ready to hit the water.
All right, coming up in the next heat, Linnea Mons, Petta Kenworthy, Talia Swindell, she is the reigning champion, and Avery McDonald. You ladies are able to paddle out in just about 2 minutes.
Look at this one sneaking in on the inside.
Priority changed. Blue goes to third, blue goes to third, green drops to fourth. So priority order, white, red, blue, green.
There you have it.
So white up and riding, going up in the lip. Eli Tempiri, he is currently ranked number 2 on the North America rankings as we're watching Logan Rad going up vertical for a second time. Maximizing that scoring potential, so that's 2 major maneuvers on the outside, finishing strong. He is currently in 4th position, but surfer in white also with an effort. Here we go, this is white. Throwing up a big first turn and then just chucking it back up into the lip. So the first turn was definitely the strongest maneuver as we watch red coming hard off the bottom and going right up in that lip and going straight into another bottom turn and straight back up vertical. He knows he's got those 2 maneuvers on the outside and he wants to finish strong. So he likes that one. So we'll see who got the better of the exchange between red and white. 1 in 2nd, 1 in 4th. So with 5 minutes remaining, so ladies, you can paddle out.
Yeah, Lou Logan sat for a long time and waited for that wave, and it definitely worked out for him.
So last of white, 7.0. So waiting on red.
So some good scores coming in there just now with a 7. High 7. He checked all the boxes, or some of them. So we're just waiting for scores to come in for Logan. He'll be pretty excited.
So still working on this last of red. All right, last of red, 693. So red goes to third. Red, you require a 5.08. Green, you are 4th. You require a 6.68. 3 minutes, 30 seconds remaining.
It's a well-deserved score for red. He moves from 4th to 3rd. So he's going to hustle. Maybe try to find a little bucket gem. Might make someone upset in those last minutes, dying seconds in the back. At this point in time, it's anybody's game. Just got the girls heading out for their heat. They're probably pretty excited to get in the water, just watching the boys all morning. They've been pretty explosive as well, too. Girls just matching the power of the boys.
So White up and right, and Ellie, big vertical turn, tons of speed. He was going so fast with all that white water on the face.
He might have needed to slow down just a little bit, Lou. A little bit too fast.
I almost. So you watch this replay. Really hammers his first turn. And he was going so fast, it didn't do it justice on that replay, but he was traveling. Red, you are in third position. You require a 5.08. Your last score coming in at a 6.93. 6.93 on your last wave. You require a 5.08. You are in third. 1 minute, 30 seconds remaining.
It's getting dicey on the back end. Time is the essence. Last opportunities. This is where it counts.
All right, Red, he's going to roll the dice with 1 minute, 17 seconds remaining. So he goes up and out the back.
Just under a minute, guys. Time is counting away. Last opportunities. Priority with blue.
So blue's going to leave it for green. Green is up and right, and Warren Povey going up vertical into the lip, and he can't hang on to the finish, and he goes down. So with 30 seconds remaining, White is next heat. Hold your positions, ladies. Thank you. Ladies, hold your positions.
Blue's up. Little check turn. Sticking with the white water. Open fist. Good turn there. He's trying to bounce around. Red is up on his backhand.
All right, and 3, 2, 1. So
That's it.
Red is up and riding. This wave will count. He is requiring a score. All right, ladies, in the next heat, please stand by. We are on a short hold. We have 2 waves to score. So current situation, blue first, white second. However, red has a wave to drop. So we're going to work on the last of red and the last of blue. But blue's not really going to matter. He is safe. He is in first right now. So last of blue, 3.3, so that does not factor in. So working on the last of red, this is a real important score.
Judges just having to deliberate here, so give us some time.
So Logan currently in that third position. Judges working on this last score.
This is a nail biter.
All right, last of red. Score drops in. Requires a 5.08. Drops a 4.6. Not enough. So closing out the heat. Blue first, white second. Red third, green fourth. So ladies in the next heat. All right, counting this one in, 10 seconds. And 3, 2, 1. Okay, we are back to live action. Coming up in this heat, in the red jersey, Linnea Mons. In blue, Peter Kenworthy. In white, Talia Swindell. And in green, Avery McDonald. We are in the Live Like Zander Pro Junior Women's. As we watch blue up and right, and Peter Kenworthy out onto the open face. She's got a nice wave ahead of her. Still working it. Coming out hard, going up in the pocket. A little bit more aggression in that last turn. As she finishes strong, but she's not done yet. Working it all the way to the rip. So she draws first blood in this quarterfinal number 1.
Yeah, that was definitely a good first wave for blue. She's definitely going to keep that in her back pocket. But she's still got some work to do. These girls on the outside. Here comes the replay. Comes off that backhand straight up. Another good turn all the way back to the white water. She's going to navigate the inside here. Gets another good check turn. She's just dealing with some white water chatter here. Another backhand turn, and she's going to get another bonus section here. There she goes, blows the tail on that one. And she's still going, oh, wow, on another turn. And another one. Is she going to get another one? No, she pulls out. So that's a good ride for blue.
As we watch on the outside, Talia Swindell. Wave going to bend off out to sea. She's going to kick out as we watch red. Linnea Mons coming out onto the open face. All right, we have a little break in the action. We're going to send it down to Laird Lavick. He's standing by with Amaya. Take it away, Amaya.
Standing here with Laird Lavick from the San Clemente crew, who just qualified to the semifinals in the Live Like Zander Junior Pro presented by Diamonds International. So, how is it going?
Oh, it's going pretty great. Yeah, I just got a couple of fun waves, and yeah, I'm having a great time out here.
Yeah, you had a pretty decent heat total. I mean, you look quite comfortable over there, and those conditions are a little challenging. So, what was your strategy for this one?
Honestly, like, I didn't really have like a real strategy. I was just kind of going out there and trying to find good waves, and usually when you get the good waves, you do pretty good. So I chipped into a couple, like, kind of like they missed the outside and like had a good inside. So I got a couple of steep sections and I was able to get a couple good scores.
Couple of good scores, that's all you need to get on to finals day. Best result for you so far on the juniors. Congratulations, you must be so stoked, right?
Yeah, I'm really excited. really just like to be here and competing, and yeah, I'm stoked to make it through.
Stoked to make it through. I'm sure friends and family back at home watching must be really stoked for you as well. You want to shout out to them too?
Of course. Shout out to my mom, my dad, my brother. He's on the plane right now, headed home. Shout out Big 20 Hammer right here, coaching me through the event. He's just the guy. And yeah, just everyone, all my friends and family at home, and stoked that you guys get to watch this.
Sweet. Congratulations once again. Good luck onto the next round. And I mean, semis, and get your 20.
There you have it. Winner from the last heat as we cut back to live action out in the water. Sunny Soup Bowl Bathsheba. Enough respect to the locals of Bathsheba for holding it down, giving these guys an opportunity to surf here. Here we go, a replay. First turn. She sets up this inside section. She cuts it back around. And she cuts out back to live action.
All right, back to live action. There was a quick ride there by White. Priority change. Priority sits for surfer in green.
All right, priority order, green, blue, red, white. "19 minutes, 45 seconds remaining."
Still a lot of time.
So White up and riding. Talia Swindell going up vertical. Oh, and she can't hang on, so she goes down. So the top scorer is the young surfer in blue, Peter Kenworthy.
Here we go, replay. White comes off the bottom here, bangs that turn.
Blue, your first wave was a 4.83. You are currently in first. I have a wave coming for White. She is in second position. Red is in third. Red at the, green is in fourth. As soon as White's score drops, I will update the situation.
A lot of ocean moving. But it's just a little bit calm right now. Still a lot of wind on the water, but like I said, once you get a good wave, it doesn't really affect the conditions of the surface.
All right, last of White, 4.27. White, you go to first. Blue, you drop to second. Blue, to retake the lead, you need a 1.4. Red, you are third. You have a 3.5. You require a 1.3. And green, you are fourth. You require a 4.84. Priority order, green, blue, red, white. All right, coming up in the next heat, Velamative, Marlon Glaub, Reed Von Wagner, and Alana Lopez. You ladies should be checking in. You have 17 minutes remaining. White up and riding. Talia Swindell, she's the current heat leader. Sticking with this one. Banging that final maneuver. As we watch this replay of white. All right, last of white, 5.5. As we watch blue.
That was blue last wave. She's going to make that long paddle all the way back out to the main peak.
Green, Avery McDonald waited a long time with priority. Coming around that last section, a little wrapping cut back. She not waiting for that to reform, and she kicks out the back. So with 15 minutes remaining,
lots of time for these girls to get back into position.
as we watch this replay of blue coming around that first section, just put any board on rail. Not really too much aggression in that turn. Effort earned her a 3.27. So last of blue, 3.27. Blue is currently in second position. Last of green, 3.87. Green, you are in third. You require a 4.2. And red, you are fourth. You require a 4.6.
So there's your scores. They're going to take that information in, paddle all the way back out, and try to see if they get some backup scores. Put in a higher sitting in this heat. Two best scores count. And these guys will be aiming for at least 6 5s and up. And the judging is definitely got to be very, very tedious. You got to eyes on the prize always. You can't look away for a second. But in these modern times, that's where you have replays. Makes their job a little bit easier to see those little minor details that could add a extra point, you know. So again, just got Simon, my co-pilot, next to me, along with Zander Venezia. All that insider information is pretty good. A lot to learn. Not much of a paddle battle between blue and green. They're just kind of cruising. And they're going to try to get right back out into the pot. Maybe try to separate themselves, or they might bunch up and talk about nails. But I highly doubt that today. There ain't no talking about nails. It's all toes and feet. So that's what it's all about. We can chit-chat later after. So lots of waves out there. It's just gone a little bit silent. You saw earlier white paddled away from the whole field and went pretty deep. Snuck in on the inside and got a backup score. Ended up making it into that heat. So a lot of strategy involved. A lot of tactics and a little bit of know-how. And obviously, if you're a local, we got white taking a paddle but didn't get in. So she's probably going to lose her priority. So priority looks like it's red, blue, white. Just waiting for green to get back out. And then she's going to have a mark on the priority board. Again, give it up for everyone that's coming out today to watch some surfing. And just remember, guys, there's no fees to chill in the VIP-looking section. It looks like VIP, but it's not VIP. We're very inclusive, but I know you guys want to be on the beach and taking as much sun as you want. But later there's a really nice bar, a lot of specials and deals and food. So feel free to come off the beach, meet a friend in that spot. Here we got a replay. Is this white? A lot of white water comes off this first section, just brings it back to the white water. A little bit of stumble there, but she regains her feet. Just another set at turn coming on the inside and bangs it off the top. And she's going to close that one out. She likes it. And that was white. Back to live. Yeah. So again, no fee. Don't feel no way. Come on up and chill. That's what it's all about in Barbados. So again, just going to welcome Simon in.
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, just going to touch on some things that you just said there, Paul. Yes, a tedious job for these judges, separating scores, and after a while, these guys are actually looking for certain things. You can't sell an average wave as an excellent score to the judges. They want to see good surfing on good quality waves. They want to see no bubbles. They want to see explosive surfing, some power, some speed. They want to see a good start on the outside and a solid finish. We're seeing a lot of good surfing on average waves, and sometimes that keeps the score down. And I think we're all very fortunate the swell has stuck in here. And although the swell is a bit more east today, we are still probably in the 5-6 foot range. And, you know, Subol is just like a machine. It just delivers every year. I don't think I've ever seen it go under head high here the last couple of years and keeping it competitive, you know. Although I'm seeing a bit more seaweed today and a little bit more of an easterly trade wind. You're going to see that blowing around, but it's not an issue yet. It's a beautiful day. Hoping that we get some spectators turning up. Come down.
Green, your last wave was a 3.87. You are in third position. You require a 4.24. Red, you are fourth. You require a 4.6.
Thanks for that little bit of heads up. Simon Coles with the information check-in as we look on the beach and see the crowd is starting to fill in. Come on down, we want to see this beach. Only people, no sand or moss. Fill in these spaces, you know. It's going to be a lovely day, though. I'll give you a heads up in about 10 minutes about what's going on for entertainment. Well-stocked bar. Live music. DJ Pineapple.
All right, white, she's going to roll in. Talia Swindell. Big wrapping carve off the top. A wrap around cut back. She can't get back out onto that reform. She is the current heat leader. She's sitting on a 5 and a 4.2 as we watch this replay. Fully committed on the rail, that first maneuver. She's trying to build her score line.
Yeah, she definitely knows football. She's no stranger. Very good style indeed, a lot of power. Isn't afraid to attack the lip, and that's what football likes. It likes to see you coming at it fast and fierce, and it tries to push you off. Only if you can handle that convergence. You got to have a strong core and some big feet. So far, we got a good heat on our hands. It's 6:27 to go. I think these girls been waiting all morning, putting on their makeup, or should I say sunblock.
As we watch green, she's going to go up and out. So priority is with red. requiring that 4.6. So last of white, 6.0. So situation remains the same. White first, blue second. Green is third, requiring a 4.2, and red is fourth, requiring a 4.6. 5 minutes, 45 seconds remaining as we watch red. Linnea Mons on her backhand, up and righting. A little wrapping cut back. Wave's gonna get a little bit faster for her. She's waiting for this inside section. She's gonna throw it up for that final maneuver, and she can't hang on, and she goes down. So she is currently sitting on just a 3.5 as we watch this replay. She really, I want to say missed that section, but she kind of went a little too far out on the shoulder. She could have definitely tightened up that bottom turn and gone more vertical into that lip. And then she just got a little bit out of rhythm here, and she just goes down.
Yeah,
so
I see she's
a lower score. It's going to keep the score down.
I see she's wearing an ankle brace there, so that might be a little bit of a hindrance too.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what happened there.
So she's going to make her way back out through the red. As you can see, the other heat is about to paddle out, just under 4:28, still left on the clock. So red is going to make her way all the way back out to the lineup. Try to secure her spot in the lineup, find a good position to sit, and just wait for that wave to come to her. So look at these waves coming again from that high rock spot, stretching all the way to Soup Bowl.
So white scratching hard to get into that and not getting in, and look at that wave just roll off the reef. That had 8 points all over it.
Yep.
I say it all the time, it's just a matter of getting the right wave and executing the maneuvers. So the judges are really taking note of that first maneuver on the outside. So last of red coming in at a 4.4. So red, you now require a 3.7. 3 minutes, 25 seconds remaining. So blue with a priority mistake. So green goes to first priority, followed by white, then blue. Green, you need a 4.2. You are in first priority. Red, your last wave coming in at a 4.4. You require a 3.7. You are currently in third. All right, 2 minutes, 15 seconds remaining.
Big shout out to all the fans that are live watching the webcast. All my friends in NC, New York, wherever, Hawaii, Italy, Spain, Africa.
We're watching green, Avery McDonald. She's got her first maneuver, wrapping cutback. Eyeing up this north section, throws it up. She's going to try and get back out in front of it. She's going to need some help, and she's not going to get there. So with 1 minute, 17 seconds remaining, she doesn't need a big score. Let's see what happens as we watch white Talia rolling in. Ladies in the next heat, hold your positions there. So blue with a higher priority, red gives way, blue up and right, and she is currently trying to protect that second position. And red on the outside. She's gonna get this little reform. Little check turn, another little check turn. Looking at this last section, that's a little better, a little more aggression in that last turn. So we're waiting for scores for all four surfers with 18 seconds remaining. So 10 seconds remaining. We're gonna roll this one in 3, 2, 1. So ladies in the next heat, we are on a short hold as we watch this of green. So she requires a score. This is Avery McDonald. So green requires a 4.24, drops a 4.83. So she goes to second, but we're waiting on a score for blue and for red, who are currently in third and fourth. So blue coming in at a 2.27, so that's not enough. So now watching this last of red. So judges are dissecting this last of red. So at the minute, it's white first, green second, but surfer in red sitting in fourth position is waiting for scores. All right, scores trickling in. Red So red, you require a 4.31. You drop a 4.43. Turns the heat, goes to second. So official results, white first, red second. They will be moving on into finals day tomorrow, semifinals. So coming up in this next heat, please stand by. We are on a short hold.
in.
10 seconds. In 3, 2, 1. So we are here in heat quarterfinal number 3. Coming up in this heat in red, Valamativ in, sorry, this is quarterfinal number 2. In red, Valamativ. In blue, Marlon Glab. In white, Reed Von Wagner. And in green, Alana Lopez. So that last heat ended with some fireworks as we saw the surfer in red going from fourth to second. So she will be advancing into finals day tomorrow. So we have our first 2 semifinalists. And Talia Swindell, she is the reigning champion. And Linnea Mons.
What I'm noticing a lot too is a lot of these pro surfers, a lot of their kids are actively competing right now. You can see we have, is it Shea Lopez's daughter? Is that who she is? Corey, correct me if I'm wrong. Grew up watching these guys surf. I remember watching a video of those boys in Trinidad at a place called Mount Irvin. I still yet to surf that spot. I don't know if any of you guys ever get to surf it. Nick's looking at me like he was on top of the world. Simon is like, I did. Well, I didn't, so I need to. So if anybody's out there want to sponsor a trip to Trinidad, we're ready. So come check us in the booth. We'll sit in the back and hold the boards on our laps like we were going to school in the school bus. But today we're back to live action at the Soup Bowl with the girls, or let's say the ladies. Monsi, he had a passport. I had 27 stamps, and all of them was to Trinidad. In these things, immigration will look at you funny, buddy. What's up, Mr. Simon? But we just went to surf. No illegal stuff, all good stuff, you know, supporting those boys.
So blue up and riding.
Soup Bowl still generates a lot of power on these days. So be careful. Yeah, a lot of waves in the Caribbean. Trinidad, our neighboring, Martinique and Guadeloupe. We even had a Charlie Martin show up. He was here back in the day. Like I said, when we first saw him, he was a toddler. 11 years old. So these guys been coming to Barbados for a long time. A lot of good stories. Came for Independence Pro. Came in on a Friday, and I guarantee that the waves was probably like double overhead or something, right? Brought all three of his boards. Getting inside information that he had to go all the way over to the boss. What did the boss tell him? Yeah, you hold on. Yeah, he saw the potential in him, and he said, you know what, you could ride one of my boards, but normally the boss would be like, nah, buddy. If you ain't yelling and his brother ain't getting the boards from me. So big up to the legend, Mark Holder, local legend. So enough respect to the Bathsheba locals. White on the inside. She's going to scratch into this one a little bit behind. She's going to try her best, but she doesn't see any scoring potential, and she exits. Wow, look at this one. Is someone going to scratch into this and then behind?
Look at this wave behind. Nobody in position. So we're starting to get this little high tide push. We're watching red. Velamatif throwing it up.
She's a very small, but she's trying to navigate the best she can.
So we watch green. Oh, big slashing top turn by Alana Lopez. A little bit more energy. Surfing it all the way past the rip. So she's going to end up with a long paddle out. But that's going to be the best of the heat. That outside maneuver, she had a lot of energy.
She's going to have a long paddle, Lou. She might need a little bit of assistance. I still can't even see her up to this moment. She took that one, like you said, that one was struck out the ballpark.
As we watch this replay, you see the wave spit behind her, but she really dropped the hammer on that first turn. Big major maneuver on the outside. She's trying to get out past that section right there that was shut down on her. So smart surfing as she then pushes out the fins. Ready? All right, so while we're waiting for this score to drop, we are going to cut to the glass with the winner of the last heat. She is also the reigning champion, Talia Swindell. Take it away, Amaya.
Back here with the event champ, Talia Swindell from Malibu. So, how is it over there? A little wind?
Yeah, a little bit of wind. I felt like I had water in my eyes the whole heat, but no, there's definitely some sick waves. And yeah, stoked to be in the finals day.
Yeah, finals day for the Live Like Zander Junior Pro. That's a start. I mean, kind of a slow heat, but you waited a bit and just built on it and got your 2 best scores towards the end.
Totally, yeah. I started kind of slow, kind of had bad wave selection, but felt good to build a house and just kind of find my rhythm. And I have another heat today coming up, so trying to be mindful of like my energy and yeah, totally.
So how's standing at? So we're building a top floor then this afternoon for the next heat?
Totally, just gonna keep the vibes going, keep the flow rolling, and yeah.
Yeah, I can't wait to see that. I mean, I'm not gonna hold you much longer. I know you wanna go in the shade and drink some water, paint those nails. But yeah, I mean, congratulations, and can't wait to see you on to the next round. Maybe should we say a little hi to Mom?
Yeah, I think my parents might be awake. Hi, Mom and Dad, love and miss you guys, and thanks to the Barbados community for letting us surf your beautiful wave all week. It's been a great week, and yeah, stoked to keep it going.
Stoked to keep it going. Can't wait to see you on to the next round. Good luck. Thank you.
All right, back to live action. So while we were on that short interview break, we saw Alana Lopez. She dropped a 6.0. First of green, 6.0. Last of white, 4.67. So green first, white second. Red, you are third. You require a 4.3. And blue, you are fourth. You require a 4.8. 16 minutes, 30 seconds remaining.
So just a little bit of an update for some of the entertainment that's going to be going on later at 6 p.m. We got live on stage one of the best reggae acts in Barbados and in the Caribbean. And I'm proud to say Right Side of Red will be blessing Bathsheba tonight. So you definitely want to see that. So that's at 6 on the main stage. Also, we're going to have the local DJs, Black Red, and they'll be spinning some tunes later. So you definitely don't want to miss that. That's surfers performing for you that know good music and good vibes, so come check it out.
Yeah, that party is legendary associated to this event. Expect goosebumps. We'll be talking about some good vibes, good times back then. I want to just say a special shout out to one of my compatriots over there in the south of the U.S., my man Travis Williams. Used to judge, kind of cut my teeth with judging with him back in Ecuador and learning the ropes of what judges are looking for. Now, here in Barbados, we have this huge opportunity to have the highest level quality surfers and the highest level quality judges, you know, to help us local people fine tune what we know, you know, to get back out there.
And actually a good thing about these events too, because it's even for the young surfers, they get to see all these kids, you know, the different writing techniques. They can talk about boards, they can talk about design, sponsorships, but we're gonna cut to live. Red, as she slides into this one, fades a little bit to get around this section, just a setup turn. She slows down just to hit this section, she cracks it, comes around this next section, all the way back to the whitewater, and she's probably gonna get a bonus section. Set it turn, she goes a little bit low, and then she cracks that one for the finish. So that's Red, and that was a really good wave, well surfed.
Yeah, Red, she needed a small score of a 4.38 to advance into second. The judges are going to deliberate on that score. We've got a little lull in the water. We got a weird play here. Let's take it away.
So yeah, here we go. This is the last wave of Red. Like I said, she slides into one. That's the section there that the judges want to see. Wraps it back to the white water. Sticks with it. Flicks her hair on it for a little bit of extra points. Gets a little bit low on that one, and then she bangs that end section, and she's going to call it quits.
Yeah, really important to finish your ride on the inside if you can, but giving your ride a strong finish, always tell the judges that you're in control. Right now, we're in about 13 and a half minutes left in the heat. We have, in first position is green. You have one score, it's a 6.0. Second is red. Red, you need a small score of 1.34 to advance. Third is white, Reed. You're needing also a small score, 1.0 to go to second position. And blue, you are in fourth. You're needing a score of 5.17 to go to second. We're about 13 minutes remaining. Priority stands at blue first, green second, white third. And the action is hot. It's hot, just like the sun.
There you go, so get your sunblock out.
All right, priority remains the same. Yeah, as I was mentioning, Paul, you know, having this level here, we're actually experiencing improvement on the priority system. Almost every year, the surfers, because they're so tenacious, they are looking to use every corner of the rule book that they can. And we've seen a couple calls during this event that really required the expert of a priority judge. Out the back, it's blue.
So here we go. Blue is up and right in. Smaller inside wave, not a lot of work to work with. And she sees that, and she goes out the back. So yeah, like, good that these guys are here. You guys could sit and get some experienced persons to educate you on certain aspects that you might not, you know, dabble into. Like priority, I surf a lot, but there's a lot of things when it comes to contests. So green is up.
All right, brings it to the bottom, just floats it super fast up and down off that white water section and can't make it around, so she'll call that a day. We still got some sets rolling in on the outside. Only whites out there in priority.
Wow, is she gonna swing on this one? No, she goes under. We got a little bit of a double up here. These ones could be pretty fun, but that one doesn't offer much opportunity. But white is still gonna go. She sees some opportunity. She takes the plunge. She's a little bit on the back end here. She floats that section, comes around some white water. She's trying to get an open face, little check turn, little bit of space here to maneuver. Yes, and she capitalizes on that one. She's gonna kick out into the moss blob.
Yeah, that last hit, man, we saw some great rotation in the shoulders, bringing the board right around. She was porting it straight up to the rocks, brought it right back to the judges. Radical turn.
Very good technique displayed by her. Judges are gonna see what she deserves. So we cut to replay on that last wave. She comes off the top and that one free falls to the bottom, comes around this next section. But we're gonna cut to live action. Red, she bangs it off the inside section and she goes out. So things happening pretty fast here. Judges got a lot to do.
We're looking at 2 scores to drop. We'll see if this will change up the order and give you a situation update. We're just about in 10 minutes. This is blue dropping in on the inside.
Blue screams around in this inside section, a smaller wave, but she's gonna do as much as she can to put some scores on the board, and she's out. Just some smaller waves being ridden on the inside, but that's just, you know, a little bit of a hustle, a bit of a tactic. Put some points up. Cut to replay.
Yeah, here's the replay. This is blue. Bottom turns, goes up, gets a snap under the lip. She's keeping her board turning in that power pocket section of the wave. She's trying to bring it to the inside. She doesn't see anything, so she just pulls out the back. This was red's replay. Drops on a meteor wave. Oh, throws it right up in there for a nice little quick snap. Also, she's not looking for anything down on the inside. So we got a couple scores that have dropped. Last of white, so 5.27. That throws you into first. Last of blue, a 2.83. And the last of red, a 2.17. This is green, Paul.
So green is up, sneaking in behind us. Bangs that first section, that conversions that Nick is talking about. There's a certain style that you got to acquire to come out of that one, but so situation in the water, 8:38. We got priority sitting with red. Scores. We're just waiting on scores. So white first. Green is in second. You need a 3-1-3 to advance. Red, you have priority. You need a 2-1-7. And blue, you're in the bottom position. You need a 0.73. And again, priority sits with red.
All right, that was a nice heated exchange. We had to change up. Still waiting for the ladies to get back out and establish priority. And until some more waves roll in, you know, we were talking about, I was talking about, you know, my friend Travis Williams, he was originally from Georgia. And we met in Ecuador when I was doing one of my first judging. After that, I got into coaching, and then I got into management of teams. And it was great to see all these new countries at that time coming out, you know, like Canada. I'm very impressed with the Canadian representation from the guys from the West Coast. Seeing those guys bring their team up from the early beginnings to doing the ISA World Juniors. Now they're here on the top level, Wheeler, Reed. It's amazing.
Yeah, Wheeler, I like Wheeler's stuff. When the first time I saw him surf Super Bowl, I was definitely impressed. And then heard he was from Canada, but I think he lived in Mexico or trains in Mexico, kind of. But he still represents his flag, you know, and that's still pretty amazing to see that. Coming all the way from Canada, you wouldn't expect him to be a surfer. You might think he should be an awesome snowboarder, but hey, that's not what it is. And look at these bombs coming in on the outside for the girls. Look at this one. This one is going to take them out. That one kind of barreled.
It's looking barrely.
There you go. That's the potential that's coming in. But yeah, it's definitely good to see these kids coming from all over the world and just, you know, getting a coach and filling out their passion and just taking it to the next level, Nick.
Yeah, it was great to see all these new surfers coming from all these new regions. All right, we're looking like a paddle here. Who has priority? It's red over blue. There we go.
Red comes around this section and tags it, but she goes down.
The Evil Convergence. We could write a movie. That's a title for the next surf movie. The Evil Convergence.
Produced by Super Bowl. There you go. A lot of good stories here, good and bad, but more good. The good is that we can serve this wave all year round.
All right, Green, you're currently in second position. You need a 3.94 to go to first. Right now, we are 5 minutes, 20 seconds. Priority is blue first, white second, green third. So as I said, white, you're in first. Green, you're in second. Green needs a 3.94 to go to first. Red, you need a 4.47 to go to second. And blue, you're in fourth position, and you're needing a 6.3 to move to the advancing slot. We're about just under the 5-minute mark, so the next heat you can paddle out. Just stay outside of the rip, and here is white, Paul.
White's on the inside. Good first hit. Come around the next session, gets another one. Just doing some setup turns, heading on to the inside just to get some bonus tags. And she gets one. Let's see if she gets another one. Comes and said, yes, she does. Can she get another one? Yes, she does. She gets 3 good hits on the inside after working her way all the way from the outside. So that's going to come in as a good score.
Yeah, that was your heat leader, Reed Van Wagner. Waiting for that score to drop. She was in the lead. She's going to make quite a bit of separation between her and second position.
Here we go for the replays.
Oh, Lord, look
Sorry,
at that
Nick.
bottom turn.
But this is the replay from White's last wave. She brings it all the way to the inside, and this is when she put in a little bit of work. Tags that first section. Tags the second one and gets a bonus one right here. And that's how she leaves the building. Good score. So, Nick, did you get a good chance to talk to some of these competitors, see how the trip was, you know, highlights, you know, some feedback?
Yeah, I have had a great opportunity roaming amongst the competitors in the hospitality tent and beyond. You know, as I was mentioning earlier in a couple of days, this is such a different competition because we have such good quality waves for the surfers. And even if they did bow out, they're still fairly satisfied with their performance. You know, the waves are good. We got sunshine. There's good food around. All their friends are here.
You're in Barbados.
Yeah, no. Yeah, done no.
That's a good place to bow out, that's for sure.
Yeah, but I was also asking, you know, some fun questions like, you know, like, for me, I was one of the ex-coaches, and I'm really interested in getting the next generation of surfers up and ready, especially the girls. So I was asking some of the girls a couple of questions about, you know, give me some pointers how to get more girls out to surfing.
Yeah, definitely. So just the information we're going to give you is 2:34 on the clock. Priority sits at blue, green, red. Here we go. Blue decides to go, use their priority. She brings it all the way in the inside here.
Yeah,
swings it all the way to the white water.
Got some nice walling up for her.
What she got here at the end, can she close this one out? Looking kind of soft.
All right, just hit the 2-minute mark. We're going to wait for that last score of blue to drop. Currently, white is your heat leader. In green, second position, needing a 5.95 to go to first. Red, you are in third. You're needing a 4.47 to go into second position. And in fourth position, it's blue. That last score for blue drop. It goes into her score, but she now needs a 5.77 to go to second. 1 minute, 20 seconds left. Priority is green first, red second. And there are more waves marching in.
So green is up. She decides to go on this one. First setup, check, turn back to the white water. Just a bunch of setup work. She's going to get something to tag on the inside after the wall comes up. She drops the wallet. She's going to finish this one out. And that was green. Red just up behind. Just under a minute, girls. Just under a minute. Red is going to close this one out. She goes down. So that was a good exchange in the last but half. 46 seconds left.
Next heat, hold your positions. Red and green in the next heat, hold your positions. You're now entered the zone.
Here we go. White is up on her backhand. 30 seconds left. White's got a bonus, but she goes down as well.
$20 seconds. The lineup is clear.
So it seems like everybody's just on the inside.
And count this heat down in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, that's all she wrote. Get ready for the next heat, guys. Hold on.
All right, servers in the next heat, please. Stand by. We are on a short hold. So still waiting for that last of red. So last of white coming in at a 4.13. So last of green dropping a 6.4. So green goes to first, red drops to second. Last of red, you require a 7.27, you drop a 3.6, so the heat's going to close out. Green first, white second, red third. and blue 4th. So Alana and Reed will be moving on to finals day coming up tomorrow. Okay, we are back to live action as we're gonna watch blue up and right in. She goes up and down. So coming up in this heat, we're gonna have red, Eden Walla. In blue, Zoe Pantitier. In white, Dia McCart. And in green, Zoe Chait. So just a quick up and down for blue and green.
So a little slow start for this heat, but there's going to be plenty action in this one. These girls have been performing all week. And that was a replay.
Live action, blue up and right in. Can't quite get the handle, so she goes down. That's gonna leave Eden Walla and Dia McCart on the outside battling for conventional priority. Surfer closest to the peak will have priority over all other girls. So this is quarterfinal number 3. Coming up in the next heat in quarterfinal number 4, we're going to see Auburn Haley, Olivia Storer, Bailey Turner, and Story Martinez. So that is coming up in about 23 minutes. That will be the quarterfinal number 4. Then we're going to be shifting gears and going into the QS 6000. Quarterfinal number 1 will be a head-to-head competition. So the QS on the men's side and the women's side will be head-to-head. You are tuned in to the Live Like Zander Pro Junior, presented by Diamonds International. In memory of Zander Venezia, we are on the women's quarterfinal number 3.
Here we go with White. Scratching in on this one, trying to get some points. Little double up. No major maneuvers as yet. Just some setup work and she's out. A lot of moss just showed up on the beach all of a sudden.
So that was Dia McCart as we watch this replay. Doesn't really get started on a good note, and she was behind that wave the whole way. Never really was able to find her rhythm. That wave earning her a 3.0. So first of White, 3.0. So that leaves Eden Walla on the outside holding priority, as we're just about 21 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. So just some small scores on the board.
We've been hearing a lot about the Wallas recently. I think she has a brother that's doing pretty good as well. Strong kids. So welcome to Barbados, the Wallas. And that's to all the competitors, not just them. Hope you guys are enjoying all of what Barbados has to offer. Just leave good reviews. Meet a local. Speak the language. So we're gonna cut to the glass and go to Amaya.
A 16-year-old young woman who just qualified for the semifinals here at the Live Like Zander Junior Pro in Barbados. How are you?
I'm good, feeling good after that heat. Couple fun waves, a little tricky conditions, but I was super happy to have got into little waves and made it on out onto the semis.
Yeah, I mean, you got the job done over there. And first time in Barbados. How are the waves here compared to where you're from?
Being from Florida, Barbados is a little similar in some waves. Obviously, the waves are a lot bigger and a lot better, but we have a lot of wind swell and tricky conditions like this. So coming into this event, it was kind of hard to get used to, but at the same time, a little like home with this wind chop. So.
For sure. I mean, and you're coming off of a high too. You had first place in Pismo as well. So on to finals day tomorrow. Are we backing this up? I sure hope so. It'd be a dream come true to make World Junior Championships after Pismo. I'm just hoping to come into this event and qualify for that, but still surf, have fun, not think about it too much. Well, I mean, you're doing great over there. Congratulations once again. Want to say a little something, friends, family, sponsors, anybody watching you? Yeah, thank you to all my sponsors. I see Lost Surfboards, and especially my parents. Thank you to my dad and my brother for being out here with me. You guys mean so much to me, and this is all happening because of you. So thank you guys. Congratulations again, and thank you so much. Good luck for tomorrow. See you again. Thank you.
All right, that was Alana Lopez. Congratulations to you on your heat win and making it into finals day tomorrow. Good luck tomorrow. So we are looking at about 18 minutes and 30 seconds remaining in this quarterfinal number 3.
Yeah, good luck to all you competitors that made it all the way through, or at least this far, because you still got to go tomorrow. You got to make it through tonight. So no partying. Well, try not to, because you're in Barbados, so it's going to be hard. But stay focused. 17:57 on the clock. Girls just kind of searching around, trying to find that one wave that's going to put them to the top. Give them some good scoring potential. Still a little bit of wind on the face, but not causing too much trouble.
So priority is with the surfer in red, green, blue, white. So priority order, red, green, blue, white.
So again, give it up for all the organizers and sponsors of this event. Putting in all that hard work, starting from last week, Monday, and they're gonna go all the way through till tomorrow. So after this, I think maybe they'll be booking a trip somewhere, hopefully, or just taking vacation off just to relax, because it's a lot of work. A lot of behind the scenes stuff that you don't know about, don't need to know about. Give it up for all the spectators sitting on the beach and enjoying all the action out at Super Bowl for the Live Like Zander Junior Pro.
So green gives way to red. Eden Waller with an airdrop. Falls out the sky. Nice wrapping cutback. Working it all the way to the inside, finishing strong. So Eden currently years old.
Finishing up this replay here on the screen, a red. Just coming on in the inside, a lot of white water to deal with, but she navigated pretty good just to this inside top. She squares it up and she goes out. Eden Waller. Lou said she's a young 16-year-old onto good things. So she needs to put maybe another score up just to solidify her spot.
So first of red, 5.0. Red, you go to first. Green with priority up and riding. Zoe Chait.
That was definitely a good ride from Green. Here we go, queuing up the replay on Green. Comes around this first section, goes up, soft little check turn to the white water, bangs it off of this little floater section, gets a lot of speed, and then she goes out a little bit over the handlebar, so she kicks out. She's gonna make her way all the way back out into the lineup, try to sit in a good position, and just try to put up some good scores. So again, guys, don't feel skip.
All right, last of Green, 5.5. Green, you go to first. Red, you drop to second. White, you are third. You require a 2.0. And blue, you are fourth. You require a 4.0. 13 minutes, 40 seconds remaining.
Again, guys, don't be scared to come up in the long zone where the bar's at. A lot of drink special, food, friends, entertainment going to be on a little bit later. So, yeah, come off the beach if it's a little bit too hot. Very accommodating. And it's free for all. Even though the beach is even nicer, you get that nice breeze. Don't forget to put that sunblock on. And if you see any garbage, please, please put it in the trash. Greatly appreciated. Let's keep Soup Bowl the way it deserves to be, and that's beautiful. So girls, 12:52 on the clock. A lot of waves on top.
Yeah, Paul, we have some entertainment lined up for you tonight. Live music, live DJ. It should be a lot of fun. After today, we're going to be down to only about 24 surfers remaining in the draw. We're going to be down to semifinals and finals tomorrow. So today, Saturday night has always been a big night at this event. It's lots of fun. Stick around after the event is over today.
I've definitely missed the Saturdays for the last street events. When Nick mentioned it earlier, I got goosebumps because Right Side of Red is going to be blessing the stage.
So blue up and riding. She is currently in fourth position, but she's got a nice inside wave. She's rolling off to that last maneuver. She just throws it up, completes the maneuver. So she will make her way back to the outside. She's just sitting on a 1 and a .33 with 11 minutes remaining as we watch this replay.
So here we go, replay. This is blue, last wave. Trying to get in front of this section. Tags that first section here. Bunch of setup turns. Trying to make her way all to the inside to close this one out. And that she does. She stays on her feet. She checks out. No bags. So yeah, definitely live entertainment. And then I heard there's going to be the local boys, Black Red. They're going to be DJing, helping DJ Pineapple to spin some tunes and keep it fresh and lively. So after the contest, you guys might want to just head over, maybe say hello to the judges, ask them some questions, show them how to dance or whatever, show them a good time. They'll be pretty cool. So enough respect for the WSL for coming over to the sunny island of Barbados. Thanks to Venezia and the crew, Surf Promotions, for bringing this event from where it was to where it is right now. That's passion and dedication. Look at this wave coming all the way from High Rock, man. Here comes another one. This is the Buju Special. This was going to clean them out. I would not like to be in that position right now for sure. White got lucky. She snuck over the bat. All the others, they're in the broom, getting swept under the rug. And if you're surfing Super Bowl on any days that's over 6 foot, that's definitely going to happen to you.
So green, your priority is suspended until you get back out in the lineup, and then you will resume your third priority order. So green, she's going to pick off this inside. Zoe Chait got barreled out here yesterday, dropping a high 9. Look at this nugget. Oh, and she can't get past that last section.
That was definitely a good 2-turn combo.
And she's currently in second position, Paul. She's going to better. It's just a 0.5. That's her backup. So last of green, 4.67. As we watch this replay, nice little top turn. Throws it up on the north section. She tried her best to get around it, and she couldn't get around it, but the wave did line up. It did reform on the inside. Red, you are in second position. You require a 5.1 to regain the lead. Last of blue, 4.0. Blue, you require a 1.0. And white is in fourth, and she is up and riding.
She brings that one all the way to the inside. She's going to close it out right here. Bang. That's all she wrote.
Yep, so that she is only sitting on a single score of a 3.0. As we watch this replay of white, Diane McCart, couple wrapping cutbacks. So last of white, 4.33. You go to second, white. Red, you drop to third. Red, you require a 2.3. And blue, you are fourth. You require a 3.3. 7 minutes, 25 seconds remaining.
Still a little bit of time on the back end. Still a lot of work to be done. So these girls know what to do. Green is paddling frantically. She looks like she has a motor on the back there. We would call our Nick a little 70 motor. And she's just trying to make her way all the way back out to the lineup. She wants to go put some pressure on red. So kudos for these girls for surfing at bowl. We need a lot more girl surfers in Barbados, you know. Too many boys. But for the amount of girls that we have, they're doing pretty good. We got Ava Banfield and the Godsons. A couple more girls out there. Those two girls, the Godsons, really good skateboarders as well, but they haven't seen the concrete in a while because they had some major injuries, and the parents were like, hey, maybe it's time to take a break. But with those girls, there's no break. So come on out later, guys.
So priority in the water sits with red, blue, green. As we're going to watch red, Eden Walla, she's rolling into this one, coming hard off the bottom. Nice wrapping cutback. She's setting up this north section. She kind of stopped that cutback short, which was a wise choice. Classic rebound off the whitewater on that roundhouse cutback. So she goes out the back showing variety. So she is currently in third position with 5 minutes, 20 seconds remaining.
That was definitely a well surf, Lou. Let's cue it up for the replay. Look how she kind of stalled on that turn to set this one up. Another check turn, cut back, then bang, that's the money turn. Little lip line floater comes on this section, brings it all the way back to the white water. She definitely knew what she was doing on this wave. And then she clocks out. She's like, that's it.
All right, last of red, 7-6-7. Red, you go to first. Green, you drop to second. Green, to retake the lead, you need a 7.1. White, you are third. You need a 5.8. And blue, you are fourth. You need a 6.1. 4 minutes, 30 seconds remaining.
That was definitely a well-deserved 7 for red. So well served, red.
Yeah, Paul, she really used every inch of that wave. She executed some major maneuvers, fully committed.
I thought at first she was going to hit the first section, and I was like, no. She just kind of stalled out and did a really good wraparound cut back and set herself up for the wave to reform on the inside.
Yeah, it was that second cutback that she kind of cut short because she saw the lip starting to come over on the north section and tagged the north section and then did a full roundhouse cutback with a lovely backside reentry. As we watch it here, I'm going to break this one down. So she goes up in the lip, in the pocket, on the rail, and it's this cutback right here. I'm going to cut it short, throw it up in the lip so I can get back out in front. She gets back out in front, and watch this rebound. Wham! That is textbook figure 8 roundhouse cutback with a backside reentry.
Can somebody tell me who's the shaper? 'Cause that board is sharp. Quality turns, and that's from a quality board and a quality technique. So kudos for red.
So with 3 minutes, 10 seconds remaining,
just got to give a plug to all the everyone crew out on the beach. You guys been killing it.
So one more quarterfinal to go, and then finals day for the Live Like Zander Pro Junior will be set.
So I guess it's going to be a short day today, so that means more time for entertainment, more time for you to come and hang out.
Well, don't forget, we're going to go till about 4 o'clock today. So we're going to be moving into the men's QS first and the women's QS second, and they will be head-to-head heats. So the surfing will get a little more calculated. We're late down in the draw, so we're down to 8 men and 8 women head-to-head coming up. Quarterfinal action.
And that's tomorrow, right, Luke?
No, that's today.
That's today. Sorry,
Yeah,
guys, that's
yeah.
today. So action is never going to stop.
Yeah, so we're going to be down to semifinals and finals in all disciplines. So the 2 junior events and also the 2 QS events will be down to semifinals tomorrow. So we're going to surely kick things off in the morning with the 14 and under specialty division, as we're watching Green struggling to get in, and she's going to relinquish that second priority and go down to the back. So priority order is blue, white, red, green. So that's a little bit of a blunder, as she is currently sitting in that second position. She would have wanted to keep priority over the surfer in white and also blue. So priority goes with the surfer in blue. So white with a higher priority than red. She's up and right and kind of fades the bottom turn, throws it up on the north section, and she can't hang on, and she goes down. So with 50 seconds remaining.
That wave actually spat before it hit her.
So
38 seconds.
We watch this replay, you see that little fade. You're right, Paul, I didn't see that at first. So blue with priority, she's gonna roll in, and
Oh.
she's not gonna negotiate that takeoff as the wave kind of had a bump on it and knocked her off. So 15 seconds remaining. So leaving your surfers first and second on the outside by themselves with 3 seconds to 1. So that will end quarterfinal number 3. So ladies in the next heat, please stand by. We are on a short hold. Counting this one in 3, 2, 1. So closing out that last heat, surfer in red, Eden Waller taking the win, followed closely by Zoe Chait. So those two ladies will be moving into tomorrow's semifinals.
I definitely like the results on that heat. That was very, very close. Well served heat by Red, Eden Wallace. So congrats to her and her cap.
All right, we are back to live action. While we were on that short commercial break, there were no waves ridden. So coming up in this heat, we're gonna see Auburn Hilly in red, in blue, Olivia Storer, in white, Bailey Turner, and in green, Story Martinez. So just about 23 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Nobody opening their account yet. No priority has been established. So this is quarterfinal number 4. Calling to check in. We're going to be moving into the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro QS 6000 on the men's side. Quarterfinal number 1 will be Alan Cleland. He will be taking on Michael Dunphy. So Alan Cleland, a Live Like Zander Junior champion, and Michael Dunphy, a QS champion. So every heat, and that is a final. So we're gonna watch green. Story Martinez, she's surfing with a broken wrist. She has a cast on her right hand.
Broken wrist, that's commitment. That's a real sign of commitment. I'd be scared to meet her in the heat. All right, Green, your first ride drops in at a 2.0. You're the lead of the heat so far. Still waiting for the rest of the ladies to get some rides before we establish a priority. Looks like someone's setting. Nope, don't like that one. We are truly blessed with lots of wave on action. Good opportunities for ladies and the guys to really get some long scoring rides on some of the waves. If they can pick it out efficiently, they can get that score.
All right, first of green, 2.0. Blue rolling into this one. Olivia Storer. Just a couple of check turns and she goes out the back. All right, last of blue, 283 as white. Rolling in Bailey Turner. We're gonna stick with white. White rolling all the way to the inside, and we catch up with red. This is Auburn Hilly. She had a lovely turn on the outside, as did Bailey. So Bailey is just 16 years old, and Auburn, I believe, is 14. I will check that and confirm it. So last of white, 383. As we watch this replay of white, as she comes around that first section, it's a little down carve, and the wave kind of gets fat on her, but then she picks up on the inside. A couple of check turns, loses her back foot, and she goes down.
And this is a red on this replay. Nice carving off the top. Carves back into that pocket. She's trying to work it to the inside, see if she can get one more hit, and she cuts out. So we're waiting for the judges to drop those scores. I believe the last of red is a 5.67. Last of blue, 2.83, and last of white, 3.83. Situation update as we welcome Simon into the booth. Simon, give me a situation update.
I'm actually quite happy to see the faces are still clean despite all the wind. And this is predominantly an east swell today, and we're still probably in the 4 to 5 range. I probably assume there's a bit more current out there today than the last couple of days, but still very competitive. We have 18 minutes and 16 seconds remaining. Surfer in red is leading this one. Priority sits with Surfer in green.
Red, your first wave was a 5.67. 5.67, you are in first. White, you are in second with a 3.83. Blue, you are third. You have a 2.83. You require a 1.0. And green, you are fourth. You have a 2. You require a 1.84. 17 minutes, 30 seconds.
Okay, we're going to cut to the glass for the last heat win interview. Take it away, Amaya.
We're welcoming back the young surfer from San Clemente, Eden, from the talented Walla family who just qualified for her first semis for tomorrow. So, had fun over there?
Yeah, it was fun. It was a little trickier than I expected, but I was happy to get a couple.
Well, I mean, you showcase so much variety over there and show what you have under your feet, and great surfing, good quality, power over there. So, yeah, job's done so far.
Yeah, I'm just excited to be in the finals day tomorrow, and then, yeah, just cruising. Gonna surf my heat a little bit later, too.
So how are you gonna get ready for the next one, for the QS?
I think I'm just gonna go back to my house and relax a little bit, and then cheer on the boys, and then, yeah, go out and try to get a couple more waves.
Just a couple more waves. That's all you need to make it to the next round. Sweet. I mean, so stoked for you. You're ripping over there. Congratulations. And I want to say there's something for whoever is watching, sponsors, some more friends.
Yeah, thank you to all my sponsors, as always. Rip Curl for supporting me so much, and then also Lost Surfboards and everyone there for the best boards. And yeah, I'm just excited for tomorrow, excited for this afternoon.
All right, keep it going, girl. Congratulations and good luck. Thank you.
Okay, last of red, 1.1. So red, you remain in the lead. White, you're second. White, to regain first, you need a 3.0. Blue, you are third. You require a 1.01. And green, you're fourth. You require a 1.8. So blue, big top turn. Olivia Storer, nice wrapping cutback. She's sticking on the high road and the wave goes low. So she goes out the back, but that was a big turn on the outside. So we watch this replay, catching up late on it. Nonetheless, we will give you that score as it comes in. So green, she's going to pull the trigger. Story Martinez, she's looking to get in the mix. Nice top turn, drifts the fins. She's working it to this reform. It's going to reform for her. She's got a nice section ahead of her. Yeah, she kind of makes a meal of it.
A little chattery down there in the rip.
Yeah, she had a lovely section to hit and had like a little rib rolling over the wave and just kind of off balanced her ever so slightly as Simon will break this one down. All right, so she hits that and drifts the fins. So she rolls on to this inside section. She does have a nice wall right there, and then just hits that little rib and kind of gets thrown off balance. So waiting on that score for green and also for blue. So with 13 minutes remaining, coming up in the next heat, Alan Cleveland is going to be taking on Michael Dunphy head-to-head. This is where the waves, it gets really calculated. So last of blue, 6-2-3. Blue, you go to first. Red, you drop to second. White, you are third. You require a 3.0. And I'm waiting on the last of green as we watch red. Auburn Hilly, little top turn, cutting it back out onto the open face. Waiting for this one to reform. It's going to double up on the inside and she goes out the back. So red trying to flip-flop back into that first position as we're watching a score for green to come in. So green, you come in at a 4.4 as we watch this replay.
And last to red. It's a lovely open face carve here. The wave is very chattery. It kind of splits in half, but she sticks with it.
So green, your last wave coming in at a 4.4. You require a 4.2. And white, you are in fourth. You require a 4.8. And white, she's going to give this one a look. She is in priority. So priority order is white, then blue. 11 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. So last of red, 3.0. So that ups the requirement just a little bit for green. You now need a 4.28. And for white, you now need a 4.85.
So after this, we're switching back to the men's. Expecting fireworks in that first heat.
So priority is with white. White sniffing at this one. She's gonna hold the priority and roll in around the first section, up in the lip.
Little point of difference there. She actually faded on that takeoff to get a little bit of a steeper first turn. Waves are a little bit softer today in terms of faces.
So blue with higher priority. She gonna try and get out front of that, and she can't do it. So she is the current heat leader.
Take it away. Replay last of white. Guess she's got one outside turn and a redirect. Sees the inside doesn't look like much and elects to get out.
So last of white, 3.1. So you're still in third. You still require that 4.8 as green scratching to get into that one. Priority goes to red, priority red, green.
Come back. Oh, don't worry. Oh, what happened? No, go. Our situation is 8 minutes and 28 seconds remaining. Priority sits with red. Second priority was green. Surfer in blue is leading this heat with a 9.06 total. Second is red with 8.67. Red's up. Wider wave here, getting one big sweeping top turn. Trying to get a little cut back, but she's out on the shoulder there. That was an easterly swell direction wave on the reef. We're seeing the angle slightly changing today. There's a bit more east, there's less north today.
As we cut to replay here, red, last of red, navigating that first bumpy section, but she's back on her feet. And she got taken up by the white water a little bit, but she's gonna recalibrate and head right back out. Put herself in the pot. Make it a little bit miserable for them, so to speak. Welcome to Super Bowl Bathsheba, guys. It's a nice and lovely day. And it's gonna just get better. So if you're on the island, check out the scenic parts of Barbados. You got the lovely East Coast to start. That's where you're at. If you go to the left, you're gonna head to the west. Nice, beautiful beaches. A lot of lower reefs, a lot of...
Situation, blue, you are in first. You have a 9.06 heat total. You have a 6.23. Your second wave is a 2.83. 6 minutes and 36 seconds remaining.
So that's a little bit of information package from Simon.
All right, red, you are in second. You have a 8.74 heat total. You have a 5.67 and a 3.07. You need a 3.40 to take over the lead.
There you go. They're going to take that information and try to divulge it so it works in their favor. Here we go. On the screen, a nice, as you call, a beach bum. Literally. Beach bum. Lives on the beach, surfs.
Mics are on different volumes. Yeah. Yeah. All right, coming up on that 5-minute mark. So situation in the water remains the same. Blue first, red second. So white, you still require that 4.9, and green, you require a 4.35. 4 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. So surfers coming up in this first heat. We're going to be changing gears going into the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro QS 6000. We're going to go head to head.
Welcome in Bodie to the booth. He's going to be in a little bit later to join Lou.
So we're going to be seeing Michael Dunphy take on Alan Cleland.
That could be a final, Lou.
They all could be finals. Quarterfinal number 2, Luca Messinas, Josh Burke. Number 3, Lucas Ostin and Luke Guinaldo. And in number 4, Micaiah Bray and Taj Lindblad.
Bangers, all banger heats. All those heats could be finals. So it's going to be pretty explosive. Local boys.
Blue with a higher priority. She's up and riding, hitting that north section. Yikes, and she can't hang on.
Her body position on the wrench was a little bit too low.
And we're watching white. Oh, big turn from Bailey. Coming out onto the open face. Throwing it up. She's requiring a score. She's currently in 3rd position.
She rode that one really well, Say. Really, really good. Even though it was a smaller wave, she definitely did what she needed to do.
All right, watch this replay of Bailey. First turn right up in the critical section. And then throws it up once again. She's eyeing up this last closeout section. So 3 major maneuvers on that wave. And we're going to stand by for those scores. So last of white is a 6.5. White goes to first. Blue, you drop to second. Red, you are now third. Red, you require a 3.4. And green, you're fourth. You require a 4.6. 2 minutes, 5 seconds remaining. So green up and riding. Story Martinez. Oh, and she can't quite hold that rail. So with 1 minute, 45 seconds remaining. Last of red. Sorry, it was last of green, 2.1, and blue up and riding. Couple of rail turns. She is currently in that second position. She's trying to increase her lead over red with 1 minute, 5 seconds remaining. So red, as soon as I get this score for blue, I will update your requirement. As we're gonna watch this from blue. Nice rail turn with 45 seconds remaining. So red on the outside. She's going to drool into this one. She's going to wait for it. It's going to reform. It's got a little bit of a rib working through it. She's going to look to get a little busier. Just a couple of cut back check turns. Finishing out with 20 seconds remaining. So last of blue, 337. So now we're waiting on the last of red with 10 seconds remaining. All right, we're going to count this one in as we watch this replay in 3, 2, 1. So that ends the heat. So last of red requires a 3.9, comes in at a 3.6, not enough. So it will remain the same, white first, blue second. So blue just up that requirement, strengthening her lead and holding her place in that second position. So coming up, we are on a short hold, guys. You are tuned into the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro QS 6000. And we're going to count this one in, 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, we are back from that short commercial break. We are in quarterfinal heat number 1 of the men's QS 6000. We're going to be seeing Alan Cleland in red taking on Michael Dunphy in blue. Alan Cleland is a former champion of the Live Like Zander Jr. And Michael Dunphy is a former champion of this QS 6000. He won this back when I think it was a 4,000. So I'm going to welcome Bodie Rapson to the booth. He's going to call the play-by-plays with me. Welcome to the booth, Bodie.
Hey, good afternoon. Pleasure to be joining the broadcast. Seems like plenty of action on tap again. Conditions looking kind of similar to what we saw yesterday, maybe a little less swell in the water. Plenty of breeze, plenty of current, but plenty of sunshine and good vibes on the beach. So I gotta say, tuning in this morning, it was an absolute pleasure to listen in with the under 14s. What an amazing performance from all those kids. Really amazing, really awesome to see that the boys and girls are out there together mixing it up. Some strong performances. Some great insight from our head judge, Bill. Breaking down a lot of the criteria that we're looking for. There's a lot going on.
All right, coming up in the next heat, quarterfinal number 2. As we're watching the water, and red is going to pull the trigger on this one. Alan Cleland from way up inside. So he goes out and under the wave. So he's going to hand priority to the surfer in blue, Michael Dunphy. Coming up in this next quarterfinal number 2, we're going to be seeing Luca Macinas. He is also a winner here. He's a 2-time champion, and Joshua Burke. He won it when it was a 3,000 and a 5,000.
Well, all these upcoming heats could easily be finals. Alan Cleland, present CT surfer, coming back just for the vibes, having a great time, surfing totally relaxed, no pressure, hanging out with his friends. And Michael Dunphy, a perennial powerhouse here at the bowl, been surfing here for at least half his life. Most of these guys will refer to Lou as Uncle Lou because they've known him since they were all kids. He's watched them all grow up, cutting their teeth here at the bowl.
Yeah, talking about Michael. Michael was here recently for a very big swell, so he'd be feeling rather comfortable here.
So we're going to watch So blue sniffed at that. Red tried to catch it. Red couldn't catch it. So priority remains the same. Blue first, red second.
I think Michael caught one of the biggest best spells of our season with the Colapinta brothers. And he actually got a wave called the box. You guys got some amazing waves. Definitely was the best swell of 2025. Michael scored that.
Yeah, that was one of the best swells we had in a while. I actually got some footage of Michael that I sent off to him. When he was speaking to him the other day, he said he was actually just watching it back the other night, having a little reminisce. But that was incredible times. All those guys dropped some big edits. Yeah, we also had the likes of Koa Smith in, checking out for the first time. Big up the posse in Hawaii. So yeah, big up all the posse over in Hawaii logged on. Everyone tuning in from all over the world. You know, we always love to say hello to our international viewers, whether you be watching at home or listening as you're driving in the car. Look at what's rising up out the back, Lou. A little too much east in that one.
All right. Surfers putting themselves in position. We're going to send it down to Amaya. She's standing by with Bailey Turney, the winner of the last heat. Take it away, Amaya.
Here with Bailey Turner from Huntington Beach, who just won the last quarterfinals in the Live Like Zander Junior Pro presented by Diamonds International. So, how is it over there?
The waves are still super fun. Like, I'm glad that there's still waves and it's not small, but it's definitely a little tougher than the last few days, but there's still a few good ones.
Yeah, the heat started a little slow and then kind of picked up, a lot of waves ridden, and you managed to find the best score of the heat in like, what, the last 3 minutes?
Yeah, I didn't really catch that many good ones at the beginning, and then I didn't have priority, so I kind of just paddled up and tried to find one that like gave me a section, so luckily I got a little one that doubled up. So,
well, wise surfing there. You handled yourself really well. Are you excited for finals day tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm super excited to be able to surf another heat out here because it's so fun just surfing with, like, it's so much better than the heat than the free surfs to all the people. So, yeah, it's fun in the heats.
Yeah, you guys are so lucky to go and surf Subo with only 2 or 3 other people out, so pretty stoked for you all, and on to the next one. What are you going to do for the rest of the day?
Well, I have another heat, I don't know when, in like an hour or two, so I'll probably just go and drink some water and chill, watch the contest.
All right, well, rest up, reset, and good luck for the next round. Well, next heat and the next one tomorrow. You want to say a little something, friends and family, maybe before you go?
Yeah, thank you everybody back at home in Huntington, always like watching and supporting me, and all my friends and family. Yeah, thank you.
Sweet, thank you so much. Good luck.
All right, thank you very much. Good luck tomorrow, Bailey. So while we were on that short break, Michael Dunphy had a nice looking wave, not managing much, and he had to go out underneath it. Wave kind of rolled away from him. So both surfers with just small scores on the board. As we watch this replay, just a very foamy wave, not really able to do much and kind of gets unstuck.
Yeah, just way too much chatter on the face, no forward projection. Try to throw it up into the white water in true Michael Dunphy style, but with no forward movement, very little entry speed. White water takes him out. And that leaves the surfer in red, Alan Cleland, out in the back with priority. 17 minutes to go in this heat. First heat in the quarterfinals of the men's QS 6000. Coming to you from sunny, breezy Soup Bowl, Bathsheba, Barbados. The crowd is building on the beach as we come into the weekend.
So surfers in the next seat. You should be checked in, ready to go. Luca Macinas and Joshua Burke. Luca's been coming here probably from the very first, before the first event we've ever done. Just come here as a little kid to surf the November Pro. Back in the day, as we watch Alan Cleland rolling into this one. Nice big talon turn. A little slash off the top. Out onto the open face. Working it to the inside, maximizing that scoring potential, and he goes out the back.
All right, watching Red roll into this one, the first meaningful score. Beautiful rail turn, just holding it there, gouging through. Here he gets a little chatter on the face, so the wave gets a little sleepy, but he sees that inside section, lines it up, puts on the afterburners, and blows the tail for a little emphasis on the finish. So that will be the first meaningful score to drop as we come up to the 15-minute mark.
As we're going to watch Dunphy. So is he going to use his priority on this one? He's going to turn and burn. Here we go, Michael Dunphy on a bigger looking wave. Coming off the bottom, going right up in the lip, negotiating that white water, and can't hang on to that north section, and he goes down. So first of blue, 6.5 blue. Sorry, red, 6.5 for red.
We see Dunphy here coming in just under the lip. Nice big bowly section. Beautiful turn. Throws it straight back up in the whitewater, but can't negotiate that massive convergent section. And very unlike Dunphy to come unstuck, but that shows you just how much water we got moving around out there.
All right, so last of blue, 4.0. So red first, blue second. Blue, you require a 3.01. 13 minutes, 55 seconds remaining.
Yeah, Blue will know that he was on his way to a massive score there, but he can't let that get into his head. He's going to have to go back out, reset. Dunphy is a very, very experienced competitor. He knew that he left some points out there when he came unstuck. Still plenty of time, but when we whittle down to the head-to-head heats, mistakes are brutally punished. And our surfer in red, Alan Cleland, sitting out back with priority, is going to be trying to make sure he can punish that.
So we got a high tide coming up in about 35 minutes, 40 minutes. The wind seems to be easing off a bit and going ever so slightly to the right. So on your screen where you're looking is directly northeast. Northeast is directly onshore. So that east wind that we generally get, east trade winds, kind of comes from the right just a little bit. Doesn't need much to go around the point. You can see some of the tops of the waves getting blown over. But it is, wouldn't say it's side shore, but it's close to being side shore. So with the surfer in blue, with second priority, he's going to look to pick off more waves on the inside. So red's going to use his priority. He's up and right, and Alan Cleland, big rail turn. Coming out onto the open face, another nice rail turn. Cutting it back, sticking with it. So he is currently in first position with a 6.5. So that's going to definitely go into a score line. He only pairing up that 6.5 with a 0.5 as we watch this replay.
Yeah, we see Alan roll into a nice little double up, gives him a nice clean face. Doesn't quite stand up as vertically as he was hoping for, so opts to go for some nice rail maneuvers. But I knew Alan would be looking for that nice vertical bowly face where he can really put the pressure on the back leg, blow out the tail, redirect the board, send in buckets of spray. Alan knows the formula for a big score here, but that will still be a good score because it was a well-ridden wave, surfed as it was presented.
All right, last of red, 5.17. Red, 5.17. So blue, your requirement is now a 7.67. 10 minutes, 30 seconds remaining.
Yeah, you're going to tend to see a little bit of a change in strategy as the heats go into the head-to-head format. It's no longer a case of just trying to get into those top 2 spots. Only one will advance. So you will tend to see surfers being a little more patient, looking for those high-scoring opportunities. In the four-man heat, you tend to see a lot more people keeping busy under priority and just trying to pick off whatever they can. These guys are going to be patient. Wait until they see that swell hit the reef at the right angle that they know is going to wall up and give them those big vertical steep bowly walls, offering the opportunity to do the most critical maneuvers, maybe even get barreled.
So coming up on that 9-minute mark. So the situation remains the same. Red first, blue second. So red in second priority. He is the heat leader, ranked number 19th on the championship tour. Blue with priority is going to go under this first one. Is he going to get in position? Here we go. Blue, he lets it go. The wise choice. That wave just didn't hit the reef the right way.
Yeah, as we were saying, these guys are going to be patient. They know what they're looking for. And that's a lot of water moving out there. As they say, only a surfer will know that feeling.
So you watch this replay of red. This was the 5.17. So fully committed on the rail, 2 turns. Not quite as much effort, or I should say energy, as the 6.5, but nonetheless, still putting down a decent score with 6 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. So red, under priority, he's going to sniff out whatever he can. All he has to do is kick back out, and he's 30-second paddle back out.
Yeah, surfer in red trying to sell the surfer in blue on that wave, but Michael Dunphy, way too experienced. He knows the bowl too well. He didn't like what he saw either, and he didn't fall for it.
Yeah, so Blue's looking at this one. He's going to let it go. Red's going to pull it. So Alan Cleveland goes up vertical, cutting it back. And on the outside, Michael Dunphy coming off the bottom. Nice rail turn, setting up this north section. Another big turn. Digs the nose and goes down. He was on his way to the score. So he is going to try and race Red back out.
Seeing this replay first of Red coming in, deep bottom turn, nice vertical attack, exiting just as vertically down, managing to keep the nose out, but then that wave kind of runs off on the reef. It doesn't really give him much more, but that is the vertical wall we're looking for as we see Blue, Michael Dunphy, wrapping the rail in there, sets it up again, nice blowtail, but he catches a ridge just at the top of that wave, picks the nose, and once again, very uncharacteristic of Mike. Comes unstuck. So we are under the 5-minute mark. So the next heat is free to paddle out. Set themselves up in the rip and psych themselves up ready to go. Next heat, we're going to see former champ versus former champ. Luca Macinas versus local boy Josh Burke. And that is an incredible matchup. Very similar surfers, very fast, powerful. Love to throw lots of spray as we watch Michael under priority.
There we go, Michael Dunphy up and riding. So last of Blue was a 3.7. So situation remains the same. Blue requires that 7.67. So more importantly, he does not have priority, so he is going to have to give way to Red with 3 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. So surfers in the next heat, you're free to paddle out.
Yeah, we're going to just see surfer in Blue paddle out and try to get his mindset right again. He's just been out of sync and out of rhythm in this heat since he first fell on that potential huge score in the beginning. It's funny how small things can just change the course of a heat. Had he completed that wave, it would have been a completely different mindset as we see the surfers looking at positioning. Coming up to that 3-minute mark. Surfer in Blue still looking for a 7.67, which is a score in the good, near excellent range.
Well, here we go. Dunphy, he's up and riding and out the back. So you see the different strategy between first priority and second priority. Surfer in Red with priority, he's just going to sit out there and wait for anything that will better his low score. And Blue is looking to just cut down that requirement. So one is going to get really picky and one is going to get really anxious and pull for anything that looks like it can better one of his scores. 2 minutes and 15 seconds remaining.
Yeah, this is where we see the strategy has to change up. With time running out, Surfer in Blue needs to get busy. He's still looking for a good score. He took off on a wave a little while ago that looked like it may have given him a section, but never really got set right from the takeoff. Looked a little unbalanced. Decided to opt out. And it's stacked against him, but we know what Dunphy can do if he gets the opportunity. He'll be hoping for a 2-wave set to roll through, Lou.
So Red's going to let Blue go. Blue, the vertical turn, working it to the inside with 1 minute 24 seconds.
That was a nice first turn from Blue, but he knows that's not going to get him a score nearing the excellent range. Smaller inside wave. That trickled off onto the reef, not offering any more opportunity. As we approach the final minute in this first heat, Lou, looking at this replay of Blue again, here we go. Coming in deep, eyeing up that surf section, throws it up vertically, blowing the tail around, but then that wave just rolls off on the reef. And Mike is way too experienced. He knows that is not going to be it. So it's been a bit of a frustrating heat for the surfer in Blue, Lou.
With 30 seconds remaining, it's in Mother Nature's hands. He needs at least a two-wave set to come in. So last of Blue was just a 3.0, so it does not cut down that requirement. So with 20 seconds remaining, surfers in the next heat. Just hold your positions there, guys. Thank you. Surfers in the next heat. Hold your positions.
We're going to count this one down.
All right, we're going to count it in 3, 2, 1. All right, so that ends quarterfinal number 1 with Alan Cleland taking out the win. He's going to be moving into the semifinals coming up tomorrow. He'll be in that first semifinal, and he will face the winner of this next heat. So surfers in the next heat. Stand by.
As we say congrats to Mr. Cleland, kneeboarding his way to victory on the victory lap.
All right. Stand by, surfers.
Right in, as we welcome you back to live action. We are in Heat 2 in this quarterfinal round in the men's QS 6000 Barbados Pro.
Up and right and was red. Luca Macinas on the horn catching this wave. So he's going to leave Joshua Burke on the outside holding priority. So we'll see with this replay for red.
Yeah, Luca getting off to a fast start, literally catching that one on the buzzer as a little one rolled through. Here we see Luca rolling in, coming around, making his way up to the section. Just a little bit of a snap turn to set up. Now he throws it and blows the tail a little bit, makes his way around. Plenty of chatter on the face. Setting up for the inside section. Another nice snap. Making his way down with a little whitewater climb, but nice start, but that wave doesn't really offer him a whole lot to work with.
All right, so as we wait for that score, all right, first of red, 5.5. First of red, 5.5.
As we see surfer in blue, local boy Joshua Burke taking off. He didn't like what he see there, but you could feel the crowd getting excited as he lined that one up. Josh is surfing super relaxed. He's hungry, but he's taking the pressure off of himself. He's just enjoying himself, enjoying him surfing, remembering why he started to do this in the first place. And he loves to entertain the whole crowd as he's eyeing one up here, Lou.
Well, here we go. Josh is going to look at this one. He lets it go.
A little out of position, I think.
I think he's a little too deep for that one. So he's going to sit on the outside with priority with 22 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Coming up in the next heat, we're going to be seeing Lucas Austin take on Luke Guinaldo. That's quarterfinal number 3. So that last final heat yesterday in the round of 16 finished with a flurry. Jacob Burke dropping at 8.4, but Luke Guinaldo just edging him out on his last wave. All 4 surfers had waves pretty much at the buzzer.
And that heat was a firecracker.
Oh, here we go. Surfer in blue, Josh Burke. He's up and riding. Coming out onto the open face. And he goes out the back, so a little bit of a cat and mouse game so far as Red giving that one a look, letting it go.
We see that.
So 1.5 for blue. So that will not do it for him.
As we see that early heat strategy with surfers being really patient, being really selective, not wanting to burn energy on waves that they don't see, giving them the opportunity to score big at this level, at this stage of the competition. You're never going to feel happy unless you're sitting with some excellent scores. So it is the patience game at the moment as they eye this up. We're seeing a little double up on the inside. Once again, not quite doing. Josh trying to sell the surfer in red on that one, but Luca, another experienced competitor here, he's not buying it. It was a pleasure to be out last night as Josh and Jacob dropped a couple of hot surf edits, a couple of movies edited by Jacob himself, Josh in real estate, and Jacob in fish out of water, a couple of collections of footage they gathered over the last couple of years, mostly here at the Bowl. So if you ever get a chance to check that out, go on YouTube and check it out. It's great to see a lot of the competitors there supporting as well. A lot of the local surf community. So big up to Josh and Jacob, flying the flag. All right, so under 20 minutes, Lou, and it's been a slow start to this heat.
Yeah, that's that full high tide right now. About 20 minutes, we're on a full high tide, so it's just getting a little lully. Surfer in blue sniffing around up inside, and red sticking down inside the bowl. We're going to look at this replay. This is the 5.5 of red. And he caught that wave literally on the buzzer. That was 7 minutes ago. And just a couple of small scores. And blue way up inside. Here we go, Josh Burke coming around the first section, and he goes out the back as that wave offers nothing on the inside. And red in a little bit better position, looking at a little bit better wave. So red, Luca Macinas goes up vertical in the lip, cutting it back, and that wave kind of peters out. Is it going to reform for him? He's going to stick with it. So he's going to get one more finishing maneuver, maybe two. That's the first one. He's going to look to close it out strong, throws it up pretty much on dry reef.
So that is our surfer from Peru, Luca Macinas. So he used his priority to take that one, found a little nugget that kind of stretched out. Was quite sleepy, but he did manage to get a little bit of work done on the inside. We're seeing a lot more east in the present sets hitting the reef. So they're just kind of rolling off and not really offering a lot of scoring opportunity. But Josh is having a look.
All right, Josh Burke. He's looking at this one. Here we go. Josh Burke, he's up and riding. This is one of the bigger sets of the day. Little check turn, setting up this north section. Roundhouse cut back. Going up vertical, pushing out the fins. Working his way to the inside. He's eyeing up this next section. Throws it up, pushes out the fins, and completes the maneuver. So last of red, Luca, 4.5. But Josh Burke finding a gem in the ocean with 16 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Judges are going to get busy on that one. So last of blue, 6.5 for blue. So blue, you now require a 3.5.
Queuing up the replay here, last of red. He has a nice vertical outside hit. A little carve in the pocket. Wave goes fat. He has to do some filling work. It's just trying to make the inside connection. But the last of blue is game on here. This is a bigger set wave. Just a snap to start. A lovely wrapping carve in the pocket. He eyes the north section and really hits it, bangs it hard, gets a little drift on that board. Sees the inside connection. This wave is still overhead. Gets a lovely crack in the lip. It's a little chattery, but he finishes that with a bang. This is game on. This heat is now on. Queuing up for the cut into the glass with Amaya.
And the set of the day rolls through in an empty lineup.
Back at the glass here with the first man to qualify for the semifinals in the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro QS 6000, Alan Cleland Jr. from Mexico. So, how was it over there?
Yeah, you know, the waves are definitely a little harder. The swell from the east seems like it's kicked in a little more, and it's harder to find those north swell waves with the more face and more bowly swoop bowl waves. So, yeah, I was stoked to just get out there, get a couple good scores, and, you know, it was very tricky. Michael had the wave of the heat, and lucky enough, it kind of had a little bump, and he ended up falling. So that was lucky for me, and, you know, just stoked to keep going forward, and hopefully there's some more waves ahead, and, yeah, just happy. You know, I'm just here to have fun and surf some heat. So started from round one, and now we're here.
Starting from the bottom, and now we're
Yeah, so.
Well, great job over there. I mean, seen you on the glass all week, so the shredding, we didn't expect less from you. Shredding over there, on to the next one. How are you going to reset for tomorrow?
Yeah, you know, just keep the same routine going, just keep having fun, keep hanging out with all my friends from here, and just, you know, keep enjoying my time. It's my time off, so I'm just having fun, and hopefully just get 2 more waves. Actually, hopefully get 4 more waves. And, yeah, just keep enjoying my time, and hopefully, you know, waves get a little better tomorrow. Hopefully the east swell kind of dies off a bit, and there's some more north swell, so we'll see what happens. But, yeah, super stoked to make it.
All right, fingers crossed for that. We can't wait to see you back out there with the Rashi again. So I want to say maybe hi friends and family back at home. I hope they're tuning in for every single heat.
Yeah, for sure. Un saludo a mi papá, mi hermana, todos, mi abuela, mi tía, todos mis amigos que me apoyan. Saludos a todo México. Aquí vamos a la semifinal y gracias por todo el apoyo. Yes, sir. Woo!
Thank you so much. Good luck.
Okay, back to live action. So while we were on that short break, no waves were ridden, with 13 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. So situation in the water is red in first with a 5.5 and a 4.5. Blue is in second with a 6.5 and a 1.5. Blue requires a 3.5.
Seeing this replay of Luca Macinas one more time. Just watching that wave run off the reef, quite sleepy, and he pumps his way, trying to maximize the scoring potential, but there's a lot of chatter on the face, not a lot going on. Manages to get a little snap in, and then nice tag at the end. It'd be great to see another replay. Oh, as we see Blue rolling in from deep.
Close up, close.
Yeah, that one didn't work out for Josh too well, coming in from quite deep as he
On the
looks at a little
inside,
insider.
Blue's taking it. Nice inside canvas. Lovely carve in the pocket. Gets another little hit, a little hung up, but he rides out cleanly. He's got the end of this. We have zapping carve there, but yes. That probably he picked up that halfway in. Just getting a backup score there. Okay, so the situation currently. Red, you hold priority, and you're sitting on a 10-point heat total. Josh, you have a 6.50, and we are waiting for your second score to lock in. Watching replay of Blue, a mid-size wave. All right, Josh, your second score has now come in. It's a 3.33. You are still in second with a 9.83 heat total. You need a 3.50 to take over first. Red, you are in first with a 5.50 with a backup of 4.50.
Yeah, look red. No, had a little look. Not too interested. You know, we're just under 11 minutes. Red's in the lead. He's got priority out there. He's got a 5.5 and a 4.5. And Josh just dropped in a 3.33 behind his 6.5 opener. Now he needs just a 3.5.
So Blue, your last wave coming in at a 3.3. Not enough. You still require that 3.5. 10 minutes, 15 seconds remaining.
Situation is that priority has been awarded to Blue. So first priority is Red, second is Blue, with Red in the lead and Blue second place needing a 3.5. 9 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. All right, this is quarterfinal heat 2. This is of the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro 2026 and also the Live Like Zander Junior Pro. It's presented by Diamonds International and Surf Promotions Barbados. We got lots of swell on offer here in the water, and there's still got a lot of surfing to come. Started off with the juniors, and now we're up into the serious game, the open men. We still got lots of swell on the water. One's just rolling through the rip right now. 7 minutes, 45 seconds remaining. Priority Red, second Blue. Blue is still needing a 3.5. We have Red here
Red's gonna roll into this one. Luca Messinas up and right, and little vertical re-entry on the first maneuver, out onto the open face, throws it up vertical, working it to the inside, waiting for this to stand up for him, and he goes out the back as the wave offered nothing more. 7 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. We're gonna wait for this score for blue to drop as we watch this replay.
Yeah, we see Luca opting to use his priority, roll into this one. Immediate little top turn, try to project out, get back onto the open face. A lot of white water and chatter, but he manages to negotiate that and get a nice vertical snap right up in the lip line. Just cuts back and looking for the section to stand up on the inside, but again, a little bit more east in the waves today, and we see Josh outside rolling into one. He's gonna throw it up. Nice rail turn, grabbing the rail for a point of difference. Projects out, he's eyeing this section. Big snap, buckets of spray. Another big gouge in the face of the wave as he stands this up and blows the tail. So that'll be a good backup score, and that was a nice exchange from the surfer in blue and the surfer in red.
All right, so we're gonna work on these two scores.
Seeing this replay of blue, nice gouging turn. Really difficult to get low and grab the rail like that. The judges will take note. Another big snap right up in the lip line. Extending his legs and really gouging through the face of that wave. And here we have a nice tail blow to end. So that was a well-surfed wave, and Josh will definitely get rid of that 3-3 that's holding him back. Looking to drop probably the best score of.
So last of red, 4.87. So still waiting on the last for blue. 5 minutes, 30 seconds remaining.
We are coming up to the 5-minute mark, so the next heat, you are free to paddle out. That is in red, surfer Lucas Olston, and in blue, surfer Luke Guinaldo. You guys can paddle out. Just stay over in the left side, out of the judge's vision, as we wait for the scores to trickle in for Josh Burke.
All right. Still waiting on this last of blue with 4 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 6.17, blue, 6.17. So blue, you go to first. Red, you drop to second. Red, you are looking for a 7.17. 4 minutes, 10 seconds remaining.
All right, now the heat is finally taking shape with both surfers having a couple of meaningful scores on the board. Josh Burke just edging that last exchange, managing to drop his 3 and put a substantial score up with another 6. As we look at this replay once again of surfer in blue, local boy Josh Burke racing around that section, grabbing the rail, plenty of spray. Rides out, puts on the afterburners as he eyes this section, blows the tail in the lip line. And this is where he's gonna just gouge it again. And this is where you go on the afterburners and look for that strong finish where he picks the nose but manages to unpick it and finish strong. So Nick, this is where we see the heat strategies changing as the situation changes. Luca Messina, surfer in red, he does have priority, but he knows he's looking for a big score. So he's not going to want to pull the trigger on just any old wave. Meantime, Josh is going to be shadowing him, pressuring him, trying to sell him on the wrong wave.
Looking to sell some sugar cakes down Baxter's Road.
Looking to sell some iced Eskimo.
You know.
2 minutes, 45 seconds.
Oh, Blue thought he saw one of those little double ups, but it didn't quite line up the way he was hoping it would. As we see them both go on the little heavy whitewater section. This is where you have to hold your nerves. Surfing is all about skill. There is an element of luck, but there's a big mental side of it, strategy, staying calm. Who will blink first? As we see local boy Josh Burke having a look, but Luca's not buying what he's selling. So we are approaching the final 90 seconds.
All right, so red with priority. Luca Macinas, big wrapping cutback, a smaller wave, gets caught up in that white water. Out onto the open face, big rail turn, and he comes unglued. So he goes down, outside wave rolling through. Josh goes under it with 1 minute, 5 seconds remaining.
Josh eyeing this one up.
There we go, Blue. He's going to roll into this one. Up and riding. Out onto the north section, big floater. Driving hard into the rip and blowing the fins. And the wave rolls under him.
All right, you got 40 seconds. Coming up to the last 30 seconds. As we see Josh Burke throwing it all and getting barreled on the inside. Does that count? Is that a scoring right?
So last of red 4.0 with 15 seconds remaining. Red, you still require that 717 as we roll on to 10 seconds. And red is up and riding.
Count that one down, Lou.
You're counting it down in 3, 2, 1.
Let's hear it for local boy Josh Burke. Come on, Barbados, make some noise. Josh will advance to tomorrow's semifinals. Congratulations to Luca on another strong showing. Always good to have you here, buddy. But today belongs to Josh as we watch this last wave rolling in under the white water. Wakes his way out onto the... Oh, this is the one he surfed earlier. This doubles up and gets on the inside. This is where he attacks. Makes his way back out onto the open face. And finishes strong. So that was Josh's 6.5 earlier on. So once again, congrats to Josh. And we are now moving on to Heat 3.
All right, counting this one in, 10 seconds. Okay, we are back to live action. Coming up in this heat in red, Lucas Ostin, and in blue, Luke Guinaldo. We are into quarterfinal number 3. We just witnessed local boy Josh Burke advancing into semifinal number 1 coming up tomorrow. He'll be taking on Alan Cleland. So the first semifinal is set. So The next semifinal will be the winner between Lucas Austin and Luke Guinaldo. They will be taking on the winner of Micaiah Bray and Taj Lindblad.
Alan versus Josh, two good friends. And we are looking forward to that. Yeah, it was good to see Alan in attendance last night, cheering his buddy on. We actually had a little edit of his own on as well, showing some of the crazy drops he's been taking. As we see surfer in blue.
Here we go, up and right in blue. Luke Guinaldo on his backhand, going up vertical, picking up where he left off yesterday. Working it all the way to the inside. Throwing it up once again. He's going to finish strong. So that's a good way to start the heat. He is excited about that.
All right, that's a strong start for our surfer in blue. After finishing the day yesterday with a nail biter of a heat, managing to take out one of the local boys, Jacob Burke, as we see Luke riding in with a nice bottom turn, throwing it up into the lip, riding out cleanly, makes his way onto the open face, just a little setup carve as he wraps it back.
As we watch live action, Lucas Austin, he's got some flair himself. Here we go, nice big rail turn. He's got a lovely wave ahead of him. Another big rail turn, really extending that rail, going up into the lip, pushing out the fins, and going down and out. So he didn't fall, he jumped off. A big difference. So that's Lucas Austin from Oceanside, California, as we watch this replay.
Yeah, Lucas coming in, throwing it into a lovely wrapping carve, fully on rail. Takes a little check, setup turn, and here's where he waits for that wave to set up. Another gouging turn, throws it up into the lip. And that's all she wrote. But you can see the difference when that, as we're looking at blue again, there's a replay of Luke's first wave. Waits for it to set up, making his way to the inside, negotiating a little bit of bump on the face, and this is where he throws a nice vertical turn, fully committed, and a nice little tail blow to finish. So that was a great exchange, and we're going to wait for these scores to drop.
All right, first of blue, 717. First of red, 583. So blue first, red second.
So we see blue getting the better of that exchange. He did get those two major maneuvers on the outside with a very strong finish. Red had some lovely wrapping turns, but the wave never really stood up for him on the outside. It kind of ran off down the line a little bit quicker. Didn't get the same highlighted hammer drop finish that we saw from the surfer in blue. So that was reflected in the scores, and I think the judges, once again, have been spot on. So let's shout out all the judges once again. Trying to keep it consistent. Analyzing each of these surfers on their own merit, each wave on its own merit, but making comparisons and finding separations, points of difference. Some waves are really similar and they have to really break it down as to where the turn was made, how far away from the critical section. Was it right in the pocket? Was it a little bit more on the open face? Did he blow the fins out the back? How vertical was the approach to the lip? How much of the board did they show?
So call to check in, quarterfinal number 4, Micaiah Bray, Taj Lindblad. You got about 19 minutes to go before your heat begins. As the two surfers make their way back into the lineup. So With 7 minutes gone, two surfers with scores on the board. Blue sitting on a 7-1-7 and red sitting on a 5-8-3. Immediately following quarterfinal number 4, we're going to be going into the women's QS 6000. Now, you are tuned into the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro, presented by Diamonds International, brought to you by Surf Promotions. So surfer with priority is Blue. He's going to give this one a look. He wants to back up that 7-1-7. Nice little down carve up in the pocket. Second little check turn. Getting patient, waiting for this one to reform. Steps on the tail. It's not really going to do much more on the inside, but maybe one more maneuver.
All right, Surfing Blue looking to back up that 7-1-7. As we're just seeing a little movement on the outside. Surfer in red looking to set his position. All right, well, while there's a little break, we're going to send it down to the glass with the winner of the last heat, local boy Josh Burke.
And I'm back at the glass with local hero Josh Burke, who just not only qualified for the semifinals here at the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro QS 6000, but also confirmed his spot on the Challenger Series for this year. Congratulations, man. Everybody is so proud of you, the whole team here cheering you on. I mean, the whole island must be so proud of you as well. How are you feeling?
I feel great, obviously, but yeah, I didn't. Whenever this event comes, I never really look at what I need or anything, because obviously the goal is to win the event. So once I get close to that, I know I'm doing my job. But yeah, that's great news, obviously, to hear that I'm on the Challenger Series this year. Definitely wasn't expecting that news just now, but yeah, I'm very happy.
Well, we're all super stoked for you. I mean, you did the job during that heat. You stayed very busy trying to score and get the scores you needed, and you did. Subol delivered for you, so we're so stoked. Congratulations once again. How are you going to prepare for tomorrow?
I mean, definitely not the same as last night. I definitely had one too many old brigands. Definitely one too many that my dad would have wanted me to drink. So I had a fun night at my premiere, and it was a great night, and it all worked out. If I knew that he was so important, I probably wouldn't have had that much old brigand. But, you know, they call it the elixir for a reason.
That's how they call it, for sure. Anyways, congratulations once again. We're so stoked for you, very happy. And yeah, on to the next round, into the finals day. So happy. And yeah, anything else you want to say? Maybe your sister watching in the other island?
Yeah, all my family, friends, all my supporters in Barbados, from Barbados, everyone that's here with me. Obviously, everyone here means so much to me, and definitely it's amazing feeling surfing in front of the home crowd, hearing the cheers from the beach, because I'm normally a lonely soldier traveling the world, and I don't hear much cheers. But so when I'm home, it feels amazing that there's a lot of people supporting me here, and yeah, I'm very grateful.
All right, thank you so much. Good luck on to the next one.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, well done, Josh. We're back to live action. Good luck tomorrow. So while we were on that break, the score for surfer in blue coming in at a 5-2-3. So blue, you're sitting on a 7-1-7 and a 5-2-3. Red, you're sitting on a 5-8-3. You require a 6.58. 14 minutes, 40 seconds remaining.
We see this replay of blue. This is from before that little break. Making his way to the inside, squeezing every little point he can, putting as much whip into that board. So gonna say good afternoon to all our viewers all around the world as we see Blue taking a look at this one. He's setting up, taking a look at this left.
So blue, he's up. He was looking for that air section. He was holding priority, hands the priority over to red. Check that, red had priority, so blue was just sniffing around under priority. With 13 minutes and 30 seconds remaining.
Yeah, surfer in red, as we said, in this head-to-head heat, he is sitting with priority. He's not going to want to pull the trigger unless he knows he sees something with a lot of scoring potential on it. Too much time left in this heat. That strategy will change if he finds time whittling down and you have to get busy. But right now there's a lot of time, and he's going to just sit and wait for that swell to hit the reef at the right angle. Watch that wall of water hit the reef and stand up and stretch out. With some nice big vertical bowley sections that the guys can really attack, put the board on rail, and really hack into these waves. As we see a little movement out in the back. Surfer in blue.
There we go, surfer in blue, under priority, Luke Guinaldo. Big wrapping cutback, slashing off the top, setting up this inside, throwing it up. And red on the outside by himself. He's looking at that one. He lets it go. Wave kind of bent off the reef, but it's going to reform on the inside as we'll wait for that last of blue as we look at this replay.
Here we see Luke racing out onto the open face with a nice roundhouse cut back and then rebounding sharp off the white water, projecting back out onto the open face. Now the wave starts to slow down, but then he can make his way to the inside, and Luke is really throwing his hips into these turns, trying to get as much whip on the board as possible, but that is all there is. So 3 good maneuvers, and Luke is keeping busy, trying to up the requirement for your surfer in red, who is playing the patience game right now.
There's still plenty of time, 11 minutes and 10 seconds.
Yep.
So blue under priority, just sitting, getting busy, trying to find something. He does have the single highest wave of the heat. With 10 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. Judges are still analyzing this wave.
Yeah, they're going to look at that wave and make a direct comparison to the 717 and the 523 and see where this wave falls in that kind of range as we look at the replay once again. Another big wrapping turn on the outside. Keeping it close to the white water. I think this is Luke's first wave. This is the 717 that he started off with a strong finish. So that's a replay of an earlier wave.
All right, so last of blue, 4.6, blue, 4.6. So red, you still require that 6.5 as he's rolling into this one. There we go, Lucas Ostin. We all know what he can do. Big vertical top turn out onto the open face. Another smashing turn as he works it, waiting for this reform, which doesn't happen, but that was 2 massive turns on the outside on a bigger wave as we watch this replay.
Well, this is Lucas using his priority, throwing it into that massive incoming section with plenty of speed to throw it into the north section. He likes it. Does a little bit of a claim, and then this wave goes bumpy. 2 big outside maneuvers.
As you start to see the scores dropping, trickling in, they're on your screen. 8.5, Lucas, 8.5. So red goes to first. Blue, you now require a 717. 9 minutes remaining.
And that is exactly what we were talking about. Surfer in red with priority sat and sat. We watched the surfer in blue get busy, catch 2 or 3 waves. He never flinched, never panicked. There was too much time left. And when that swell hit the reef and we saw that wall stand up vertically at well overhead, Lucas knew that he had made the right choice. Absolutely tearing into those 2 outside turns, showing all the speed, power, flow, commitment that the judges love, and being rewarded accordingly. We are watching surfer in blue, Luke Guinaldo, roll into one.
There we go, Luke Guinaldo going up vertical, kind of getting stuck a little bit, but regains his composure and just throws up the Hail Mary because he knows that his rhythm had been broken. So this is going to take care of the first spot in semifinal number 2. So the winner of this heat will be taking on the winner of the next heat. As we got 7 minutes, 30 seconds remaining, so surfers in the next heat, you should be checked in and ready to go. You have about 2.5 minutes before you can paddle out.
So we just see a little bit of a mistake there from our surfer in blue, using his priority on what looked like a really, really nice wave. But you could see he wasn't quite set from the takeoff. Was never really in rhythm. If we can get a replay of that, we can break it down and see where that all went wrong. So Lassa Blue just dropping in at a small 2.7. Here we see Blue coming in, lost his rhythm from the bottom turn, got a little hung up trying to throw it as vertical as possible. I think upon recognizing that, decided that he was just going to go for the Hail Mary. It didn't quite work out. As we watch this replay again of red, this is the big outside barrel section that we love to see attacked. And here he goes, plenty of entry speed, projecting out onto that open face. A little bit of air time as he free fell out of the lip. In complete control, and then made the claim. Can't help but think if he had stayed low and thrown it up into another big turn, he could have even maybe squeezed another point out of that wave, but nonetheless, 8.5 is a solid score. We're under 6 minutes to go, Lou, and we're getting ready for another big quarterfinal heat. So up next, we're gonna have a couple more surfers from USA. Makai Bray and Taj Lindbod. These guys got their cheering squads on the beach. All buddies. These guys are all super fierce competitors, bearing their fangs in the water, but once they get back to shore, the camaraderie, the friendships, really, 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 really touching to see how these guys support each other, and girls, all these competitors, how they support each other once they get out of the water. But in the water, there are no close friendships. They bare their teeth, show their claws. All right, next heat, you're free to paddle out. We're under the 5-minute mark, coming up to 4 minutes, 30 seconds. So surfer in red, Makai Bray, and surfer in blue, Taj Lindbod, you guys can make your way out. Hope you guys are all tuning in all over the world. If you're enjoying the broadcast, tell your friends, share the link. I'm sure a lot of you guys can use a little bit of sunshine in your life. Shouting up all my people, where it's a little bit later in the evening in Europe.
So surfer in red sitting in the driver's seat with just 4 minutes remaining, holding priority and the lead. So this is where you want to be. As the surfers start to move around, red is not going to let blue get within an arm's length away. He's going to live in his back pocket right now.
Literally
So
his shadow.
The decision's going to be if a set comes, which wave to go on.
Yep.
Whether you let him go first and you go second, or do you go first and hope there's not something behind? Either way, it's a little bit of a cat and mouse game. But he is requiring that 717, so that would be this. It would match his best score. So the judges already see that 7. So they know how they will compare. 2 minutes, 58 seconds.
Yeah, if we go into the minds of our surfers right now, our surfer in red will, as you said, want to be shadowing the surfer in blue, not give him an inch. Try to block him from any waves or any high scoring potential by taking off and using his priority. The surfer in blue will be trying to sell the surfer in red on a dud wave so that he can gain priority, or be hoping that a 2-wave set comes and
2 minutes 30.
And he can get the better of the 2 waves. This is a real game of strategy right now for all you viewers at home. Red is not going to give blue the separation he needs to be in a different takeoff spot. So blue is going to need to sell red on something. We are under 2 minutes, guys. Surfer in blue looking for a 717. Sitting under priority. And like I said, there are no friendships in the water. These guys are friends on land, but no way is Lucas going to say, hey, bro, take this opportunity. Go show me what you can do. Lucas is going to be in his back pocket. And the moment he moves, Lucas moves.
1 minute, 20 seconds remaining. Blue gonna pull on this one. He's setting up something. And he goes out the back. So with 1 minute remaining.
Well, that was really well read by the surfer in red. A bit of a tongue twister. But yeah, he recognized, he took a look at that. He was in a position where he could have blocked, but he took a look at that and he thought there's no way that blue is going to drop a 717 on this. Under a minute to go. We're approaching 30 seconds, red. You sit with priority and we're coming up to the last 30 seconds. So yeah, red recognized that blue would not be able to get the score he needed on that last wave coming through. Let him go.
20 seconds. Red paddling. He's going to hold off blue. Lucas Austin out onto the open face. Nice wrapping cut back with 10 seconds remaining. Another big rail turn. Smaller wave as we're going to count this one in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So that ends quarterfinal heat number 3. Lucas Austin moving on into the semifinals to match up against Micaiah Bray or Taj Lindblad. We'll be right back. I need the driver of Z1. Z1. You need to move. You have cars. Can you please move your vehicle? Thank you very much. So just for reference, last of red coming in at a 4.0. Stand by, servers, in the next heat. We'll let you get in your positions, and then we're going to roll it in. So the semifinal number 1 tomorrow is going to be between Alan
2. We're counting this one in 10 seconds. In 3, 2, 1.
Equal blunders for both surfers. All right, we're back to live action. So coming up in this heat, we're going to see Makai Bray in red taking on Taj Lindblad in blue. That will set up semifinal number 2 coming up tomorrow. We just saw Lucas Ostin qualifying for that second semifinal. So coming up immediately following this heat, we're going to be moving into the women's quarterfinal number 1, where we'll see Chelsea Twack take on Talia Swindal. So that's coming up in about 25 minutes, right after this quarterfinal number 4.
Yeah, so we had a fast start to this quarterfinal heat 4 with both surfers taking off on a couple of huge swells riding through. Very uncharacteristic of Taj going down. And then Makai not being able to negotiate the takeoff on a massive section, coming unstuck as well. So fast start, but no scores of consequences yet. Here we see this replay of Blue. Big bowly section. Just catches, loses his footing. Seems to have a little bit of a slip. Loses the back foot. And comes unstuck on what was going to be a massive section setting up for him on the inside. So it's good to see we are still getting some high-quality waves rolling through in the bowl, giving these surfers some opportunities to drop some big scores in that excellent range, which is anything over an 8. But at least looking for priority sits with red. As we see some lines rolling in out back. Lou, what do you think? Time for some action?
Let's see where Makai is. He's going to roll in on this one. Floats the first section. Wave kind of bending out to sea a little bit. He's going to stick with it. Getting a little reform on the inside. He's waiting for it to stand up. He's going to want one more maneuver. Washing off the nerves as he works his way all the way down to the inside and finishes strong.
All right, Makai Bray getting his account open, milking everything he can out of that wave. Quite a bit of downtime. As we see Makai taking off, throwing it straight into that little section. That's probably the best turn of that heat, of that wave. Nice little wrap-in turn. Oh, we lost the replay, but wasn't a lot more to see than that. Did a bit of work on the inside and finished strong, but that was quite a lazy, sleepy wave.
All right, 3.0, red, 3.0. So that will put surfer in blue sitting on the outside with priority. Blue giving that one a look, but no ride.
Yeah, as we see this replay of red making his way out onto the open face. A little bit of cutbacks. Just waiting for this wave to reform inside as it hits that shallower reef. Standing up, just waiting around. And here we go, nice little turn. And now he turns on little afterburners and tries to finish strong, almost on dry reef, right down in front of the Zander monument.
Blue, red's last wave was a 3.0. So you see the scores there on your screen. And how we work out that 3.0 is we drop the high, drop the low, and average the 3 in the middle. That will give you your scores.
That is how we try to bring some consistency to a very subjective sport. Five judges all dropping their opinion, scoring between 1 and 10. As we see Blue on the outside having a look, but that rolls under. Another nice breezy sunny day here in Barbados. Welcoming all our visitors, viewers.
All right, well, we have a little break in the action. We're going to send it down to Lucas Osten. He's standing by with Amaya. He is the winner of the last heat. Take it away, Amaya.
I'm standing here with Lucas Osten from Oceanside, who, just like the heat before, not just qualified for the semis in the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro QS 6000, but also made it to the Challenger Series for this year. Congratulations, man. How are you feeling?
I don't even have any words to say. It's just taken a lot of hard work, and I just at the start of the year, there's no way I ever thought I'd be in this position, you know? So just this event, I was like, okay, I'm just gonna go have fun and take every moment to learn, and even that last heat, I'm just so thankful to the Lord that I got that wave, you know? I'm just blessed and thankful, and I just have a great support crew here in Barbados, and Jim again helping me at the comp, and I just want to say thanks to everyone at home, my brother and my family. I love you guys so much, and the other guys I coach with at home, Todd Prestige and Luke Stedman. I love you all, you guys, and everyone who supports me. I'm just so thankful, and let's fucking go! Whoa!
Yeah, I couldn't have said it better, for sure. But, I mean, we all saw that coming. You deserve your spot over there and even higher. So congratulations. You know, hard work pays off. So on to the next one. Are you going to play the patient game again tomorrow, or are you going to catch more waves?
I'm just going to pray that a wave comes to me and just light it up if I get the opportunity. And no matter what happens, just have fun and just stay thankful and grateful for the fact that I'm here.
All right. Thank you so much. Congratulations on to the final day. Yes!
Yes, congratulations and good luck tomorrow. I had a little talk with Lucas yesterday, and I asked him what his strategy was going to be, and he said, I'm going to put it in God's hands and let the surfing do the talking. So well done. Last of Blue, 4.0. So Blue, you go to first. Red, you drop to second. Red requires a 2.01. 16 minutes, 50 seconds remaining.
Seeing this
We're
replay.
looking at this replay.
All right, we got Taj bringing it in from deep, throwing a little whippy, snappy turn, blowing out the tail there a little bit on a pretty flat face. So Taj making something out of nothing there on that wave.
Yeah, just a couple of small scores on the board. Taj sitting with a 4 and a 1, and Mackay sitting with a 3 and a .43. So I don't want to say slow going. I just think that first exchange where both of them fell kind of shook things up a little bit. They're just settling back down now, and they're going to get things rolling because it could be a completely different heat. There was 2 waves, and they were 2 of the biggest waves. So not one or the other, but this is a good-looking wave here. Taj up and riding, coming out onto the open face, throwing it up vertical. He's got a lot of wall to work with on this one. Cutting it back. He's going to step on the tail, wait for it to reform. Throws up a little floater re-entry, try and get around, and he doesn't, but he did have a very nice turn on the outside on a bigger section. He's been coming here for a very long time. Sawyer also has been coming here for a long time as we watch this first.
Yeah, Taj throws it up. He took this wave under priority, so he'll be still really happy. It didn't quite provide for him in the end the way it looked as though it was, But under priority, this is going to definitely get rid of that one that he's sitting with at the moment. Yeah, that was the section he was hoping to hit, but had to ride around it instead because the wave kind of ran off. But once again, he's going to dump that one and make the requirement a little bit more for a surfer sitting with priority, Makai Bray.
All right, last of blue, 5.5 blue. So red, you now require a 6.5. 14 minutes, 30 seconds remaining.
Yeah, once again, Taj will be super stoked with that. The wave didn't quite provide what he hoped it would, but under priority, you're always stoked to drop a decent score. What Taj will hope to do is make this his backup and drop something in the excellent range because he knows how dangerous Makai Bray is. And 14 minutes to go. We are in quarterfinal heat 4. Preparing ourselves for a massive heat between two former champions of this event, our current reigning champion, Talia Swindow, and the Queen of Soup Bowl local girl, Chelsea Tuat. Both these girls have lots of support. Both of their moms, passionate supporters. Shout out to Margot and Kristen, who will both not have many fingernails after this heat. And then we'll be back tomorrow on finals day, where we're hoping for all of our viewers that have been tuning in all week to tune in and watch us whittle down the semifinals and then crown some champions. And this is the season finale, so this will determine the overall champion for this region and determine...
All right, so red with priority, he's going to pull the trigger. Here we go, up and right in, going up vertical, working it onto the open face. Another big down carve. Little two-stage cutback. He's just waiting for it to reform. He's going to look to finish this one strong, stepping on the tail. Here he goes, out onto the open face, throwing it up and finishing strong. 12 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. Things are going to get spicy.
That's Makai Bray with a good use of priority there. As we see the replay. Oh, we clean up this replay. Here we go. Makai coming in, throwing it up into that first section and riding out cleanly. Showing a nice gouging cutback, layback, cutback hack. And this is where the wave slows up. And he just waits for it to sit up and hit the reef before he tears off down the line and comes with a strong finish.
Live action, blue, with a big turn on the outside. He's answering back red. Taj Lindblad. And he's going to get another section. He's going to get around this. So he finishes strong. So red with a good wave and blue answering right back.
Here we have blue, Taj Lindblad, blowing it out in that first section, hooking it right under the lip, free falling, coming around with a nice little wrap back, throws it up into the white water one more time. And this is where he waits for it to set up on the inside, puts on the afterburners, nice little white water tag, and here he gets a little 2-for-1 with a nice little drift finish, and he's loving it, and his squad is loving it. So that was a great exchange of lots of hoots and hollering on the beach.
So last of red, 6-1-7. So waiting for the last of blue. So last of blue, 8-1-7. So blue first, red second. red, you require a 7.5, 10 minutes, 10 seconds remaining.
With 10 minutes to go, this heat has started to really take shape. We're now seeing the kind of scores that we're used to seeing at this stage. Mackay Bray will be happy with a 6.17, but he'll want to make that his backup score. He knows he needs to go excellent. While Taj will be trying to dump a, where's Taj at? A 5.5. So Taj is very, very capable of dumping that 5.5 and upping the requirement. But plenty of time to go.
The waves are starting to turn on again. Just got away from that little high tide low. High tide is about an hour ago. So coming up in about 9 minutes, we're going into the women quarterfinal number 1.
Yeah, we're starting to see a few more cleaner faces and a few more of those North Peaks hit. And we hope for improving conditions as we try to close out today on a high. As we bring back the ladies. And these girls are ready to put on a show. We're just seeing our surfers kind of reposition, keeping an eye on the horizon, trying to determine when that set's going to roll through. Looking for those little peaks rise out in the ocean as we see some movement. These swells travel in across the Atlantic and come from deep water, well over 100 feet. And then come in and hit a shallow shelf, sharply rising up from about 80 feet to 20 in no time.
All right, so with 7 minutes, 30 seconds remaining.
We are hearing some whistles on the beach. Crowd's getting excited.
Surfers putting themselves in position. This first one's going to roll under everybody, but it is going to unload on the reef.
Look at that.
And this second one here, Mackay Bray, up and riding, going up vertical and coming unstuck. He just gets taken out, and Blue on the outside. He's going to let that one go. So it's 6 minutes and 50 seconds. I think it's still a little too early to start playing the priority game. So Taj making a wise choice, not taking off on that wave, knowing he just needs one more score to really put this one to bed, sitting on an 8.17 and a 5.5. So that was a solid set that rolled through. We have been so blessed with waves for this event. The first 2 days were pumping, and they were the worst 2 days of the event. Had a new swell arrive on Thursday, and it has been sticking around. It'll be here tomorrow as well. So tomorrow we are looking for very similar conditions as we watch this replay of the 8.17. That was the money turn right there.
Yeah, this wave was beautifully surfed. Lots of variety, plenty of flow, some power on display. That was a genuine 8. That was definitely excellent surfing. We say hello to all the crowd on the beach.
So 5 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Surfer in blue with the lead. Surfer in red requiring a 7.5. Very attainable.
He just needs the right wave.
Well, the surfer in red was well on his way to that with that last wave, Lou, but he just got there a little bit late. Came unstuck in a big section, but had he ridden out of that, then he was on his way to a massive score. We are at the 5-minute mark, so ladies in the next heat, Chelsea Chuak and Talia Swindal, you girls are free to paddle out.
Big congratulations to Hayden Rogers. He just received the news that he has qualified for the Challenger Series. Congratulations to you.
Yeah, congrats, Hayden. His crew is stoked. There was plenty of hoots and holler, and Lou and I were wondering what was going on, and then we got the news.
Here we go, red up and right, and Mackay Bray throwing the reverse, spinning it around, going out onto the open face. With 3 minutes, 25 seconds remaining. He's still got a couple of more maneuvers, throwing it up vertical, pushing out the fins. So he started that with a little reverse, lip line reverse. So he is going to try and cut his requirement. Blue, you got 3 minutes, 3 minutes.
So here we see red throwing it straight onto that oncoming section, blowing the tail out and bringing it right round for the 360. Here he goes for a little bit of a layback hack on a bit of a sleepy section, but this wave gives him a bit more. Nice little cutty, and then here he goes with a big finish, blowing the tail out. So he's gonna try to cut into that requirement. I think we can definitely say goodbye to that 3. Let's see it. It's looking like his best wave. We are coming up to the final 2 minutes in this heat. And we just had some fireworks there, Lou, with a nice exchange.
Yeah, we're just waiting for these scores to drop. See if it will improve his situation. So last of red, 4.83. So red, you still require a 7.51. 1 minute, 50 seconds remaining.
All right, that leaves our surfer in blue, Taj Lindbob, in a very strong position. He's sitting out there with priority. And this is where he is gonna shadow his competitor, not allowing him trying. 1 minute, 30 seconds. 1 minute, 30 seconds, blue. You sit in the lead. You have an 8.17 and a 5.50. Surfer in red, you're still looking for a 7.5. You've got just over a minute to do that. And then we'll be counting this down and counting in the first heat in the ladies' quarterfinals. I hope all our viewers all around the world are as stoked and excited for this next heat as we are.
45 seconds. Next heat, stay there, please.
So we're going to have some more celebrating throughout the day and tomorrow as the final leaderboard takes shape as we march on towards finals day. And we got blue having a little look at a victory lap. Scratching into this one. They won't let him in.
Counting this one in 10 seconds. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So that ends heat quarterfinal number 4. So the final semifinals on the men's side are set. We're going to see Alan Cleland taking on Michael Dunphy. Sorry. We're going to see Alan Cleland taking on Joshua Burke. And Lucas Ostin will take on Taj Lindblad. That's coming up tomorrow. So next heat, counting it in. 10 seconds. In 3, 2, 1.
Heat is live.
All right, so coming up in this heat in red, we have local girl Chelsea Tuak. And in blue, Talia Swindell. The heat has started. No surfers have caught a wave as yet.
So we have our current defending champion, Talia Swindell, going up against former champion and local girl, Chelsea Tuak. This is a monster heat. These girls are gonna send it. They both know the bowl very well. They're both powerful surfers. Neither of them are afraid to take off on anything that comes their way. Once they see the scoring potential, they will go for it. Talia known for some attacking that big north section. And Chelsea known for her smooth, silky, stylish, aggressive surfing. Super consistent here at the bowl. Been working on our barrel game recently as well. So we want to shout out Margot, who will be tuned in or on the beach flying the flag, and Kristen, who didn't make it this year.
The girls have paddled all the way up to Parlor. They are about 200 yards away from Soup Bowl.
Yeah, the girls are closer to a peak that we refer to as High Rock. So the bowl is the main break, sitting directly in front of the judges' tent. Over to the right is where we can call High Rock, where the girls are sitting now. And then over further to the right, we have the famous Parla, where a deep water heavy wave that rolls in.
Yeah, if they were playing golf, they'd be out of bounds.
If they were playing cricket, they would have scored a 6.
Yeah.
All right, so it seems like they had to look back at land and realize where they actually were. And they're moving back down towards the bowl section as Red is eyeing up one from deep. She's not in position, and this is just a little runner. All right, so we saw our surfer in red, Chelsea, paddling for that one. There is no established priority as yet. Priority will be assigned once one surfer has caught a wave. But at the meantime, it is the old-fashioned, old-style priority, which is surfer closest to the peak. In the deeper, more critical section of the wave, they are deemed to be in a priority position. Once they have caught that wave, priority will shift to the surfer who has not yet caught a wave. And that priority will continue to seesaw throughout the heat.
All right, let's hear what Taj Lindblad has to say. The winner of the last heat, he's standing by with a Maya.
I'm standing here with Taj Lindblad from San Clemente, who just qualified for the semis in down here at Barbados Surf Pro QS 6000, but who also, by winning this heat, won the title, the QS North America regional champion out here. Wow. Congratulations.
Thank you. Oh, that's nuts. Wow. Oh, yeah. I had like 3 big goals this year, and it was like I wanted to win a QS and then make the Challenger and win North America. So I knocked those 3 out in 2026 so far. So it's been good.
Congratulations. I mean, I'm so stoked for you. Those are very big goals, and you achieved them. And I mean, you're looking so confident over there. What a powerful surfing, and so much passion also translating through your surfing.
Yeah, I get pretty fired up. Yeah, I don't know. It's just maturing. I feel like my surfing got smoother. Maybe I'm breathing more. I used to be like really just angry and trying to go fast, but yeah, just stay calm and do turns.
Well, stay calm, do a turn, and win the race for sure. Congratulations again. So stoked for you on to the finals day. Are you gonna keep a little chill this evening, or are you gonna full on celebrate?
Oh no, job's not done. Yeah, I haven't like drank for a while, so I'll just keep it like that until I actually do something.
All right, let's keep it like that. You know, keep ready, reset for the next heat, and once again, congratulations. Surfing so good, and you deserve it. Everything, all your goals that you achieved, you deserve them for sure. Want a little shout out, friends, family,
yeah,
Big 20.
Of course, Big 20. But my mom, my dad, and sister for all the support. Hurley and Lost Surfboards for, making my dreams come true. Yeah, I should bring it up. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Good luck for the next one, man.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, we're back live.
All right, we're back to live action. Congratulations, Taj. Good luck both tomorrow and on your quest in the Challenger Series. While you're on that short break, both surfer in red and blue holding down waves. So we are waiting for the judges to deliberate and drop their scores.
Yep, that's our open exchange.
We watch this replay of blue.
Yeah, this is Talia Swindal getting a nice open face, big wrapping arc, coming back under the whitewater. Another nice little turn right up under the lip. Throws it up vertically in the whitewater, almost comes unstuck, but that core muscles bring her back on board, and then she cuts out. As we see Chelsea opening up her account. Wave starts a little slow. She's building speed. Grows up into a lip line float. Comes down a little with the whitewater. There's a more aggressive turn as she pushes on the back foot a little bit. A little bit of a wrapping cut back there. Waiting for this wave to set up on the inside. Trying to squeeze every point she can, but it just runs off down the reef, and that is that for Chelsea.
All right, so first of red coming in at a 4.33. First of blue, 6.0. So blue first, red second. 17 minutes, 30 seconds remaining.
Seeing our surfer, Talia Swindal, on her second wave, out on the open face. This wave has got a lot of east in it, but she's looking for that little reform on the inside. Can she stick with it? Nope, it runs off down the reef. She'll still drop a small score for that one, and that will back up her opening ride. So here we go, here's the replay. Talia coming around from deep. Nice little wrapping carve right up in the lip line. This wave doesn't offer a whole lot, but we can drop a couple of scores. So previous of blue, your first wave came in at a 6, and last of blue came in at a 3. Last of red, you dropped a 4.33. So blue, you sit in the lead with a heat total of 9. Surfer in red, you have priority, and you're looking for a 4.68 to take the lead. 16 minutes to go. We are in the first heat of the women's quarterfinal round. And that was the first exchange between the ladies. So Simon, you've been surfing and hanging around Chelsea a long time, mentoring her, offering her advice, watching her develop from a young skinny grom. What do you make of this open exchange and Chelsea's chances in the competition and her surfing and how it's developed?
Chelsea's been having a good event so far. It was interesting that opening exchange was two unfinished rides from both surfers, but you see Chelsea did more of the end work. The start of that wave was a bit more sleepy, whereas her competitor got more outside work done, so that's kind of separating the scores there. But Chelsea's been on a bit of a roll this event. She's feeling super good, and I'm sure she's eager to get another wave underneath her belt. This is still early time in this heat. We still got 15 minutes remaining. She's happy to be home, and she wants to put on a show for everyone, and then she's been performing well.
Yeah, I mean, we've been seeing Chelsea around. She's been surfing well. She's been surfing loads of different breaks. She's always looking happy, big smile on her face. She's taking the pressure off herself, and she's really, really enjoying her surfing. We also want to say a massive congrats on her recent engagement. So, yeah, so congrats to Chelsea and Tom. I know Tom will be watching. He'll be tuned in, watching somewhere. If he's not here, I don't know if he's here in the island at the moment, but big up to you, Tom. Congrats to you guys. Don't take her away from Barbados too long or too far. Tali, on the other hand, she is the defending champion in the women's and the girls division. Yeah, one of the most powerful surfers. Situation, Blue, you are in the lead. There's 14 minutes to go.
Blue, you're in first. You have a 6 and a 3. Red, you require a 4.6. 13 minutes, 50 seconds remaining.
Yeah, Talia taking out the double last year. That is the dream scenario. Showing her dominance in both divisions. Still qualifying for the girls. Talia's only recently turned 20. As you see this replay of Blue's first wave. Nice wrapping turn. Really carving it back under the white water. Throwing it up in the lip. This is the point of separation between her and Chelsea's first opening rides. Was her work was done more on the outside, whereas Chelsea got to work busier on the inside. Outside turns were not as aggressive as we know she can give us. But she sits with priority, and she knows what she's looking for, and Chelsea is a very experienced competitor. Just like we saw with the boys earlier, they're looking for quality, not quantity anymore. So when she sees that swell hit the reef at the right angle, she is going to try to be in the right position to use her priority and drop a hammer blow. She will not underestimate her competitor. Neither of these girls will take each other lightly.
All right, so coming up in the next heat, quarterfinal number 2, we're going to see Eden Walla taking on Bailey Turner. So you ladies should be checked in and ready to go. Eden Walla is the current ratings leader, and Bailey sitting in that number 5 spot. So that will round out semifinal number 1 as we watch Talia swim down, up and riding, going up in the lip, taking her time, approaching that north section, cutting it back. It's going to let it stand up. Redirect. She's looking for this finishing maneuver. Tosses it up and completes the ride. So she is sitting on a 6 and a 3. So she's going to want to better that 3. That wave is a smaller wave on the inside. Nonetheless, that will be scored as we watch this replay.
Yeah, Talia, for coming from deep, she managed to get a little separation between herself and the surfer with priority, racing it down the line. This is where the wave stands up a little bit. That was a nice attack on the lip line. Here it goes a little sleepy. It is a smaller inside wave, but she got a couple of good maneuvers outside. Almost comes undone there, catches a little rib on the wave, but a little pump and a nice finish. So that is an excellent ride to get under priority.
Live action, Chelsea's up on a nice looking set wave. Up and out. That thing didn't offer much. Bit of an easterly wave there.
Yeah, that was a critical drop, but then that wave ran off down the reef side. That's not the one that Chelsea's been looking for.
There've been a lot of cat and mouse, a lot of strategy, and girls paddling themselves into high rock, then paddle back down, paddle back up. So they're really hunting around. Swell direction is a little bit different today. It's definitely now more of a full east swell. Some of these waves bend away from the reef and don't offer a lot of walls, so you have to be very picky. But still lots of opportunity out there. The key is probably to keep paddling and do not sit. Have your marker on the beach, which is probably roughly where that black flag is on the rock.
Yep. The Diamonds International flag.
Just below that, and
shout out to our sponsors. Diamonds International, one of our major sponsors. As we see Chelsea having a look at a little potential double up, but that rolls off down the reef as well. So as Simon was saying, the angle that the swell hits the reef is so important, and we are on the Atlantic side of the island where we have a cross-section of swells coming at us from all different angles.
Two swell systems. Yeah, two systems actually were competing.
And even within that swell, predominantly north and east swell, you still have different ridges and currents, and as the tides change, or we have a big set roll through at Parla, all that water pushes down and rolls across the reef. You see that a little bit more as the tide drops out, which is what we're starting to see now as the reef begins to just expose itself.
Yeah, Super Bowl does like a lower tide. Sometimes it can be a little less consistent, but it usually grinds along the reef a little bit better on the lower tide.
Yeah, we also see the major effects of the wind on Super Bowl and the angles the wind come at. So we're coming up to 9 minutes, just under 9 minutes to go. Red, you sit in priority, and you were looking for an 8.67. Last of green came in at a 7. So green, you're sitting with a 7 and a 6. You hold the lead. Red, you are sitting with a 4.33 and a 0.5. So you're looking for a massive 8.67 as you sit with priority and 8.5 minutes to go.
Blue, you are in first.
Blue, you're in first. You have a 6 and a 7. Red, you are in second. You have a 4.33. You require a 8.6. 8 minutes remaining.
All right, we just saw Chelsea rip it into a couple of turns. That wave kind of ran off down the reef, didn't give her a vertical section to finish, but we see this replay. Chelsea rolling in, making her way around this little section. Nice carve right up in the lip line. Checks it up, throws it again into another nice wrap. And this is where she was looking to attack that little whitewater section, but that north section didn't really push at her. And that will hand priority to our surfer in blue and current defending champion, Talia Swindal.
So judges looking at this red, scores starting to trickle in. All right, last of red, 5.0. So red, you now require an 8. 6 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. So blue first, red second. Red requires the 8.0. 6 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. So coming up in the next heat, ladies, you should be ready to go. This is going to be a barn burner. Eden Walla and Bailey Turner, two youngsters. Eden Walla is 16 years old, and I think Bailey is also 16 years old. Bailey is also 16 years old. So Eden currently ranked number 1 on the North America ratings, and Bailey is number 5. So both of these young ladies are in that qualification situation. They're all very close, within 500 points. Bailey is within 500 points of number 2, and she is out of the event. So
is number 3.
A lot of scenarios can go down with this result. This event has been dubbed Heartbreak and Happiness as we watch red live action, Talia Swindell up and right, and she's currently sitting on a 7 and a 6, attacking that north section, and red on the outside on a nice looking wave. Comes around the first section, big wrapping down carve, coming out onto the open face. Little check turn setup, another wrapping cutback. She's looking at that last section. So that is more like what we are accustomed to seeing Chelsea. So that's going to go in her scoreline as probably her best. That will potentially cut down the requirement. But let's see what the judges think. 4 minutes, 25 seconds as we watch this replay.
So we see Blue coming from quite deep, having to kind of check herself on that little whitewater section, and then just throwing it up into the lip, almost riding out. But as we said, no entry speed. And here we see Chelsea on a bomb out back. Nice wrap right up in the lip line. Nice steep section. Here we go with another nice wrapping carve. And here she waits for it to stand up and attacks the finish and rides out. So that is without a doubt Chelsea's best ride. As we come up to 3 minutes and 50 seconds, let's see how that affects the scoreline and what the requirement will be.
All right, so 3 minutes, 40 seconds. So last the Blue, 2:17. So Talia currently sitting in that 14th position with 5,000 points. So if she takes the win here and she gets 6,000 points, it's going to give her 11,000 points. We'll see where that might be able to take her. But all of that will come out tomorrow.
Look at this one hitting the reef there, Lou.
All right, scores starting to trickle in for Chelsea. You can see them there on your screen. It's looking good. 7.5 for Chelsea. So red, 7.5. You now require a 5.5. 2 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. So Chelsea dropping the single highest wave of this heat. Blue, red hat just dropped a 7.5. She requires a 5.5. 2 minutes, 30 seconds remaining.
Well, that put the cat amongst the pigeons.
Blue is in first priority.
Chelsea battling back strong, dropping that requirement down to a very achievable 5.5. This sets up a nail-biting finish here. As we see Blue pulling into a little double up on the inside, using her priority on what looks like a little nugget.
Comes around that first section. Red in the next heat. Go back about 10 feet, please. We will let you get set. So there's no reason to be that close in the lineup, please. Thank you.
So Lou, we saw Blue take off on that one with her priority, but that wave ran off down the reef. Here we go. This looked like it was going to be a bit of a nugget. Talia comes around that section, gets a nice little carve, but then the wave just rolls off down the reef and doesn't offer her anything else. So that's going to end up going down in history as a priority mistake and handing the advantage now to Chelsea, who is looking for a 5.5 with 1 minute and 25 to go and with priority and the lineup to herself. Will Soup Bowl provide?
Next heat, you need to go back.
Eden and Bailey, don't come any closer, please.
All right, here we go. Chelsea's looking at this one. She needs a score with 1 minute remaining. She's up and riding. Red in the next heat. From where we are, you look like you're almost in the lineup, so you need to go back, please. I will give you more than enough time to get in position. Thank you.
40 seconds. The excitement was rising as we saw Chelsea take off on one, but that didn't offer her anything.
All right, here we go. Red, she was looking at it with 25 seconds remaining. All right. 10 seconds. We're going to count this one in 3, 2, 1. And not going to count. What a matter of 2 seconds would have made, because she would have got the score for sure. Oh, such hard luck, Chelsea.
What a nail biter.
All right, so ladies in the next heat, stand by. We're going to let you get in position, and then we'll start the heat. So just 2 seconds late was that wave coming in as we watched the replay. But taking the win, Talia Swindell moving on into the semifinals tomorrow. She will take on the winner of this heat in the water coming up between Eden Walla and Bailey Turner.
So congrats once again to Talia. The defending champion marches on to finals day, narrowly beating out local girl Chelsea Tuak.
All right, we're counting this one in, 10 seconds. In 3, 2, 1. So coming up in this heat, in red, Eden Walla, in blue, Bailey Turner. All right, we're back to live action. Coming up in this heat in red, Eden Walla, and in blue, Bailey Turner. Battle of the 16-year-olds. This is the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro QS 6000. This is quarterfinal number 2. We just witnessed Talia Swindell making her way into the semifinals coming up tomorrow. She will be in semifinal number 1. She will be taking on the winner of this heat. This event is presented by Diamonds International, brought to you by Surf Promotions Barbados. So no priority has been established on the outside between red and blue. So the surfer closest to the peak will have unconditional right of way. That is old school conventional style. That's how we start every heat. Once priority is established, the 2 surfers will take turns. It is the single greatest thing the WSL has ever implemented into their format. Really levels out the playing field and gives every surfer equal opportunity. It has eliminated all of the hassling and all of the bickering, and it is made for some serious battles over the years. As we're gonna watch blue, she looks at that one but decides no. Here we go. Red, white, sorry, red, blue, nobody take it. A couple of really nice looking waves rolling through on the inside. Red's gonna turn on this one. Blue's gonna make her go. If she doesn't, here we go, Eden, she's a little bit too far up inside. And So that will give priority to the surfer in blue, Bailey Turner.
Both these girls have been consistent standouts all week long from day one. And they've been consistent all season, as we can see by their ranking in 1st and 5th at present. But this is a 6,000, which means we can and will see plenty of flip-flopping in the leaderboards. This is what makes the season finale so exciting.
All right, call to check in. Quarterfinal number 3, Lily Culber and Ella McCaffrey. So you have plenty of time, 21 minutes, 21 seconds. 21-21.
That's another big heat to look forward to. Ella dropping one of the highest scores of the entire event. And young Lily just improving. I feel like she's doing some of the best surfing I personally have seen her do. Been on a tear all week, dropping some big names. So she'll be going out there confident. She's going up against a big hitter in the very dangerous Ella McCaffrey. She loves it here at the Bowl.
So surfer with priority, blue. She's gonna roll the dice. Here she goes. Coming off the bottom. Little check turn, mid-face. Eyeing up this north section. She's got a lethal backhand. And she can't hang on. That little north section is a very difficult to hang on to. You gotta be right out in front of it.
Yeah, we see Bailey opening her account. Nice bottom turn into a nice wrapping turn up in the top. Just setting it up here now. See this wave stand up for her, and she attacks that oncoming section, but projects out into that convergence zone. And that's where we see so many surfers come unstuck, where all that white water is hitting you from 2 different
3.0 blue. You first coming in at a 3.0, 19 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. As we're watching Eden Wada on the outside, holding priority, sitting out there by herself. And she's putting herself in position. Is she going to pull the trigger on this? She's looking at it, and she lets it roll through.
So we're approaching the 19-minute mark, and the sun is out. Sun's out, bums out. As we see more and more people come down to the beach. We are on the weekend, so the crowd's building. And with local boy Josh Burke cruising into tomorrow's final day, we expect to see plenty of local support come out and make it a day at the beach. We love that you guys are tuning in from wherever you are, but if you're here on the island, come on over. Plenty of parking, plenty of shade. There's a massive tent, food tent, stage, great viewing area, plenty of food and drink on sale.
So Red pulling into that one. So she can't get in, so she will relinquish priority momentarily and then get it right back. Now you're in priority, Red. You have priority. $18 minutes, 10 seconds remaining. I just want to remind everyone on the beach, everyone is welcome under the tents in the yard. Free admission, no charge. All are welcome. Also tonight we have some entertainment going on. We're going to have live music, live entertainment starting at 6 p.m. That's going to be immediately following surfing. We're going to have a DJ. So the surfing will end sometime around 4 o'clock in just about an hour. And then we're going to have a local DJ and then go right into live entertainment at about 6 p.m. as we watch Red, Eden Wada up and riding, coming out onto the open face, and little check turn. This wave's not really offering too much. Little wraparound cutback, and she's going to kick out and go out the back. So a couple of small scores on the board with blue just holding down a 3.0. And red, she's going to drop a score that's going to rival that as we watch this replay.
Yeah, red having a nice steep drop in there from a critical section, but then the wave just doesn't offer her any kind of real wall. Runs off down on the reef, and she just gets a nice little cut back and cut out. As we're seeing blue have a little look.
All right, last of red, 2.7. So red, you go into first. So blue, you require just a 0.20. So it's 16 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. This heat is wide open. We're going to watch blue. She gave it a look, and she pulled back.
There's another one behind.
And she's going to look at, she's going to go over the next one. So let's see what she does on this. She goes over the next one. And so she's putting herself in position. She's paddling for it. She's going to pull the trigger. Here we go. Bailey Turner up and riding. Coming out onto the open face, driving hard off the bottom and going straight up in the lip. Working it onto the open, that little north section. She's going to stall the board and let it reform. She's still going with it, working it all the way to the inside. So while we're waiting on that score to drop, we're going to send it down to Amaya. She's standing by with Talia Swandal. So take it away, Amaya.
I'm back here again with Talia Swindle from Malibu, who just qualified for the semis in the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro QS 6000 in the women division. So a little sketchy over there.
Yeah, totally. That was a scary end of the heat. Chelsea's such a great surfer. I was so cool to share a heat with her, especially in Barbados. I look up to her so much. So yeah, just stoked to get the win.
Well, I had a little bit of a priority exchange over there, so that must have been a little stressful trying to increase your heat total, but yet not letting the door fully open for her. What was going through your head?
Yeah, I was kicking myself that I went on that wave. That was pretty bad, but any wave could be a 5, really. So it's kind of like just came down to the ocean, and so thankful that it went my way.
I'm glad it did as well. I mean, I'm a little upset for our local hero, I have to say, but you're a great surfer. You deserve it. And yeah, I mean, on 2 finals day in 2 categories, so a lot to prepare for tomorrow.
Totally, yeah. Definitely not going to surf again. Hopefully we'll have a lot of heats tomorrow. So I love Supal, and I'm just so happy to be here and keep surfing. It's like this week has been insane, and yeah.
Super. Keep at it, girl. You're doing great. Congratulations once again, and good luck for the next round.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
We were on that break. The score for the young surfer in blue dropping in at a 6.5. So 6.5 for blue. Blue goes to first. Red, you dropped a second. Red, you require a 6.8. 13 minutes, 35 seconds remaining.
Looking at this replay of Bailey's wave from earlier, this is a beautiful turn up in the lit line. Buckets of spray. Lovely composed turn, keeping the rail engaged. And now she's just waiting for it to set up on the inside, keeping the board busy. Lots of wiggling and moving around, but this wave gets a little bump, and that's all she wrote. So nice wave from Bailey Turner, as we see now Eden's hooking into a big carve in the lip line, but catches the rail and comes unstuck.
All right, 12 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. Surfer in red, Eden Wallace, sitting on the outside with priority. She's currently sitting on just 2 very small scores, a 2.7 and a 1.0, but this youngster is explosive. So the single highest wave of the heat is the last of Bailey Turner, coming in at a 6.5. She pairs that up with a 3.0. So her two-wave heat total is 9.5, and she is in the lead. With 12 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. Surfers in the next heat, Lily Culber and Ala McCaffrey. That's going to be another barn burner. So one of the two girls in the water will be meeting up with Talia Swindell in semifinal number 1 coming up tomorrow as we're watching Eden Walla on a bomb set. Here we go, Eden Walla up and riding, coming out onto the open face, big carving cutback as she's gonna try and get around this section. She's gonna get there, she's gonna get back out onto the open face as she smashes this oncoming section. Wow, that's more like what we're accustomed to seeing.
All right, Eden using priority and taking off on a nice one. Coming in from deep, bottom turn, throws it up into a nice hooking turn, compresses and goes straight back into the next section. Doesn't get quite the vertical attack she was looking for, but a nice projection out onto the open face where she can now get a couple more attacks on that lip. And she finishes strong with a little push on the tail. So that will be Eden's best score, and that will get her back into the heat.
Yeah, that first turn was pretty technical. Really engaged that rail, opened up the shoulders.
I love how she exited that turn, Lou, stayed low and compressed and went straight into the next bottom turn, no pumping. Didn't quite get the angle of attack on the north section she was looking for, but that's the kind of smooth surfing that the judges are looking for. One maneuver flowing into the next.
All right, with 10 minutes, 15 seconds remaining, scores dropping in, 7.0 for red. So red, you go to first. Blue, you drop to second. Blue, you require a 3.21. 3.21 for blue. You are currently in second, holding priority with 9 minutes, 50 seconds remaining.
Yeah, this heat is taking shape with a couple of good scores on the board now.
She's pulling for this one. Oh, and she can't get to it. All right, so priority stays with blue.
Yeah, red is not yet in the lineup, so blue, even though she attempted to catch that wave, does not lose her priority. So that does not go down as a mistake. As we see red here, Eden Walla's wave coming in, throwing it straight into that turn, compressing, attacking the north section, lots of flow. If she managed to get a more vertical attack on that wave, it would have certainly gone up in the excellent range. And then a nice strong finish. So Eden's no doubt being cheered on by her younger brother, big personality, young Zion. He's into finals day tomorrow with the under 14s.
All right, with 8 minutes and 30 seconds remaining, this is coming down to the battle of the backups as Eden sitting on a 7 and just a 2.7, and Bailey sitting on a 6.5 and just a 3. So the priority order, blue, then red, 7 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. With a driver of XB4360, XB4360, you urgently need to move your car, please. Thank you very much. So under priority, red's gonna roll in on this one. Big rail turn. Out onto the open face, little slashing cutback off the top. She's looking to better that 2.7 and increase this requirement for the surfer in blue. All right, last of red, 3.5. So that ups the requirement for blue ever so slightly. Blue, you now require a 4.01. 5 minutes, 35 seconds remaining. All right, 4 minutes, 50 seconds. So we're within inside that 5 minute mark. Ladies, you are free to paddle out. Please stay down on the channel. You will definitely get ample time to set yourself up in position. So we're looking to qualify one more surfer for semifinal number 1. That surfer will be the winner of this heat. Right now, that is looking like Eden Walla as she is in front. However, surfer in green, Bailey Turner, only needing a 4.01 to turn the heat, and she is sitting with priority. So this is where it's very nerve-wracking, and it works for you or it works against you. So immediately following the event, about 4 o'clock, 4:30, we are going to be having live entertainment coming up about 6 p.m. tonight. Also, we're going to have local DJs starting up as soon as the event is over. Tonight is always a big de-stressor as will reach finals day tomorrow. So there are going to be about 24 surfers remaining in the draw after today's proceedings. And it is usually a very fun time. So all are welcome, no admission, free of charge. Bar will be solid, live band, live entertainment, and a DJ. So stick around after the event is over.
Yeah, stick around or come on down. Our Saturday night events are legendary, and tonight we're gonna have top local reggae band, Right Side of Red, dropping some tunes. These guys are reggae royalty here in Barbados. And we'll also have local DJ Black Red kicking things off as soon as the competition ends. I think the band will start around 6. I'm not certain of that time, but all the entertainment is going to be kicking off from around 5 onwards. Plenty of vibes. All the competitors are going to be hanging out, except for the ones going into finals day as we whittle down the field. But everybody else is going to want to drink their tears away.
Here we go. Bailey Turner, she's going to roll this one in, and she gets gobbled up by the whitewater, and she goes down.
That's a tough break for Bailey, who was eyeing up a beautiful looking swell.
So priority goes to red.
That whitewater section just exploding on her back. And both Lou and I can tell you, That is like having a 500-pound, I don't even know what, 500-pound gorilla or something jump on your back. That is a heavy section, and young Bailey loses her priority.
So 1 minute, 25 seconds remaining. Priority goes to the surfer in red.
So we have red using her priority. Rolling in.
So that's going to send priority back to blue. This is a decent looking wave for Eden. She's got some more wave to work with. Is going to reform for her on the inside. Another big snap as she hits the closeout. So she's hoping to up that requirement with 40 seconds remaining. Surfer in blue as we watch this replay.
Eden showing some style here with some nice rail work, being patient, beautiful rebound off the whitewater. Again, getting onto the face, showing those rails. Clean rail surfing, and here she puts on the afterburners and looks for a couple of tags. Finishes with a nice tail blow. And I think Eden is going to say bye-bye to that 3-5 and push that requirement a little higher for young Bailey Turner, who is down to the last 10 seconds.
All right, so we're going to count this one in. In 3, 2, 1. So that ends quarterfinal number 2. Ladies in the next heat, stand by. We are on a short hold. So just for reference, Eden, your last wave was a 6-2-3. So you would have upped the requirement regardless. So your last wave was a 6-2-3. So Eden, she has put her name in semifinal number 2. She will meet the winner of
Red, wanna hear about this new super feed station?
From the fields where hard work meets hope. Born from the heartbeat of every farmer. Forged in dedication, strengthened by purpose, and fueled by the power of superior nutrition. It's a bird! It's a grain! No! It's super feed! Superior.
Okay, we are here back at live action. Coming up in this heat in red, Lily Culber, and in blue, Ella McCaffrey. You are tuned into the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro QS 6000, presented by Diamonds International, brought to you by Surf Promotions Barbados. This is quarterfinal number 3. We have one more heat to go after this quarterfinal, and then we will call it a day, and we will be on into finals day tomorrow, day 7. So Ella currently sitting in that number 3 spot on the North America rankings, and Lily is a little bit down the line in number 12. So the surfers are jockeying for position as priority has not been established. So surfer closest to the peak has unconditional right of way. But once one surfer catches a wave, priority will automatically be handed to the other surfer. So it's about 3:15 local time. So we're looking to finish this one out sometime around 4 o'clock, just after 4. Once the event is over, everybody is invited to stick around. We're going to have a local DJ. and live music starting at 6 p.m. So plenty of food and drinks on sale under the tent. We also have the Live Like Zander official contest shirts for sale under the main tent. So get your merchandise.
Yeah, let's highlight that all proceeds from the Zander Venezia Trust go straight to local charities for underprivileged kids. So we are taking a look at these girls. Lily in red and Ella in blue. These girls both want to make it onto finals day, get another chance to surf the bowl. And they both want to collect those 6,000 points, which could see a lot of movement.
So call to check in, final heat of the day. Quarterfinal number 4, Havana Cabrero and Zoe Chait. So with 4 minutes gone in this heat, no waves have been ridden. Plenty of scoring potential on the outside as red. She's going to roll into this one. This is Lily Culber. A little wrapping cut back. And she goes out the back.
We see Lily getting her account open, just trying to get her feet in the wax. Nearly the 20-minute mark. We're on the 20-minute mark now, as we see Lily wrapping it back. But that goes flat, and Lily up again on the inside. Trying to stay busy. Priority sitting with the surfer in blue.
So here we go, Ella McCaffrey. She's gonna roll into this one. She lets it go. She's gonna sniff out this second one. Is she gonna go? Yes, she is. Here we go, Ella McCaffrey. She's not gonna get back out in front of it. And she jumps off. So priority will be set with the surfer in red once she gets to the outside. Red, your previous wave was a 2.67. Your last wave was a 2.0. Last of blue, 3.5.
Watching red on a replay. Lily, first wave, just trying to stay busy. This is her second wave, I believe. Just a little wrapping turn and then cutting out the back. As we see Ella, a little bit of a check turn so she can throw it up and blow the tail. So that's a little bit more aggression, but the wave doesn't give her any more scoring opportunity. I love how she kind of cut short that first top turn in order to make that oncoming section. It's all about the timing as we see the rip running down through the lineup. Yeah, it was all about timing. If Ella had completed that first turn, she would have never made it back up to the lip in time and probably got crunched by that oncoming section. So she just checked her opening carve, her first carve, mid-face, and managed to get a nice little rebound off the oncoming whitewater. So as the girls paddle back out and make it their way into position, we are going to go down to the glass with Amaya and the winner of the last heat. Congrats to Eden Walla and the Walla family.
I'm here again with Eden Walla from San Clemente, who just qualified for the semis in the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro. And once again, as well, big news, fully qualified for the Challenger Series. Congratulations, that's big.
Thank you. Yeah, that's been a huge goal of mine this year, and I'm just extremely grateful for all the opportunities I've had, and I'm excited to have a full year next year.
full year for true. I mean, you're ripping over there. You deserve it. Surfing so well. You're, such a clean and smooth style. And yeah, you kind of throw a little flair here and there. Great surfer all around. So stoked for you. Full day as well tomorrow, right?
Yeah, tomorrow going into finals day. I'm super excited to be in both. We'll see how it goes.
We'll see how it goes, and hopefully I'll see you by the glass again. I'm not going to keep you much longer. You probably want to go and have a nice rest and small celebration with the family.
Yeah, I just want to say I'm super grateful to all my family, sponsors, and just everyone that supports me. And then, I'm super grateful for God too. He's in my corner, and I wouldn't be here without him. And it takes the pressure off a little bit when you think of it like that. And yeah, I'm just super grateful.
I'm so stoked for you. Congratulations once again. Good luck for tomorrow, and yay, good stuff.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ella McCaffrey dropping the hammer. We're going to catch up on this replay as she comes off the bottom and goes straight up in the lip. Kind of held up that first turn, but nice rail turn. Setting up this next section. Floats across the North Peak. And banging it one last time. All right, last of blue, 8.0, 8.0. So Ella in the lead. Red, you are second. You require an 8.8. 15 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Priority is with the surfer on the outside in red.
So Ella really laying down a marker, the first score of substance in this heat. Ella consistently dropping scores in the excellent range all event long. Such a powerful surfer. I don't know if we want to cue up that replay one more time while things are a little bit quiet, because that was such a well-surfed wave. Here we go. Ella McCaffrey coming in. Nice deep bottom turn, rips it vertically into the lip, checks that turn a little bit, but here we got some nice rail work. And this is where she attacks that oncoming section, nearly loses her balance, but manages to ride out and get a nice finish. So that is one of the better waves we've seen come through, and Ella is the happy recipient. That leaves young Lily out on the outside by herself in the lineup with priority. And Lily is looking for an 8.83 right now. Just a couple of small scores on the board for her. She got busy early on in this heat, but now she's going to want to sit with her priority and wait for that quality wave to come through. Even if she can't manage to drop the 8.8 in one go, she wants to make sure she cuts into that requirement, dropping something at least in the good to near excellent range. And that is really hard to do unless you get the right canvas. And the canvas is the wave. So you choose the right canvas, and it allows you to create your masterpiece. But you can't make sushi with corned beef. So you need a good canvas. As we're all enjoying the vibes on the beach, everyone's head bopping, getting ready for the party tonight. Saturday nights at the Bowl are legendary. All the judges are getting excited. All the people on the beach, all the competitors, especially the ones that haven't made it into the final day, they are going to drink their tears away. This is Heartbreak Hotel. Those of them traveling into finals day are going to come out and still enjoy the vibe, but they're going to hold back. They're going to know that they want to be in tip-top condition.
Blue, your last wave was an 8.0. You are in first. Red requires an 8.8. Red with priority, 12 minutes, 30 seconds remaining.
Love watching the crowd build on the beach. Always get bigger crowds on the weekend. And then, of course, everyone coming in for the legendary Saturday night party. And while we have a little break, taking a look at the beach, here we go. More and more people coming up. Shout out to Infra providing us with the tents that have kept us covered and in the shade throughout this week of sunshine. The odd little rain squall, but today is super breezy. I also want to shout out Chickmonk Foods, InSync Pros, and Carib Bear, Flow, the Zander Venezia Trust, charity for underprivileged kids as red is setting.
She's not going to get in, so she's going to lose her priority.
And I will hand back priority to the dangerous Ella.
So, yeah, priority goes to blue, then red. So with 11 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. And she's behind the 8 ball right now with a requirement of an 8.8. So coming up immediately following this heat, we're going to be moving into the last heat of the day. Havana Cabrera and Zoe Chait. I watched a video yesterday of Zoe. It was on a 25-foot wave, and just incredible what some of these kids can muster up the courage to take off on these waves.
Lou.
Mind-blowing.
Bro, Lou, the most impressive thing about that was that right before that wave, she took off on one that she lost it in the lip and had about a 20-foot free fall drop out of the sky. Still had the courage to go and do it all again.
So blue, she's going to pull the trigger. She's going to look to try and better that 3.5. Ella McCaffrey fully extended on the rail, going up in the lip. She's looking for one more finishing maneuver. And she kicks out the back.
We are approaching 10 minutes.
10 minutes remaining, so that's going to turn priority back to the surfer in red, Lily Culber, sitting on the outside by herself. Last of blue, 5.17.
Yeah, so we see Ella just trying to use her priority, looking for a backup score. She's pretty happy with that 8. But she rips into a couple of turns, gets low, eyeing up that vertical section. Doesn't get the timing for the last big finale, but she did some good work, and that definitely got rid of the 3.5 she was holding on to earlier, and ups the requirement now, putting Lily into a combo situation. So no matter what, Lily Culber is going to be looking for at least 2 waves. When you are in combo situation, it means you cannot get the score required with a single wave. That maximum scoring potential is 10 if you surf the perfect wave. The maximum you can get is 10, and Lily right now requires a combination of 13.17. So she will need 2 waves, and she's got 8 minutes and 55 seconds to get them. As we see some lines, some heavy water moving, Lou.
She's putting herself in position. She sees what's behind because she was paddling out, but she might be too far out. But this is a monster wave.
Woo.
She was too far out and too far to the left. She's not on the peak. So it's very difficult to get into those waves when you're not on the peak.
As you said, 1 foot too deep, you're free falling. 1 foot too shallow, you don't make it in.
So 8 minutes and 11 seconds remaining. She's going to look to try and break this combination. Still has enough time to catch 2 waves. She really should have tried to be on one of those set waves just now, just to try and give herself more opportunity.
but she was out of position. So surfers in the next seat, you have about 2.5 minutes before you can paddle out. Just please remember to stay down any channel. It will give you more than enough time to get to the lineup.
Yeah, we are in the penultimate heat of the day. Another day of action, thrills and spills, hopes and heartbreak. And things are taking shape as we put together our last semifinal heat for tomorrow on finals day. It's been a week of action, great weather, great vibes, lots of heartbreak, lots of thrills and spills. But we've managed to go through an entire week with no real injuries. I don't know if we caught a couple of broken leashes. Maybe one broken board. Yeah, Owen Moss, I remember breaking his board, I think on Thursday. That was probably our heaviest day. And every single competitor walking around with a grin on their face, absolutely loving the vibes, loving Barbados, one of their favorite places to come and compete. We love welcoming them back every year. We love watching these kids turn up out of nowhere and grow, and every year we watch them come back stronger and more powerful. Some of them going on to become world champions, which is super exciting. It all starts with the under-14 event, which we will be having tomorrow, watching the kids, girls and boys together go out there and give it their all. And you just never know when you're watching the next world champion right here in Barbados. As Lou said, we had a little skinny Grom, Caroline Marks here. We've watched the Colapinto boys grow up. And we're going to be sending a bunch of guys and girls onto the Challenger Series to make their way onto the Holy Grail of surfing, the WSL Championship Tour.
All right, Red, she's still holding priority on the outside as we roll into that 5-minute mark. So 5 minutes, 5 seconds remaining. So ladies, you can paddle out as we watch Red. She's going to roll into this one. Lily Culber. Nice little turn off the top. A little lip line. Setting up the inside. She's going to just stand up and wait for it to cooperate with her. And she goes out the back. So blue on the outside is Ella McCaffrey. She is the heat leader. Nice wrapping turn. She's sitting on an 8 and a 5.5 and vertical snap off the lip. Excellent technique, working it all the way to the inside. Another vertical snap. And she wants to get back out and get back that priority.
Battle time.
So she's going to pull hard.
Both those girls are in the rip. You paddling your arms off, and it feels like you're not going anywhere.
As we watch this replay of Red.
This is Lily coming around on a chattery section, but nice rail work, holding on to that rail, gouging in, and now she attacks that oncoming section, manages to ride out. Really impressive, Lily surfing. She has really stepped up her game. A little bit of a flick out there. But now we see behind the dangerous Ella McCaffrey ripping into a beautiful carving turn, throwing it up into the lip. Look at the way she projects that board out, throwing the weight into the back tail, showing the fins, and another second massive hit off the whitewater. That is another good wave for Ella. So that is a good exchange. And Ella actually is making her way back out ahead of Lily. It looks like she is going to maybe get the priority position, which is going to put her in a super strong position.
So last of Red, 417. But I am waiting for a wave for blue. We're watching this carefully.
Yeah, I think this wave needs to be compared more to the 8 than the 5. That was a very well surf wave. A Love the aggression in those turns, vertically attacking it, blowing out the tail twice. Two minutes, 30 seconds to go.
All right, scores trickling in. 8.0, so 8.0. So, Surfer in red, you have gone back in the combination situation. You need a combination of 16.0. So, Surfer in blue sitting on 2 8s. Very similar. Some judges went up. Some judges thought that was better than the first, and some judges thought the first was better than that one. Nonetheless, the average of the score is 8.0.
That's why we have 5 judges.
So 1 minute, 40 seconds remaining. Ladies in the next heat. I will give you enough time to get yourself settled before we start. That will be the final heat of the day.
Well, Surfer in red is paddling back out to the lineup, but she knows this heat is pretty much over. She's back in a combo situation, and absolutely heart-wrenching when you get a good wave and you think you cut into that requirement only to turn around and see your competitor dropping a hammer and making that requirement even bigger. So Lily will just keep chipping away, but time is against her as we go down to the last final minute. Lily's gonna roll into one on the inside, making her way around. She's gonna really try to attack this wave, but just the one turn.
So 50 seconds remaining.
So it looks like we have the first competitor for semifinal heat 2 tomorrow. Ella will be marching on to finals day. It's just a case of formalizing it now with 30 seconds to go. And the next heat, Havana Cabrero and Zoe Chait are going to be starting to make their way over to the lineup as we see Ella going on a victory lap.
Big first turn.
Beautiful wave.
Another snap. She's not finished. She wants to make a big statement. And we're counting in 5 seconds. In 3, 2, 1. So that ends heat number 3. So we're going to go on hold. So stand by. We're just going to score these last 2 waves. So we got the last of red, a 1.7. So she was in that combination situation. And just for reference, Ella, your last wave was a 5.5. So taking the win, moving into semifinal number 2 is Ella McCaffrey. She will be taking on the winner of this next heat, which will be either Havana Cabrero or Zoe Chait. So stand by. We will be right back. Ladies, in this heat, we're on a hold. And all right, counting this one in, 10 seconds. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, we are live with the final heat of the day on day 6. We've almost had a full week of competition.
So coming up in this heat, in red, Havana Cabrero from Puerto Rico, and in blue, Zoe Chait from the USA. As we're gonna watch blue roll into this one, Zoe Chait, a little squirrely on that first bottom turn. Out onto the open face. Zoe got a lovely barrel yesterday. I think she dropped a 9 something on it. So she had a lovely barrel come out and did a check turn and just got annihilated by the north section. So she's opening her account. She's now going to hand priority over to the surfer in red, Havana Cabrero. She has been coming to Barbados for a long time. Big shout out to her poppy. You hear him before you see him. Carlos, the great Carlos Cabrero. There she goes. She's looking at this one. All right, red up and right in Havana Cabrero. She's got a good-looking wave. Nice wrapping downturn. Smashes the north section. And she rides out of it. Hangs on to the maneuver. That's Carlos' signature whistle. One of the highlights of my career as an announcer was 3 years ago. Havana qualified. She came from way back in the rankings. And it was such a pleasure to see Carlos, how happy he was for her. Carlos is a seasoned veteran himself. So we'll wait for those scores to drop. So first of blue, 3.8. So waiting for the first of red, and then we'll set the stage. As we watch this replay.
Yeah, we're just seeing Havana come around. Nice turn there. Setting it up, being patient, timing it. It's all about the timing as she rebounds off of that section. Almost gets gobbled up, but she gets super low. Look how low down she is. Bum on heels and trying to ride out. Once she's established that she's right out, she wants to make it clear to the judges that she's completed that maneuver.
All right, so first of red, 6.33. So red first, blue second. Blue, you require a 2.51, 22 minutes, 5 seconds remaining. This is quarterfinal number 4. This is the final heat of the day.
Yeah, we just seen the surfer from Puerto Rico taking the better of that exchange with some smooth, silky surfing. Good choice of wave, giving her the opportunity. And well surfed, nice and smooth and stylish. Havana has been really consistent all week long. We love welcoming them back every year. And we are getting ready to close out day 6. Unbelievable how fast it's gone. But that's what happens when there's so much action on display. I'd love to see the recap of the entire week of highlights. So many amazing performances from these athletes. Good again, welcome to all the new faces. Look forward to seeing you guys back year after year. And of course, all the regulars and all the locals coming down to support. And everyone tuning in all across the globe. Big up to the Puerto Rican posse, undoubtedly cheering on Havana back home. Of course, everyone from the US of A, East, West Coast, wherever you're tuning in from. All over Canada, Central American posse, big Central American contingency this year. The Mexican crew. I was chatting with Alan the other day, and he was lamenting the days when he used to come down when he was the only Mexican surfer. Now there's 3 or 4 of those. Blue, there's 20 minutes to go.
Your first wave, blue, was a 3.83. Red has a 6.33. You require a 2.51.
Blue's eyeing one up on the outside here. Here she goes, pulling the trigger. Oh, just gets gobbled up, and we could just see that pretty beautiful pink board of hers being tossed around, ragdoll in the white water. Feeling all too familiar to me. Then I usually pop back up, get on my board, and watch the set roll in and watch 2 or 3 guys ripping past me while I paddle out with my tail between my legs and a sheepish grin.
So priority is with surfer in red. And surfer in blue, she's gonna roll into this one. There she goes, up and right in. big first turn. Oh, she's going to hit it again, and she gets gobbled up. But let me tell you, if she completes that maneuver, that was going way above excellent.
That is a postcard moment there, Lou.
Still had a nice turn on the outside, so she will get scored for that outside maneuver. I'm watching it on the judge's replay screen.
Sort of held up all the way through.
Yeah, it's breaking so differently today compared to yesterday, but I mean, the ocean provides Subo lined up for you, and you put your opponent in a combo situation, so that's pretty cool.
Yeah, stoked. That was a good heat. That one felt good.
Sweet. I mean, congratulations. So happy for you for a little victory of today, big victory of the Challenger Series, and on to tomorrow. How are you going to prepare? Are you going to stay quiet tonight, or?
Yeah, definitely staying quiet tonight. The job's not done. Obviously, winning the event's the goal. So yeah, probably just have dinner with the girls. We have a good crew staying down here. I'm grateful for them and their support, and my brother's with me too. So yeah, just probably a casual dinner in, and get ready for tomorrow.
Perfect. Sounds great. You want to give a little shout out, friends, family, anybody that's not on the island that you want to say hi to, sponsors maybe?
Yeah, huge shout out to my parents. Thank you guys so much for all your support. Thanks for watching from home. Thank you guys for everything you do. Shout out to my coach, Jake Halstead. Thanks for putting in the work with me before this event. I feel like it's really paying off. And shout out to my sponsors for their support. Shout out to Big 20 on the beach. And yeah, thank you, everyone.
Sweet. Thank you so much. Congratulations once again. Well deserved for sure. And can't wait to see you shred tomorrow. Yay. Finals day.
To live action. Congratulations to you, Ella, and good luck tomorrow. So while we were on that short interview break, nothing has changed. Blue still remains in first. She's sitting on a 5.33 and a 3.83. Red is second, sitting on a 6.33 and a 0.5. Red requires a 2.83. 14 minutes remaining. This is the fourth and final heat in this quarterfinal, and the final heat of the day. As we watch Blue, Red's gonna let her go, and she can't get in, but that was a lovely looking wave with plenty of scoring potential on it. So these girls might just be a little too far outside as another one just rolls over the reef. So 13 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. So coming up tomorrow, semifinal number 1, we're going to see Talia Swindell taking on Eden Waller. So I want to send a big congratulations to Eden for qualifying for challengers. Also Bailey Turner, she qualified, and as did Ella. So coming up tomorrow, 7:30 call, 8 a.m. start. The full schedule for the finals will be coming up later. So we're going to be running this, and the sequence of this is the Live Like Zander 14 and under specialty division. That will be starting things off tomorrow. Then we're going to go into junior women, junior men, QS women, QS men. So the full schedule will be broadcast tomorrow, but that is what we're going to be looking at. As those of you who don't know, that is Carlos Cabrera piping up in the background. My good buddy. He is as passionate or more passionate about this sport than I am. So here we go. Havana on the outside with priority. They're going to let the first one go.
Havana also sitting with the single highest score of the heat right now, so she's just looking for a 2.83 to take the win and move on to finals day. She's sitting with priority, so she will be patient because there's still 11 and a half minutes to go. As we approach the final 10 minutes of the day, Can't wait to welcome you all back tomorrow for finals day. All these matchups are looking really, really good. The best surfers are rising to the top. The most consistent surfers.
All right, still plenty of time, 11 minutes to go with the surfer in red sitting with priority.
Shouting out our sponsors again. Infra Rentals, keeping us covered on the beach. Chickmont Foods, InSync Pros, Carry Bear, Flow, the Zander Venezia Trust, Container Services and Garbage Masters. Also Be Social, Creative Junction, Last Resort, DJ Red Pineapple, who's been keeping us busy, tapping our heads and bouncing our heads and tapping our toes all week. The Nation News and all the local coverage they've been providing for the event, and Events Unusual. So thank you all for your continued sponsorship. We hope you guys have all loved the event and the coverage, and we look forward to seeing you again next year for bigger and better as we push this event to higher heights. The brainchild of Lou and Chris Clark.
So we're going to watch Blue on this smaller inside wave. She is the current heat leader, sitting on a 5.33 and a 3.83. So we have already qualified 3 of the 4 women for the Challenger Series. And Eden Waller, Bailey Turner, and Ella McCaffrey. Number 4 is still to be determined. So there's also a wild card, but we qualified 4, and then they get a wild card as we watch this replay.
Yeah, Zoe just getting busy under priority. A smaller inside wave rolled in, but she saw a little bit of a line on it and decided she's going to pull the trigger and see if she can dump a 3.83.
So she puts down a 3.63. So situation remains the same for red. You still require that 2.83 with 8 minutes, 30 seconds remaining.
Havana will be sitting out back, just keeping her nerves. Same for her dad, who's got plenty of experience and knows it's not time to panic. Havana just looking for a small score. At any point in time, she could paddle in and take off on a little insider and easily collect that score, but she wants to drop a hammer. She wants to drop a big score, sitting with priority all this time. She wants to drop something in the excellent range because she knows how dangerous young Zoe Chait can be. Zoe is not afraid to send it, as we saw earlier when she threw it into that huge section, dropping a 5.3 for one turn. If she had made it out of that section, who knows where the judges would have gone. You might have been seeing a double-digit score because that was one of the biggest, heaviest sections we've seen all event. And she didn't opt to ride around it. She attacked it. So Havana will be waiting patiently, looking for that wave like she did at the first one to hit the reef, the right angle, use her priority, and then let her surfing do the talking.
Ella McCaffrey, can you come back to the interview board, please? Ella McCaffrey, please come back to the interview board. Thank you.
Surfer in red, just repositioning. We're under 7 minutes. Havana moving around under the watchful eye of her dad, Carlos. Still plenty of time. We have not got into squeaky bum time yet. This is the time to just sit and stay calm. When you're sat out there as a surfer, it's easy to get into your own head, get nervous and snatch at something. We've all done it. And that's where the experience comes in. That's where good coaching comes in.
Here we go. Red, Havana Cabrera up and riding. Working it out onto the open face. And blue on the outside. She goes up and out the back. So Havana pulling the trigger.
Yeah, a couple of heavy swells rolling in, but not quite the right angle. A lot of east rolling off down the reef, but some big drops. We're going to cue up that replay of Havana. We're approaching the final 5 minutes of day 6. Yeah. Looking at this replay, Havana dropping out of the sky. Big turn out in the open face. Sets it up for another little wrap back there. Looking for more, so just that real first big open turn and then a little cut back.
All right, last of red, 3.2. So red, you go to first. Blue, you drop to second. You require a 4.21. 4 minutes, 35 seconds remaining.
Yeah, Havana managing to get the score to put her into first place, but not really getting the wave to drop the kind of score that will put the kind of pressure on Zoe to up that requirement, leaving her with a very achievable 4.2 and priority. So with 4 minutes to go, now we see a flip-flop, and it's the surfer in blue who will sit patiently waiting for that quality wave, while the surfer in red is going to try to stay busy and up that requirement a little bit more. She wants to dump that 3.2. So she's going to be looking for anything that rolls in, that misses Zoe, that can give her a scoring opportunity. Or she'll be hoping for that two-wave set, or maybe to sell Zoe on a dud. I'm sure she'd have discussed all these different scenarios with her dad, and they have a game plan. Final 3.5 minutes. Looks, everything is setting up for a nail-biting finish to end out day 6 and set us up for an exciting start to finals day.
Here we go, paddle in red, Havana up and riding. She's gonna want a little more cushion. So she kicks out. So that leaves 3 minutes for Zoe to find something that can give her that 4.2. She has priority on the outside.
Yeah, that little one that snuck under, it looked like Havana was going to have a nice canvas to work with. Very cautious, patient opening turn, hoping it would stand up again, but then it just rolled off. So Havana is going to try to get back out into the lineup. As we see blue setting up, blue.
There we go.
On a bomb.
Chait up and riding. Little check turn. Coming out onto the open face, and she can't hang on, and she goes down.
And that's the break that red was hoping for.
So Zoe making a little bit of a blunder there. It's going to give priority to surfer in red with 2 minutes remaining.
I also don't think she's going to get the score for that one. Lou falling on her second maneuver.
So last of blue, 2.43. So that's not enough. You still require that 4.21. Daddy sending signals. Daddy sending.
What we call that? Coaching.
1 minute, 40 seconds remaining.
Call that coaching furiously.
So blues up and riding.
Red opting to let her go on that one.
A little inside wave with 1 minute, 20 seconds remaining.
Is Zoe going to call it a day, or is she going to try to make her way back out into the lineup?
It looks like she's going to call it a day. So with 1 minute, 10 seconds remaining, she's going to leave Havana Cabrera on the outside with priority by herself. And she will be moving on into semifinals number 2 to meet.
So congrats to Havana and Carlos, as she's going to try to get a victory lap.
So Havana will move herself into semifinal number 2 to meet Ella McCaffrey.
Here she goes.
She's up and riding.
Nice little runner.
Just pushing out the fins, wrapping cutback. This wave will count as there is 27 seconds still remaining. Driving hard off the bottom and floating to finish.
There we go, victory lap.
So she's going to make her way in. So we're counting this down with 10 seconds. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So that ends quarterfinal number 4, and Havana Cabrera will be advancing on into the semifinals coming up tomorrow. So they still have that last score to drop. And while they do that, I would like to make some announcements. Congratulations to Taj Lindblad. He is the regional QS men's champion. He has also qualified for the Challenger Series. Also qualifying with him will be Luca Macinas, Hayden Rogers, Joshua Burke, Lucas Austin, and Luke Guinaldo. So we're now waiting for Owen Moss to see if he will qualify. So we're waiting to see if Dimitri double qualifies, as Dimitri also qualified through the rankings. So if Dimitri does double qualify, then Owen Moss will get in that last spot. There is also a wild card to be determined. So I also want to congratulate on the women's side, Eden Waller, Bailey Turner, and Ella McCaffrey. There is also number 4 still to be determined. So we're going to stick around and bring this interview of Havana to you, and then we will close things out for the day.
Here we see it on the screen. Here's your brackets for tomorrow. Semifinal 1, Talia Swindal versus Eden Walla. Semifinal 2, Ella McCaffrey versus Havana Cabrera. So congratulations to all the athletes heading into finals day. It's been an amazing week of surfing. We bring everything to a close tomorrow. Thank you guys for all tuning in. I want you to stick around as we're going to have another interview and we'll close out the day. But on a personal note, I want to say thank you guys. And it's been a pleasure joining the broadcast every day. Been a long, emotional week, plenty of thrills and spills. I want to say a big up to all the officials and judges crew, all the cameramen, everybody that's come together to make this event such a big success. Shout out the sponsors one more time. This is brought to you by BTMI, the Barbados Tourism Marketing Inc., Diamonds International, our major sponsors. We're also going to thank Infra Rentals, Chipmunk Foods, InSync Pros, Carib Bear, Flow, Zander Venezia Trust, Container Services, Garbage Masters, Be Social, Creative Junction, Last Resort, DJ Red Pineapple, The Nation News, and finally Events Unusual. So stick around. We will have another interview. And for those of you on the beach, and for those of you even at home, come on down. There's plenty of entertainment. There's an open bar there. It's free for all to attend. We have Right Side of Red, the famous reggae band, Barbados' premier reggae band. They'll be performing live tonight. We got DJ Black Red on the wheels of steel, keeping us busy and entertained. There's food and drink. And plenty of good vibes. Come rub shoulders with the competitors as they unwind after a week of surfing.
when they hear about this new super feed stink?
From the fields where hard work meets hope. Born from the heartbeat of every farmer. Forged in dedication, strengthened by purpose, and fueled by the power of superior nutrition. It's a bird! It's a grain! No! It's super feed! Superior.
I'm standing here with the last winner of the day, Havana Cabrero from Puerto Rico, who won this quarterfinal number 4 in the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro QS 6000 in the women division. So, play the patience game over there.
Yeah, I'm happy I started this heat the other way around, starting with my better scores up front. So I just knew it was tricky out there, and I had to wait for good waves to come, and I wasn't in any rush, so yeah.
Yeah, your opponent stayed quite busy trying to catch some waves on the inside, but you got the best of it on the outside and got some good points, and then ended the heat with a little hammer over there, so must feel good under your feet.
Yeah, it always feels good to make heats here. This place is very special for me and my family, so I'm really happy I got through and just excited for tomorrow.
Yeah, so excited for tomorrow as well. Finals day, on to the semis. You gonna rest this evening?
Yeah, for sure. I might have a little surf just because it's so fun out here, but yeah, just rest, eat, and spend time with my family and be happy.
Be happy, for sure. We love to see you guys enjoying Barbados. I mean, you do it justice over there, shredding all the waves, and yay! Another Caribbean surfer in the mix still, so love to see this. Congratulations, and yeah, good luck for tomorrow. You want to say a little something for people back at home or sponsors maybe?
Yeah, gracias a todos los que me apoyan, a todos los que están viendo la competencia. Vamos para la próxima. Gracias.
Congratulations. Good luck. Thanks.
Congratulations, Savannah, and good luck tomorrow. So we're going to make a call tomorrow morning, 7:30, possible 8 a.m. start. What we're going to start off with is the Live Like Zander 14 and under specialty division. Then we're going to go into junior women's semifinals, then junior men's semifinals, QS women, and then QS men's, and we'll round out the day. Getting started at 8 a.m. We're going to look to finish about 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. So stay tuned tomorrow. We have lots of action on store for you. It would be semifinals and finals all day. So we're going to sign off for the day. Thank you for tuning in, and we'll be back tomorrow.